I'm just so impressed by the Ukrainians, and that's all I'm gonna say. They're the true. There's something for everyone here to learn from the Ukrainians on how to. It's hard to find the words for it. Not to excel in life, but how to find something to take away from life, if that makes a point. I think Ryan, you've probably seen it more than anyone, that the Ukrainians find something good in every situation and find a way to, build on that and make it even better. And with their creativity, they're just, to me, I've just found like a new. I just find Ukrainian people such amazing and impressive people. How they can, just build on things and make things better. Yeah, that's just what I want to say. I'm just really impressed by them every day.
Endless kindness and ingenuity. And I mean, there are exceptions to every rule, but we won't go there. Looks like we got a new speaker, Dr. Nefario. Go ahead.
Hey, hello, speakers. Hello, Ryan. My question is for Ryan. I know that he recently was in Ukraine. I don't know if he's still in Ukraine at the moment. My question is, will you see an increase of like a request for like a volunteer fighters and workers as this war goes on and the manpower wears out? Would the Ukrainian government open the doors again to accept new volunteers? Thank you.
I don't know anything about Ukraine's desire for new foreign volunteers to do any fighting. They've never really expressed a desire recently for foreign volunteers to come and do that. They welcome humanitarian volunteers with open arms. And I'm sure needs will evolve over time, but I trust that there are plenty of volunteers within Ukraine who are from Ukraine who actually want to do the fighting. So I personally think volunteering in a humanitarian capacity allows Ukraine to do this on their own. And I think they want to do it on their own. So I wouldn't encourage anybody to go over there with the intention of becoming a gunslinger or a hero. But if you want to help them out with some logistics, they can use plenty of help.
I think that's a good answer. The Ukrainians definitely are looking for help. Any way you can, support them at home. If you're able to volunteer with humanitarian things. But they're fighting a complex war, and it's probably hard enough to integrate the Foreign Legion in to their army, and their army needs to have people that speak the language and know the culture, and know the standard operating procedures of each of these units. So it's one of those things, though, although some people think that's where they want to go, sometimes it's not as effective as you think. Could get in the way, slow people down. So some of the best things you can do is retweet the space, share articles that you've read about Ukraine with friends. Maybe people that are on the fence, or people that don't really care about politics, and let them know that this isn't just Ukraine's fight. It's really a fight for our values. And they're not just Western values, they're human values, really. Respect, freedom of rule, freedom of expression, the rule of law, freedom to believe in what you want to believe, love who you want to love. The Russians are dressing it up exactly the way they want to. They're dressing it up as, the LGBTQ army of Ukraine, of the West. They're making fun of us for our inclusivity. They make fun of us for the things that make us stronger, which is, being mature and accepting, and not degrading and crapping over segments of our society because they're not just like us or the way I happen to live my life. And so that should appeal to anybody. And I think that's the important thing to share with people. The mask is off. Russia's showing the world what it believes in, tells the world, aside from its, we demand the world is already almost at a multipolar, like they're talking as if it's mission accomplished. we have seen the world move to a multipolar world where America is no longer influencing anyone. Meanwhile, like, they're losing, they're falling apart, no one's listening to them. And then the second arguments they'll talk about are Jewish neo-Nazi presidents, biolabs, killer mosquitoes, armies, legions of gay people attacking them. Every strange insult, and their women are allowed to drive, and it's like, okay, so that shouldn't be a hard sell. Talk to your friends. I get a lot of messages still, or even more so now, from people saying, I just know people that don't care about it, or they think that, oh, it's the both sidesism, and it's propaganda on both sides. What, you've got a nation struggling to survive, and its values are well in line with our own, and then you have another nation that thinks that that it's I don't know, World of Tanks, or it's something like a civilization computer game where you take over the whole planet and destroy people. So it's not a hard decision to make for people. I think you're either on the side of a genocidal, maniacal regime, or you support the right of people to live in peace. But retweet the space, talk about it. If you're crazy like Ryan, go to Ukraine and help out and deliver aid. Not everyone can do that, so that's great. Good for you. And hello to the panel. Hello, everyone. We got the Carlos and Carlos,
Hello.
Carlos and Charles, and Bionada, and the whole team here. Anyway, well, those are my 2 cents.
Thank you very much, Yehuda.
We had earlier listener asking about a military update. Do you have a military update for us?
I have a lot of work this weekend, so no, but I will next week, this coming week for sure. And besides, it's all quiet on the Eastern Front. No, it's not. It's there's not a quiet day there, but no, thanks, Bionada. Oh, Charles.
Yeah, I can give a short military update. Just very shortly. The main thing that everybody's looking at is these various reports about Soledar, the settlement that's just northeast of Bakhmut. The Russians have said things that clearly aren't true, such as they've said that they've taken the settlement. That's certainly not true, but there have been attacks around that settlement. So that's just an area that seems to be everybody's looking at. It's an important part, in the defense of Bakhmut, as of course the Russians have, they just pack all of their artillery into that, and they're putting all of their main effort into that as much as they can. There have been reports about VDV units also then in the Bakhmut area. When I look at the military update from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, reads very similar to most days. So difficult, of course. There's artillery fire going in all directions. So from the Ukrainians out and from the Russians back. Primarily focused on the eastern front, so less towards Zaporizhia Oblast. There was, let's see, one item is that in the temporarily occupied areas of Melitopol and another settlement, another town that I cannot pronounce in Zaporizhia Oblast, the Russians have stopped broadcasts of all Ukrainian television channels. That's one. Ukrainian Air Force struck 21 concentrations of enemy, as well as 3 airstrikes on positions of anti-aircraft missile systems. And then when we're looking at HIMARS strikes, there were 4 precision strikes on concentrations of enemy troops and 2 on ammunition depots. So no major changes on the front lines. Russian attacks, counterattacks, these ones that we've been talking about, squad size elements, going in, trying to identify Ukrainian positions, being overwatched by drones, not being allowed to come back. Those have continued various points along the line. The main things that we are always looking at are Kremina on the Ukrainian side, and then of course the defense of Soledar and Bakhmut. But yeah, that's kind of the military update. Does that help, Bionada?
Yeah, thank you very much, Charles.
He didn't curse to the ground. Charles.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You didn't christen the ground. I'm joking. It's infantry. No, never mind.
That one either went over my head or under my feet. I'm not sure where that one was fired, Jupiter.
Just a little army joke. Like normally when you give orders, it's not orders, it's an update, but I like to christen the ground. I like to get a map. This is north. You guys do that. Come on. All right.
Oh yeah. Always point out the north-facing arrow. Yeah, exactly.
God
Yeah,
made,
now I know
land
what you
made
mean.
features. I was doing that in the past with others doing the update. And I said always situate people to as if you're giving orders, and then you're looking at a map, and then everyone knows where you're looking at. But I'm just kidding. That was really good. You should be doing that more often, I think.
Yehuda, I don't know if I've brought this up before, but correct me or refresh my memory if I have. My brother got a book of dad jokes for Christmas, and I think I can give you a run for your money now.
Nonsense. I wrote it under my pen name. I'm just kidding.
You're probably one of those, secret authors, ghost writers. What does an intelligent owl say?
I don't know.
Whom?
That's true. That's actually a good one. What do you call Swedish egg humor?
No idea.
Yoke.
Not again. Not again.
Yeah, I mean that's a good one. How do you know that when do you know that a joke becomes a dad joke? You heard this one. It's because it's when it becomes apparent.
No dad jokes for me. I quit. The problem is he can just rattle these things off without having to recite them from a book.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I surrender.
All right. So, if you're done with dad jokes, let's get to another kind of jokes. Ryan.
There's some other people I want to bring up on the panel. For some reason I've got 3 requests and I can't bring anybody up. But go ahead, Bayanan.
Oh yeah. Like I said, let's talk about another kind of jokes. Like the example I had before. Russia said we will freeze everyone to death. What's now? I'm here in Germany. We have 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. It's really warm weather for the winter. It's fairly warm in Ukraine. In Russia, it's minus 30 degrees. So yeah, our gas reserves are really filled up now, 90%. And Charles, you want to correct me?
Yeah, Bionade, it just got really cold in Ukraine. Actually, we're actually sort of looking forward to this. The weather in Ukraine has turned. It's going to be under freezing basically from now until the foreseeable future on the long range forecast. So it actually looks quite positive. Yep. It has been unseasonably warm. Has been really warm, but today it changed.
It changed, but minus 6 to minus 10 degree in the winter is not really something special in Ukraine. So this was what we expected would happen at some point. What we don't expected that Western Europe would be still have plus 5, plus 10 degrees, and Russia would have minus 30 degrees. I think in Moscow right now, minus 20 something. They will have some problems. But yeah, the propaganda, you remember these videos, we will freeze Europe to that, and these videos, all the cities iced, and it really wasn't that. And then there was another commercial, the one with the cars and the horses, because we need horses. The prices for diesel and gasoline will be so immense. Charles, did you watch the gasoline prices in the last couple of weeks and months?
I don't pay attention to them too closely. I know they went way down. So I noticed when it's under €2 a liter, and I think we're down to like 160 a liter. So it's pretty low. So that's nice.
Yes, it's nice. So we did not have to switch to horses. Yeah, another point the Russians got wrong. The Russian propaganda blatantly lies to us. They want to influence us. And I remember what a big deal was it in Germany. We will freeze. We will have to watch our gas. And maybe if we were really had really bad luck, and it would be a really hard winter. But it wasn't. We managed our gas, and yeah, the outlook says at least until end of January we will have good and warm weather in the Western European section. So sounds quite good.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're not regretting having flared off all that gas at the pipeline head that led into Finland. But knowing what I know about their storage capacity, they probably didn't have a choice, or they would have stored it.
Yeah, the gas storage capacities were mostly in Western Europe, and yeah, they got basically they got state-owned now. It's now a German-owned company. So yeah, that didn't work out that way.
Yeah, they're not a prudent conservator of their natural resources. They're pretty much just harvesting them as quickly as they can to turn them around and flip them for $100 million pleasure yachts instead of buying working battleships that are now sitting on the bottom of the Black Sea. But I digress.
Ryan, have you some more bad takes of Russian propaganda you saw with your own eyes in Ukraine and can dispel and want to dispel?
I didn't see much Russian propaganda in Ukraine.
No. I mean Russian propaganda you saw before, and then you saw Ukraine on the ground and can say, oh, I can absolutely dispel this. This is so not true, and this is so dumb.
I actually have a friend, Julia, who we not Polish Julia with Renegade Relief, but a Ukrainian Julia who originally I think was born in the Netherlands, but she actually makes it a sport of conveying to Russians that life in Ukraine under Russian attack is not nearly as miserable as Russians seem to think it is. And they go absolutely wild when she sends them pictures of fully stocked grocery stores in Odessa or working restaurants in Kharkiv or Lviv. And they, just go almost animalistic in their responses, saying that she's lying. It must be somewhere in Israel, or it's it's here or it's there, but it's definitely not in Odessa. And you can see somebody told her it was Istanbul. She was taking a picture of a grocery store in Istanbul, and you can see all the hams laid out in the deli, and all of the writing in the produce section is written in Ukrainian. So it's obvious where the pictures are taken from, but the full-on denial of anybody who follows her from a Russian account is evident. I didn't see anything that I observed in Russian propaganda that I believed, or anything that surprised me of the difference between Ukrainian reality and what people might get from social media or YouTube videos or anything like that. But one of the funniest pieces of Russian propaganda that I saw in the last year was that video produced by the Kremlin that was basically a promotional ad encouraging people to immigrate to Russia, talking about what a great country it was for family values and economic opportunity and everything else. And it was impressively delusional, to say the least.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Okay, good. Fancy Pants, welcome.
Hello. So I'm happy that I get a chance to talk to you guys now. I didn't want to disturb the tank conversation earlier, as exciting as it has been. I enjoyed that nerd talk. I'm happy there's Ryan co-hosting, as maybe I can ask him a question. I have a plan tomorrow or Monday departing for Kiev, and I wanted to ask you, as so far I've only been Western Ukraine during the war now going to Kiev. What's your recommendations in going through all the way from the border to Kiev, or to do some stops in between? I guess you've gone that route several times. What's your recommendation? How would you take the route? With stops in between due to curfews, or all the way?
Are you traveling as a registered aid convoy, and are you part of a registered aid organization in either Ukraine or Poland?
No, I'm traveling for work, but not as an aid convoy or aid company.
I would probably stop in Lviv when curfew hits then, and continue your journey from Lviv to Kyiv outside of curfew hours. Curfew's different in different cities. The newer areas closer to the front have much earlier curfews, but I think curfew's 10 or 11 o'clock in Lviv. And if you're not traveling for a humanitarian purpose, no, I wouldn't break curfew. Only time I deliberately broke any curfews, I was traveling for business or volunteer reasons, and I had paperwork and cargo to prove it. I never really passed any checkpoints after curfew if I wasn't traveling for those reasons, and I don't know how that would work out for you, but I wouldn't want to mess around and find out.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not planning on violating curfews. That's why basically I was asking, right?
Yeah. There's plenty of places you can stay in Lviv, and I think it's about an 8-hour drive
to Kiev.
Yep. Yeah. But it's a pretty smooth transit between those two cities, especially compared to a lot of other places.
Yeah, so the route is all otherwise in order with working gas stations, if I understand.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Plenty of options.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
No problem. One of the things that might slow you down the most is getting stuck behind a convoy. If there's a diplomatic convoy, those are usually some of the worst about clogging up the main thoroughfare. But if you run into something like that, you can always pull over and take a break and get some coffee, or if you're lucky, they'll do that at some point between Kyiv and Lviv, and you won't be stuck in a huge bottleneck of people that are trying to drive much faster than they are.
One more question, if I might add.
Sure.
How did you deal with air raids along the way? I once got stuck in an air raid in the border region. Basically, we're stuck at the border control, and it was my first time, so I got a bit of uneasy. But general, how is air raid alerts treated by you, for instance, on the road? Do you stay outside of cities, or do you pull over and seek shelter, or just ignore it and go on?
The latter.
Okay.
Much harder to hit a moving target. They're probably not trying to strike the major thoroughfares. They're trying to attack infrastructure, which is some industrial areas and power generation facilities, water processing plants, things like that, dams. I actually get messages in a group of on-the-ground volunteer orgs that give us even latitude and longitude coordinates and specific targets that have been identified by third-party countries as potential high-risk locations. And, we get buyer beware notices. If you're traveling in and around this area, there's expected airstrikes today, and, put on your game clothes or be alert and be, cognizant that you might be operating in an area that could have an additional risk of airstrikes. But I don't frequently operate in those areas anyway. And I'm not going to go run and hide in a basement when I'm over there doing humanitarian work unless I see something within my line of sight go boom. I live in Oklahoma. We joke here about people and being fearful of tornadoes. And the joke is you can tell an Oklahoman from a tourist because when the air raid sirens go off, the tourists are looking for the basement to hide in, and everybody from Oklahoma walks out in the parking lot and looks for the tornado. So
I do understand that.
Not trying to get myself in any trouble, but I'm not going to assume I'm in any extreme danger until I see some extreme danger. Everybody else lives over there and has lived a life over there for months and years now in some cases, depending on what part of Ukraine they're in, and they're just fine. They don't wear body armor every day. They just live their life and try not to get killed by some crazy effing Russians. So I travel as safely as I can, but I don't do anything overly cautious. I think you'll be just fine going from Kyiv to Lviv, and I wouldn't worry about pulling over and hiding for any air raids. If you don't already have that app downloaded on your phone that tells you if there's an air raid in the area you're in, I can share it with you, but you pretty much tell it what oblast you're staying in, and it will give you notice.
I do have that app.
Okay, you're good then.
Yeah, and mostly so far I was staying in Volinsk Oblast, and there I had the situation that I always overslept air raid, and probably as most of Ukrainians already do. Yeah, but thanks for letting me know. My biggest worry, to be honest, was if the roads would be much slower than usual than I used to know, and if I make it in time. But it sounds like the roads are just fine to go normal speeds, except for, as you said, a convoy.
The roads between those areas are pretty normal speeds. They do have a few checkpoints, so just be sure to slow down at those and keep an eye out for them. There's at least 4 or 5 between Lviv and Kyiv, and some of them are in not so great areas along the roadway, but if they're wanting to check cars, they'll be standing out there and flashing you with a flashlight if it's after dark, or flagging you down. You'll know. And they're clearing the roads really well. The public service people clean all the snow off and ice or de-ice and salt the roads and do all of that on a pretty regular basis, even through the whole 2 months I was there. They did a spectacular job of maintaining the roadways, because equipment needs to get through just like people do. You got to keep the country going.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
No problem. I have no idea what we were talking about before roads in Ukraine.
It's not a problem, Ryan. We have enough new topics, and you know what? Ben is coming on soon, and since Ben is coming on soon, we can already prepare a few topics about economy. And maybe you remember the whole Bonduel thing, where Ben really brought this up a little bit into the daylight. Bonduel even got into the international media, and now the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption in France called for sanctions against the French company Bonduel. Yeah, sounds interesting. So, for everyone who haven't heard about Bonduel, the thing with Bonduel is Bonduel exited in March 2022 the Ukrainian market, but did not exit the Russian market. They still stayed in Russia, kept producing in Russia. A couple of days ago, there was a little bit attention in the media because, there allegedly have been presents given to Russian soldiers from Bonduel, the company which is packing canned vegetables and some things like this. And was a big scandal. They said no, we didn't do it. Still fighting if this happened or if it's not happened. But the media was all over it, and the big problem, in my opinion, is that Bonduel is still operating in Russia. The point here is all the vegetables which are sold in Russia from Bonduel, they are not exported or something like this. They are locally produced in Russia, getting canned from Bonduel, and then shipped out not to Ukraine, in Russia. So it's a whole domestic process. So nobody will hunger if Bonduel would say, "Oh, stop! I will be here in the market anymore. I exit the market." So this was a big scandal, and now the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption is calling for sanctions against Bonduel. It's really interesting, in my opinion. We will see how this works out. Ryan, are you there? Nope. Looks like I lost Ryan. All right. That's Johanna. Can somebody hear me?
I can hear you well.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So it seems like Ryan is still on as a co-host, but not really much because I can't hear him speaking. But he just brought up Johanna. That's great. All right, Ryan, what you need to do is to restart your phone, come up again on the space, end the co-hosting, and we will bring you up soon. In the meantime, Joanna, you brought us some news.
Yes, hello, Bernardo. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick, so my voice is not perfect. And I just wanted to say that I'm very glad that Ryan is a co-host again. But, well, he just disappeared, so I hope to see him up soon. Yes, you were talking about the weather, and it's very cold indeed in Russia. And I guess they deserved it. I just sent you a link with something that happened in Kursk. Uh, so there was a problem with the electricity and the heating, and apparently the second Mogva district in Kursk is without heating right now at minus 20 degrees. So I guess not Europe will be freezing in winter, but actually the Russians. So that's what I wanted to add to the weather forecast conversation.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll see. Maybe we're getting Ryan back up soon. In the meantime, if you want to join us here up in the speaker panel, please request the microphone. If you have any questions, please raise your hand like Chris did. And I'm just going to mention quickly, if you have missed an interview we had, if you couldn't hear one of our regular speakers like Malcolm Nance, or yesterday we had a whole also squad with who was there? James Vasquez, Rip Rawlings, so many people. I hope I don't forget anyone. Don't feel mad. It was a great panel. We had so many great people here. If you missed something of this, go to the Spotify. There will be soon record all of this. You can listen to the podcast from MriyaReport. If you're wondering where I can find this podcast on Spotify, just go to the MriyaReport.org website. There will be a link, and you can listen to the podcast at any time of the day you want. So, also, if you want to support the people on the ground in Ukraine with non-lethal aid, it's not a problem at all. Just go to MriyaAid.org. It's a 100% volunteer-based organization, and yeah, no overhead cost, nothing like people which are working there. All volunteers, nobody gets paid. So your money, what you send, is going directly to Ukraine and to assist Ukrainians. All right. With this, please, Chris.
Hi, Bernard. It was just the conversation about the weather there, and I can't put my hand on it now, but I saw this amazing video forecast of a massive snowstorm that was going on in Russia. I think it was a real thing, that was forecast in Russia, but seemed to sort of like skirt around the borders of Ukraine. I don't know if you saw that or not. And then I was just like looking up to see what when I looked a few days ago, and it said like the January the 14th or something, the weather was going to be really, really cold. It's going to be like, I don't know, -5, -7. But actually, looking at it again, it looks a bit milder than that. So just thought that was interesting.
Thank you very much. Joanna, please.
Yes, so it's Ventus Sky. That's how it's called, the site. And I've also seen this video. It's a very good site for weather forecast. And in fact, there is a front of high pressure and cold that is affecting Russia, the European part of Russia, because up until now, it was very cold in Russia, but beyond the Urals, to the eastern part. But right now, there is this front of cold weather that is coming in the European part of Russia, and it's touching the eastern border of Ukraine, but it's just touching it. It doesn't go very far into Ukraine. So the eastern part of Ukraine for about a week, it will be between -10 and minus, let's say, 17, the minimum temperature. The maximums are still on minus, but not so low. Maybe -8, -9. It is the temperature that was today in Kiev, for example. In Kharkiv, it was down to -17, but it will get better in about a week. On the contrary, in Russia, it will be -20 for a longer time, and Moscow will be affected, as well as the regions bordering Ukraine, like Belgorod and Kursk and others. So yeah, it's very interesting. You can check on the site, and it's also you can check also the winds, and it is important because wind combined with the cold, it's totally another matter, especially for persons. If you are to get out in the cold and it's windy, it's much you feel much more the cold than if it's not windy. And also, and this is my last thing, it will be kind of stormy in the Black Sea and Azov Sea on the Kerch Strait these days, the next 2 or 3 days, which can disrupt the supply to the ports that Russians are using, for example, Mariupol or the ports in Crimea. Go check on Ventus Sky. It's quite a good site and usually accurate for short periods of time, like up to a week.
What is that site, Joanna?
It's Ventus Sky, VENTUSKY.
Okay, I've got that. Thank you.
All right. Ryan, welcome back.
I crashed my phone trying to send signal messages to Ukraine. Somebody's probably watching me.
I just wanted to say my other brain damaged cartoon dog is back up here. It's really great.
And please let me say, great to see you up there as co-host, Ryan. I waited for this moment, so I'm very glad you are again a co-host. And I was listening to all your stories. I rarely came up to speak to you, but I was listening to it, and I'm very happy to see you as a co-host again. Thank you.
Happy to be helping on the Maria Report again, even if not as frequently as I was before. But I promise it's only because I'm doing other stuff that's equally as important.
That's good to hear, and that's good to hear.
And I'll tell you more once we have the 6 bags of medical supplies in Ukraine.
All right. I see we have Per with us. Per, please.
Hi. I just saw a video, it was an interview with a soldier who was in Makivka, and he basically explained that the soldiers were gathering there because the colonel insisted. I don't know if you've seen this interview or if you've discussed it, but he basically, against the advice of the soldiers, he kind of forced them to be there. I mean, this is the soldiers saying this, but apparently the colonel wanted them to be there. So anyway, if somebody knows, so it wasn't the soldiers' fault, like they're trying to portray it in the Russian media. But anyway, if somebody knows Zelensky, I would like to nominate a guy for a medal. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, sorry, I have no personal link to him, and I haven't seen the video because I'm sadly up here co-hosting. Can't watch any videos in the moment. Ryan, have you seen the video?
Negative.
So sorry, can't help you there, Per.
Oh no, but it's they interviewed, so apparently, I mean, it's not the soldier's fault. It's not the mobile phone, or it's the colonel. He, against all sensible reason, he put them in the building at the same time.
Yeah, sounds interesting. We will see. Like I said, haven't seen the whole video, can't get the whole context, so I'm sorry. Maybe you send it to me and I will do it later. 1 to 2.
Per, do you know where you put a lot of soldiers like that in a building? Where, just from a...
Sorry?
Do you know probably why they put a lot of Mobics like that in one building?
I'm guessing for information, or maybe it was to listen to Putin's speech or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was.
No,
but they shouldn't be there together.
No, but my theory is that they have so bad morale, and when you have that, you put a lot of people in the same place, as you do with with formations. You put a lot of people together when you have low morale, because then they will give each other better morale. So if you put them like loosely spaced out in smaller groups, there's a more chance that they will, talk more, be more afraid. But if you concentrate them, they'll, invigorate each other, and
spread.
They'll not be
spread COVID and other viral diseases, and but
yeah.
No, but I'm a fan of the idea. I think they should continue with that. I'm a fan. So
yeah,
I
it's
would
a
be
great
happy
idea.
if they
well, there's plenty of photographic evidence of them doing exactly that. They were placing all of these conscripts in gymnasiums on pallets that didn't look very comfortable to me, and they were having issues with lice and other just basic hygiene problems because they were putting these people in gymnasiums that weren't designed to keep those people washed or fed and clothed properly. So if they're having the same problems once they get to the front, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. You can keep them all corralled there. It takes less night shift people to make sure they don't scurry off into the night and run back home because they don't want to be there in the first place. But yeah, hopefully you can show them all some propaganda at the same time and boost their morale too. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. That is that the Mahdi I remember from months ago, or is this a new Mahdi?
Hi, thank
New
you.
Mahdi.
I spoke to. Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Yes, I have spoken before, not often, but I spoke this morning, well, a few hours ago, and I just wanted to correct something that I actually said. So I was speaking about this Russian ship, Lady R, who slipped into the Simonstown Naval Dockyard in Simonstown, Cape Town, South Africa, on the 6th of December. And there was all sorts of loading and unloading there. We didn't know what it was. The press tried to find out, the public tried to find out. In any case, it then slipped out again in the dark again at night on the 9th of December. And for no one really knew what it was, although questions were asked. In any case, so what I said was that there have not been any statements by government officials or anything about this. But in fact, that was not quite correct, because what happened was the Minister of Defence was giving a press briefing on another issue to some people, and someone asked her a question, so she replied to it, but very briefly. So she did in fact say something, but I'll tell you what she said. So it says that here the Lady R's cargo was an old order for ammunition. Medici, she's the minister, says, but remains tight-lipped on details. So the cargo offloaded by the Russian ship Lady R was an old outstanding order for ammunition used by the special forces. And then she says that it was ordered, the order came long before COVID. The minister did confirm that Lady R's cargo was an old order which had been made before the pandemic. And it was an old outstanding order for ammunition used by the special forces. So that's what we do know. More than that, I haven't seen anything else myself. I haven't seen any other statements, but in fact, she did say something, but that's all that she said. So we still don't really know any more details about that. But the ship is on its way to Istanbul to dock there on about the 15th of January. I think, according to Marine Tracker, it might have stayed over at Mozambique for a while. I'm not sure. I haven't got a paid subscription to see all the movements. If anyone has got a paid subscription, they could actually look it up for Lady R. And the article is in
short question. Did they deliver something to South Africa, or did they pick up something from South Africa?
It appears from what she said that they picked something up. This is all that I'm reading from this actual article. So yeah, so we still weren't totally sure, but we think it picked up, because she said it was so I don't know, it was an order. Did we order it or did they order it? Not sure. So it's supposed to arrive in Turkey, in Istanbul, on the 15th of January. So we still don't really know much more than that.
There's a guy.
So I just wanted to correct the fact that she actually did say something.
There's a guy on Twitter that religiously watches transits through the Bosphorus Strait. He gets high quality photographs and does some in-depth analysis of ownership and all of the other things. And he would probably love to keep an eye on this ship and any other ships that get close to it, and see if maybe they shift some of their cargo onto less closely watched vessel.
Yeah, it also apparently had its transponder off at some stages, but we have got photos of it, because everyone was taking photos of it when it was in Simonstown. So we've got some good, and also of the trucks going in and out of the dockyard. it shouldn't have been in that naval dockyard because that's a national key point, and it should have been at the Table Bay harbor. So yeah, there was a lot of very interesting things happening there, and so we only know little that she says that the order was long before COVID, and it's happening now. So yes, as you said, I don't know if they were unloading or offloading.
Well, I'm sure somebody will be able to look into it and give us an update.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And can you please put me down to listener?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure, Maddie, but we will tell you something better. You can also click on your own profile picture if you're here in the space, and then there's a button where you can drop yourself if you want to do it by yourself.
So I don't know how to do it. I will try.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just don't worry. Alrighty, Ryan. So, you want to speak about more news? I had some more news. Oh, we are talking about vessels and ships, and today in the Odessa region, 2 drifting anti-ship mines were found and destroyed. Yeah. So this is another topic. Not only the mines, which are spread all across over Ukraine, in the areas where the Russians were. There's lots of ammunition. It will take years and decades, most likely, to get rid of them. There are also many sea mines, which, lost their anchoring, got adrift, getting washed on the shores, drifting into ships. It's a really big problem. Ryan.
Sorry, I think I was off mute there. You probably heard me tapping my phone.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. That's not a problem at all. I just thought you wanted to add something.
No, I want somebody to respond to my signal message so I can figure out if they can pick up these medical supplies for me.
Yeah, Ryan, let's talk maybe about this topic. Do you have any new projects you can disclose a little bit to us? I can imagine you are involved in many projects.
There's a listener, and I don't know if they've ever spoken on the MriyaReport before, but a frequent listener and one of my followers on Twitter who reached out after I brought up the need for the food slicer and the Kharkiv hospital, and the guy originally offered to send over table mount potato French fry slicer out of his own inventory. I think he's a restaurateur. At the time, there was another volunteer and donor who was in the Netherlands who said she worked in the hospital food industry and she was just going to buy these 2 pieces of equipment, and even offered to buy a generator as well and send it all on a pallet to Poland. So I went with option 2. The lady, for reasons unknown to me, could not follow through on that. I think something came up at the last minute, but when that fizzled out, I reached back out to the first guy who had offered to send a piece of equipment that was hundreds of dollars to him. I posted something on Twitter about a week later, once I got settled in here back in the US, and I volunteered for people to make contributions to Maria Aid so we could get that piece of equipment purchased. And that original guy reached back out to me and said, "Did this not happen?" I told him no, it didn't. He said, "Well, take whatever money's donated through to Maria Aid and buy other stuff for that hospital, but I'm going to buy this food service equipment and get it to you at an address in Poland, and then we can get it to the hospital." So it's currently purchased. I think it should have been delivered. Got some conflicting info yesterday about whether it was marked delivered by the shipper, and the receiver thought they had gotten it, but I don't think had laid eyes on the box yet. Anyway, it'll be going into Ukraine in the next couple of days, and somebody reached out to me privately needing to get some medical supplies in as well, and they're trusted individuals, so we'll be happy to move in some IFACs and stuff for them. If I already know somebody going that way, it makes all the sense in the world to fill up the vehicles. That's all. Oh, the other one is Anna's patient with 40% severe burns on his body that we need to get relocated out of Ukraine and into a neighboring country, preferably Poland. She's gotten a whole bunch of retweets on her post. I think it's still up in the nest right now, but more than anything, we need a letter from a government minister that says that one of these burn units can or should accept them. It's not a factor of getting a hold of a nurse at a specific burn center and her saying, yes, we have a bed available. It's getting Poland to accept the liability of somebody with very severe injuries and acknowledge, who's going to cover the bill, to be quite frank. I hate to boil it down to that, but sometimes that's really what matters. And if representative of the government says we're going to cover this, this guy's defending Ukraine and Greater Europe, and selflessly sacrifice their body and their health, and we're going to take care of them, then sometimes you need a letter from a guy in a suit saying that. But that has not been taken care of yet, and it needs to be done sooner rather than later, because somebody with burns that your body is your skin is an organ just like all of your other internal organs are. And when you have a burn over that significant a portion of your body, you have a huge exposure to infection, which can cause sepsis, which can cause somebody to die in a matter of hours. So it's like having a giant open wound continuously that has to be debrided. And when I say debrided, you can think of it like steel wool on your skin, but very burned, painful portions of your body to make sure that you don't end up with necrosis. And that all takes a whole bunch of resources and a whole bunch of time and a whole bunch of pain medicines. And all of those things are in high demand in Ukraine. So if they're having to use an inordinate amount of pain medication or gauze or people to take care of that one patient, that's 10 more patients with smaller injuries that they can't take care of, or people with more critical injuries because they're trying to keep that one guy in a situation where he'll survive. And if Poland or a neighboring country, doesn't have to be Poland, if somebody can agree to take this patient and get him evacuated out of Ukraine, it would open up a whole lot of resources for other people who need it desperately in Ukraine. So those are the three things. And co-hosting.
And co-hosting, right? And co-hosting, obviously. All right. I had a conversation with a couple of people a few days ago, and yeah, they were thinking about helping out and yeah, looking for charities and good organizations on the ground, and they were worried about, oh, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to look for the small groups, or for the people which were freshly liberated, or don't forget these people. And right, is there a system? How does it work with the distribution of yeah, things to help? And I heard from Genia last week in an interview where he said the charity and the help organizations, they have some kind of not like a contest, but there is some kind of yeah, they're challenging each other, and everyone tries to do his best, and there's a little bit of competition. Let's put it this way, not in a bad way, but if people can deliver things faster or can do things better, they're really service oriented and really watching out that they can do it better. What would you say? How does it work, the system? Does it work good? What problems they are facing?
I would
Give us a little bit
say
rundown.
there are a number of organizations that stood up unexpectedly, that moved in to fill gaps that the big organizations like Red Cross either couldn't or wouldn't or weren't aware of, needing to be of. Things have evolved rapidly, and there are some people that stood up with great intentions and are now struggling. There's other groups that are doing really good work and aren't struggling. But I think I know for a fact there's organizations that have dissolved either because they didn't have funding or because something else came up and they couldn't continue this in the long term. But I know everybody, at least from my observations, has tried to work together and help one another, and I don't see any competition amongst any of the aid organizations. Quite the opposite. We're part of a group of what started out as 12 when I was asked to go and represent MriyaReport and Maria Aid. Well, I guess MriyaReport specifically. There were 12 groups and 4 nations when I went to that, and I think there were 16 groups and hopefully 5 or 6 nations soon to come involved in working together and exchanging best practices and do's and don'ts, and trying to help each other out with information and logistics and sharing things we've learned with one another as best we can, just because we're all working towards a common goal here. I don't know if the same can be said in the food provision category as far as cooked hot meals, but I haven't delivered any hot meals to anybody. We're delivering dry goods and water purification stuff and humanitarian aid, clothes, medical supplies, hospital equipment, all that stuff. So a little different. We picked up some stuff from a guy driving out of Kharkiv one day on the E40 and came up on a blown out bridge over a rail line. And the guy was turning around in a RAV4 going back the other way, and he stopped and flashed us. We realized he was flashing us because the road was blown out, and it was a British guy who opened up the back of his vehicle and gave us all the aid stuff that he was taking to a volunteer unit much closer to the front than where we were that morning. But Chris with Renegade Relief, I think, knew some of the same people and told him, we're heading that way. We'll find a different way around, but have you been out here before? And the guy hadn't been out in that area before. So Chris volunteered and said, I'll take this to where it needs to go. Just let me know who it's for. And we all exchanged numbers on the E40 right next to the blown out bridge. And Chris got him some pictures to confirm that we delivered it who it needed to be delivered to. And, everybody worked together, even on a highway that probably had mines along the side of it. Actually, it didn't probably have, it definitely had, because I saw the mine warning stuff out in the fields. So
Thank you, Ryan.
Can't say the same for the hot food business, or I shouldn't say business, the hot food volunteer network. If anybody's trying to compete with Chef Zhenya, they're going to be hard pressed to do a better job, though.
Indeed. Excuse me. All right. I see Ben is up. Ben, very warm welcome to you. Ben, bonjour.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, mon ami.
Gute Nacht. Alles gut?
Oh, alles gut. Danke sehr.
Okay, I'm very happy to hear you guys. What can I say? I'm sorry, I don't want to barge into the conversation of Ryan. I think he's doing a fantastic job, but he's the only one who can speak of it like this because, yeah, I have no idea where the E40 is, and I didn't know there was a blown up bridge there. But he does a fantastic job in there. Taking us there with him, you really do have a gift as a storyteller and describing. Like it takes absolute borderline genius to be able to turn a trip from A to B in pitch darkness across villages you've never heard about, where you won't be able to communicate with anyone, and turn this into a fascinating, mind teasing and moral boosting story. So that's fantastic. But you know what else is really good for morale? German invades. Apparently, things are shaking up, and they could be in the process of happening. So, yeah, it's great. There seem to be as well of in good order because there was one of the questions. Apparently, a lot of the models are fairly old, and one of the issues whether are they going to be working? Is it going to take a long time to the Bundeswehr to make them function? And it seems not to be the case. It seems that they're going to be able to be sent really fast, and that's great news. And other good news are in the pipeline. I cannot tell anything because that's really far away from my specialty and things I can talk about with a minimum amount of aplomb. But at the very least, some of the bad news that we heard over the past 2 or 3 days seem to have been reverted. So that's good news. Anyway, beside that, I see Lisa has her hand up, and Bayonada, you may have things to say as well. So I will shut up, but I want to just revert to my first point. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, let's Lisa go first because I have connection issues at the moment.
Perfect. I was actually stuck on a screen trying to pull up some pictures of the bridge. I'm gonna share them with the class.
All right, I can hear you again. Oh, that's amazing. Ben, you talked about martyrs, right?
I did. I have.
I just heard martyrs are good for the morale, and then there was nothing anymore. But yeah, martyrs are coming. In some parts of the German press, they are starting to candidate. We want the Leopards. How long can Scholz stay against the pressure? Was the martyr a door opener? Was he the hooligan tool? We don't know. We will see. But yeah, like Axel said before, it would be really a great move if this happens in close work together with the Polish people, with the Polish nation, and they would maybe release together with Germany the Leopards. We will see. Right. Yeah. Let me guess. You just got your not mic.
Yeah, I'm hot micing you again. Here.
Yeah. All good. We should go to Lisa finally.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, Lisa.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about Anna, and I appreciate you, Ryan, for sharing all that information. You say preferably he needs to go to Poland?
Yes, I think that would probably be the easiest route out. I don't know. I do know exactly where he's at, but yeah, Poland would probably be the quickest, shortest route. and he can't be meta-flighted out, so he has to be driven. And
Okay. Is it okay, like, if we get him to a certain point, I mean, is the Polish airspace closed? Is that why
no,
you can't
Ukrainian
go?
airspace is closed. He can't be flown in
Okay,
or out of Ukraine. He has to
right,
be brought to the border.
right. Okay, I just wondered because I didn't know. Um, is there anyone that you can write to? I mean, that we can send letters to?
Working on it. I
Okay,
didn't know if somebody.
I know.
Sometimes we have people listening that have better connections than we're aware of as hosts or moderators or other guests listening. And sometimes they come up and let us know they're here, and or send us private messages and let us know. So I was just answering Bionad's question, but I've got a few resources that I haven't yet tapped. Was just kind of hoping to give it a little time and that something would materialize without me having to make those phone calls or send those emails.
Right. Well, I surely hope and pray that that does work out. I've been thinking about that. That's been on my mind and that. But yeah, that's the question I was just going to ask. But I haven't. The last couple of days, I may have been up here, but I wasn't listening because I've been busy doing stuff. But yeah, I know of a person who knows people, but I'm not sure how high they know. Um, and I didn't want to share anything with them until I found out what was going on with you guys and everything.
Well, I heard from Anna earlier, and I guess she's gotten over 1,000 retweets, but nothing yet of substance.
Did I cut out?
No, you didn't cut out. I can hear you.
Oh, because somebody started calling me. I'm like, what happened? And then I couldn't hear you guys. I just hung up on them. So
that happens.
Yeah. Gosh, you've probably used your phone more than you've ever used it in your life.
Yeah, it's time for a new battery or a new phone, to be honest. This one wasn't even that old, but
Yeah.
it's gone through a lot of battery cycles in the last 10 months.
Wow. So, are you planning on going back over there?
Yeah. In
Okay.
February.
Yeah. I didn't know for sure or not. But yeah, I just appreciate that you can do so much and that you do know people. And it sounds like I liked it when you told people that you can't just go there thinking you can spend 2 weeks there, because it just takes 2 weeks just to get to know how to get around and who to talk to and how to do things. So that was good information. I know there's a lot of people that want to go, but it's like, I just want to go over there and help a little bit. But it's like, if you can't devote your whole time to doing it for however long, then it's not a good idea to do that.
Exactly. And I didn't do all of that on my own. I had quite a bit of help from some Ukrainians that I already knew before I even arrived. So
yeah, because you have family that originated from there, right?
None of the family I have that originated in Ukraine survived the Russians in the 1800s. So no connections any longer. But I spent 8 months on the MriyaReport before I was ever in Ukraine. So I had established quite a few connections here that were very helpful in putting me in touch with people there that are now my lifelong friends.
I think that's pretty neat. I just sounds, it's just very good that you're making those connections, that you can be very helpful and everything. So, okay. Well, thank you so much, Ryan, for all the work you're doing over there.
Thanks, Lisa.
On behalf of all of us, and you take care. And I'll be listening. And take care, everybody. I'm just going to drop down and listen.
Ben, are we going to cover any financial news like the price of Russian Ural oil?
I'd love to. I would absolutely love to. And also because I'm actually reading a book about it, so I'm not on top of the news today. I thought it's Saturday, no need to be too careful. But well, first of all, if you have any information I'm sharing, I'd be very happy. And
I saw a story, or I guess I shouldn't say a story. I saw a tweet that had a linked news article with it that said Russian Ural oil was trading at below $40 a barrel, which was half of Brent price.
50.
No. It was trading at like $37, some sort of discount. It was atrocious. Hang on, I'll find it. I shared it in the econ thread, but I'll go find it again. It surprised even me. That's why I shared it. But you don't read my tweets apparently, or my shares. $37. Hang on. Do you know who Giovanni Stanovo is? Because I don't.
No.
Okay.
No, he's not. I've not heard about him, but seems to be awfully
commodity analyst. He says the value of Urals crude has been trading below the G7 $60 price cap since November 18th, and Platts last assessed it at $37.63 on January 4th, around half the value of dated Brent. S&P Global Commodity Insights data showed.
Maybe it's what's the country of fresh off the boat?
What's the what?
Like maybe it's the country of fresh off the boat. Like, isn't it one of those cases where the transport cost is not being included or something like this, which would explain the $13 difference?
Hang on, let me check the S&P Global article. That's what I didn't do, was read my sources. I hate it.
Because there's another thing to remark, is that Brent, I think, yesterday was just below 80. So if the Ural is at 37, let's say 40, the Ural is at 40. That means that it is now officially 50% below. This is absurd. Like,
I'll send you this S&P article. It might be a refining cost problem. They're selling at a discount because the refineries don't need it, or the refineries that can refine it aren't allowed to. So they're having to sell to somebody that doesn't necessarily want their product, but they'll take it for $37. This is way too long for me to read and co-host right now, but I'll keep browsing it.
you send it, right? You send it to me?
Yes. Hang on, I'll send it to you now.
Okay, thanks.
In other news, Bionad has his hand up.
Yeah, sorry. In other news, the Ukrainian National Agency on Corruption Prevention asked for sanctions against Bonduel. And isn't that great?
Sorry, repeat that.
The Ukrainian National Agency for Prevention of Corruption called for sanctions against the French company Bonduelle.
I thought they said they weren't responsible for the food that was sent to the Russian front. Didn't they try to shirk responsibility on that?
Yeah, but the main problem is Bonduelle is still operating in Russia.
Exactly.
Yeah, all the food they are producing there, because they're saying, yeah, but for moral reasons we can't exit the Russian market. It's moral reasons, guys. Please, we are delivering food, but actually the food is getting produced in Russia, just get canned by Bonduelle in Russia, and then shipped domestically and sold domestically in Russia. And it's not a basic food product; it's a luxury product there. So yeah, that's a big deal. Besides of the latest scandal with the maybe cans the Russian soldiers got or not got.
Yeah, and there, you made a good point a few days back, Bayonada, on the fact that the guys from Bonduelle cannot be serious when they're saying that they're not helping the Russian war effort, because in many ways they do. The first one is that they're still paying taxes, and we've seen very recently that the Russian state is starting to use companies as complete cash cows for, like, not even cash cows, wrong animal, piggy banks. They're totally taking their money and forcing them to pay abnormally high tax rates, sort of one-off. We take all your assets, not your assets, we take all your cash, and because we need to pay for the war. For the moment, no foreign company has been targeted, but it's very likely that they will. The second point, I think that's the one you raised, Bayonara, is the fact that there's all those laws that force the companies in Russia to organize who should go and who shouldn't go to the mobilization, who should be sent to Ukraine and who shouldn't. That makes them direct. How can I put it? Helps to the Russian state in its military functions. So it's undeniable that they are forced to do this. And finally, there's their very presence, their very name, the fact that everyone knows that they're French, is a clear indication for everyone that in Russia is not yet completely isolated. We still have friends. If we have friends, maybe at some point our friends are going to take over, and that takeover is going to allow them to control the situation, change the situation, stop sending weapons to Ukraine, and as a result, we will win. And that's the sort of propaganda wins that those guys are offering to the Russian state at the moment. A little bit like if a country was having problem with the United States, but Coca-Cola was still there. I'm sorry, Coca-Cola is every bit as much the United States as the president of the United States. There's no way around it. And the minute Coca-Cola is still trading in a country, that means that that country is not truly being isolated by the United States. That means that this country still has friends in the United States. And that's the third reason why Bonduelle should leave, and Bonduelle really need to go away. I hope that tonight I will have some time to write a few posts about that. Remind them that we're still paying attention. Remind them that the story is not dead, and push forward. Ryan, I've seen your messages.
Yes, I deleted. I sent you 2 stories. The first one is trash. If it didn't delete on your end, it deleted on mine. The second one is the reference to the $37 a barrel strike price, and I don't know if that's, I may be misusing the term strike price. Whatever the case, if it's 37 after some discounts, then it's not even worth selling the oil, really. It costs more than that to produce it.
Just a quick addition to the bond oil topic. The other point, which is really often not mentioned so much, is that having canned food like bond oil has in a society where, besides in the big cities, most food is locally produced. Having canned food and easy access to canned food, what do you think? What would you send to the front or to your family member, which is a Mobic? I mean, obviously you send canned food and not fresh vegetables. And this is the point. The easy access is there. The market is there. It will be enough provided, and nobody stops the Russian army to go into shops and buy bond oil products. So you're basically feeding, in a way, Russian soldiers. And like I said, bond oil is really operating their plants there. Products getting sourced locally. They are just in for the money. And they are, I don't know if they are donating to Ukraine, but like I said, they stopped their work in Ukraine in March. Yeah. Let's get back to the oil. Ben, do you had the possibility to look in a little bit into the article?
No, actually, I'm probably about to trade out the co-host seat with Ben. I'll stay on as a speaker, but I also don't have a subscription to S&P Global, so maybe Ben does, and he can read the rest of that, or send me a copy that isn't paywalled.
That's a good plan.
No, but it
All
doesn't.
right.
I don't think. Let's put it this way. There are indications that Russian crude oil is trading at lower than ever. It could be as low as $38, but probably this is a freak data point. But we never know. That might become the basis.
Well, I would say you're probably right, because if it was trading that cheap, everybody would be buying it, even if it is blood oil. But thank you for taking over as co-host, Ben, because my brother is entrusting me with the care of his stepson, and I don't know whether I'm scared or honored by that, but my brother probably knows me better than anyone in this world, and for some reason he's leaving his stepson in my custody.
Sorry, how old is the stepson?
Judah's 8, I think. How old's Judah? 8. I think he's 8.
Oh,
I've got nieces and
not a problem at all. You will have a blast.
Yeah, apparently they
This
needed
will
to
be a good
borrow
time.
a car. They couldn't get a hold of me, so they called my girlfriend and told her that that's why they were trying to call me, and I was busy co-hosting, and now they're going to bring their kid over. So perfect timing. I think they just showed up. I'll be around.
All right, Brian. Have a nice time. Have some fun. It's really great. We all need a little bit. How do we call it? Charts you here. Is it rest and recreational time, or how do we call it?
Hold on, unmute. Yeah, R&R. I don't know what the R&R stands for. It's just always R&R.
Rest and recreation.
See, sometimes the guys who are in the military, we don't know the acronyms.
Probably
We
like
just
rest and
call them that.
recuperation. Who knows? It's R&R.
Exactly.
Rye and
Charles, I'll do a ASMR sound of R&R right now.
Oh, that's a little bit. Oh, okay. Well, luckily there was that sound at the end. It was a little bit disconcerting, and yeah. But I'll give you an example, Ben. So there was a few months ago, the U.S. Army in their aid package gave something called RAMS, RAAMS. It's actually in the new aid package too. These are the distributable mine systems that are fired through 155 tubes. I had no idea what RAMS stood for. Still don't, actually, so please don't ask me. It's just RAMS. So a lot of times we don't know actually what it means.
nobody knows what it means, but it sounds provocative. That's a quote from a song or a show. I don't know. It's a song. It's a song. Somebody's gonna have
Was
to
it limited to Oklahoma or did it go worldwide?
No, it was who's the guy, the famous SNL actor that did Ricky Bobby?
Yeah, Will Ferrell.
Yeah,
That's his
Will
name.
Ferrell said it in somebody's music video. Don't act like I'm weird, Charles.
That's all right. Well, let me hand the cowbell over to
I'm gonna
Ben and
find it
Leonardo.
now.
I think we've taken over. I think we just need more cowbell.
I have an official request, by the way, for tonight.
Please. Erland, your request.
Yeah, my request is I want David Brookfield to man up and tell his last story, even if the Yanks are on.
All right, that's an insider I did not get. Please, Erland, explain it to me.
He's given us a hint that there is a story, a last story of his, that he will tell, but he's scared of the Yanks being not liking it.
All right. That's a big no-no.
Oh, is it? Okay.
All right, it's a big no-no. I'm sorry.
What are
I'm
you
sorry.
talking? What are you talking about, Bayonetta?
I just
no.
thought that it's a long
Okay.
time since we've heard David's telling his stories, and it's Saturday night. It would be nice.
Yeah, but we don't do it tonight. Maybe we will find a good night. It's a Crimea beach party or something like this. But not tonight, Erland. Not tonight. All right. So we have a hand up. Abdallah, please.
Hey, excuse me, I took off. Leonardo, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
I can hear you, but
Yeah, I
you
don't know
don't
why
care
I
about
can't
this?
hear you guys well. So I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say, and then I'll drop down to listen. Hey, hello, folks. It's my last day here. You know, our R&R in Morocco, so we're going back home. So I don't know if you guys saw that on Twitter today. This Russian fascist, this mixed martial arts guy in Dubai, is scattering supposedly what he's claiming that Russian soil in a beach in Dubai, and claiming that the soil is from Russia, that Russia is everywhere. They're Nazi, what do you call, their fascist propaganda. And I hope the UAE authorities in Dubai will deport this jackass back to where he belongs, in Mother Russia. Erland, I just wanted to ask, my favorite Italian, now since the major countries in Europe have released some heavy stuff in terms of weaponry, what's your prime minister gonna do to deliver weapons to Ukraine? Any ideas?
Well, first, I want to note that I am not an Italian citizen, so I'm not responsible for the people in government there. I do, however, have a history of living in Italy, and I love the country. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Italy is gonna do something. Meloni wouldn't like to be the odd one out. Italy has a lot of military equipment in storage, and there is a minister of the defense minister who's I think he would like to buy some new weapons. So maybe time to hand off some equipment. I'm pretty sure Italy is going to send something soon now.
Oh, that's good news. That's good news. I'm sure she doesn't want to be left behind by Macron, the weasel in Paris.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's no news. I haven't seen anything special. It's just my gut feeling.
That's good news. Pianad, speaking of memorable events in 2022, I don't know if Charles still with us?
Yeah, he is.
Hey, hi Charles. Yes. Do you remember the clipboard guy, the Russian clipboard guy? I hope
of course.
Yeah. I hope you and Ryan can bring your own clipboards to timestamp the locations of the leopards as you drive them into the Ukrainian steppe. And Charles, is there any way we can extract the clipboard guy from Russia to save his life? Because apparently he has gone dark. We haven't heard from him for a while. Any news on him?
Yeah, I see this a couple times. We talk about something on the space and then the Russians change it, Just kind of looking down the screen here. No, but yeah, I haven't seen the clipboard guy in a long time. I really miss him. So I'd love to bring him back. I think he's one of the best sort of examples of this war in a microcosm. The precision of the attacks, the cluelessness of the Russians. And I'm still quite curious about one thing about the clipboard guy, because the date on his clipboard was always printed. So it wasn't handwritten or anything, which means he had access to a printer somewhere. I wonder if he was carrying it with him or what it was, but it was always printed, or whether he traveled to Ukraine with a full stack of all the dates printed. But we still have battle damage assessments from the Russians within hours of the attacks. So we're not seeing increased competency there. We're just kind of missing our friend with the clipboard.
Yeah, certainly we're really missing him, because I don't know. He's apparently just, I don't know. Is it because we made because we gave him some 15 minutes of fame? Apparently the Russians have, I don't know. Maybe they sent him back to Siberia. I'm not sure what happened. But lastly, Charles, one of my New Year's resolutions is for the Ukrainians to take out, Putin's Italianate palace that's located on the Black Sea. I don't know if you know about the 1 billion behemoth that Alexei Navalny told us about. It's located in Krasnodar Krai. I was just wondering, Charles, any ideas what weapons that could reach the palace? I think that will hurt him more than hitting the Kremlin, to be honest with you.
So regarding weapon systems that can hit it, so I don't know exactly where the palace is and whatnot, but that's also not the kind of target that the Ukrainians have been hitting. So I can understand that would make internet fun, but the Ukrainian targeting up to this point hasn't been about that. So I don't know. I kind of disagree that it would be the best target or something like that. And actually, I don't know exactly where it is. The Black Sea coast on the Russian side is quite long, so I'm not exactly sure where it is.
Yeah, apparently it's like almost less than 600 miles, I think, about that. And to be honest with you, with the propaganda war, I think it might not hurt to send one missile down there just for propaganda purposes. And Ben, speaking of economics, this is my last point. The central bank the head of the Russian Central Bank. Apparently, she's one of the what do you call more competent government officials. Has she run out of all of her tools to save the Russian economy? Anything that she's working on in terms of I heard that I was reading that it's very difficult now to get credit within Russia in order to buy homes and all that.
Okay. She has, well, to put it simply, no, she has not. They still have, unfortunately.
Ben, I'll go down. I can't hear you.
Bernardo, can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Okay, so let's wait a minute for Abdullah to come back before approaching the subject. But okay, maybe it's not coming back. So anyway, to answer Abdullah quickly, no, she has not run out of tricks. She still has quite a few left in her bag. They still have a lot of money to play with, but it is a number of those that they had before have been spent. The low-hanging fruits have been picked up, and now they're gonna have to go towards more and more complex, dangerous, and less efficient tools. One of the clues we have is regarding their management of the exchange rate. Clearly, I was talking with guys whose job it is. They were looking at the Russian exchange rate, and they were saying they will never admit it, but there is absolutely no chance that those sort of rapid collapses that we see in the exchange rate are not tied to central bank intervention. So they are still intervening in the market heavily, and as a result, they still do have an effect on the Russian economy and on its ability to wage war and to maintain a stable regime. So yeah, unfortunately, she has not lost the war yet, but it's going to become more and more difficult, and her skills are going to start to be put into a real test. Because what happened in the first weeks and months of the war is that the scenario that her and her teams had been preparing for the past, I don't know, for the past 8 years at least, suddenly became real, and they could just move into the sort of things that they planned, a number of policies that they knew they would have to take. Things were complex, could have failed, but ultimately it was fairly straightforward for them, just having to put into action a plan that had been penned a long time ago. Now things are going to become increasingly difficult and strange and unexpected for her. How do you stabilize a currency that has already been stabilized? How do you manipulate a stock exchange out of which all the main institutional investors have moved out from? How do you trade with the rest of the world when there's so little trade? Or even, but one of my favorites is, how do you plan an economy in a country where information has by law become scarce? The Russian companies are allowed not to publish many of their results. Many of the information are now secret. The members of the board of the main companies is a closely guarded secret because they don't want them to be targeted by sanctions. The problem is that this information is the one that the people like those working in the central bank or in the finance ministry are using for their day-to-day job. The more difficult this information is to access, the less efficient their policies and their tools are going to be. So they're facing a mounting challenge, and there is no way for at some point their bandwidth not to collapse. But one thing that is, I'm going to admit, fairly unfortunate is that, as far as I know, I think only one member of the central bank has moved out of Russia and said, I don't want to be involved in all of this. All the rest, all the civil servants that stayed. And that is they might picture this as a form of patriotism. It will be and remain a stain on their record that will not wash away easily. But it's very unfortunate for us, because as a result, they have access to all of their brains. They're still there. We could have hoped for them to have moved away with the early waves, but they haven't. And so we return to my initial assessment. They still have a lot to play with. But hopefully at some point something will give, and however smart and well trained they are, they won't manage to block it.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you. That was really nice for you to explain that for us. Thanks a lot. I'll go back down. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Abdullah. By the way, Ryan, somebody from I will assume doesn't want to be mentioned from my DM is telling me that potentially one of the reasons for the crude to be that cheap is that it could be one of those cases where the quality of the petroleum is particularly poor. Apparently, Ural is famous for its level of sulfur, and I assume that if you have more sulfur present, and that will limit the price that you can sell it on. And the other thing is probably also that due to sulfur, not all refineries can buy it. So only a number of refineries have the skills, and I assume the material necessary to process those. And as a result, since there are less buyers, the price is going further down. Ryan, can you hear it? No, Ryan is probably now has been turned into, I don't know, he's playing Pumbaa from The Lion King with an 8-year-old.
Yeah, Ben. All right. Ben, can you hear me?
I can. I absolutely can. What do you want to say? Okay. Unfortunately, there's no one from the usual military team, but there is the unusual military team in the shape of Ireland. Oh, and yeah, that's a good thing, because I've got a question for each one of you guys. Who wants to go first? Wow. Okay, I will say something stupid, and we'll see which one of you two bites. I want to. When do you think Putin is going to run away? Is going to run out of other people's money?
Oh, I don't know exactly, but I hope it will be soon. I didn't thought you asked me that. He ran away from people lately, because I don't know if you've seen his the video with his Christmas. He was kind of alone, so he already ran away from people, but from other people's money, I guess soon enough, because they are trying to do something in Russia about it. And I'm still of an opinion that there is a liquidity problem in Russia, which is aggravating as we go forward. And by the way, I didn't see any details from the budget for the next year. We should have had that already. We know just about the military expenditures, and I didn't see any details about the last trimester of 2022. They are really very secretive. I wonder why.
Okay, let's take this in stride. What do you mean about the lack of information regarding the performance of the economy or regarding the budget?
Both, regarding both the budget and the last trimester 2022. We should have had something already, but I searched for it and I didn't find any figures with the last trimester.
I think the figures for the last quarter are out. Have been out since a few days. I saw. I didn't look at them directly, but I've seen a lot of people mentioning suddenly a lot of information. So I assume that it came from there.
Oh, if you have sources, yes, I've seen estimations from Western sources, but nothing from Russia proper.
No, things along the lines of how much money was spent on for Christmas. Things like the performance of the medication sector. Just sort of things that you usually see. I assume it was end of month. I didn't know it was on a quarterly basis. But yeah, I think they're out.
And the answer to your question about the other people's money, what is the answer? I'm really curious to see what you say about it.
Wait, all things in good time. No, I wanted to ask you about the budget. When do you think that they're keeping the budget secret? Because that is true. I have not heard or seen any further information about the budget since it's been a good month and a half, something like that, when they released the fact that they were going to increase the military budget by like 45% and the budget for the police and security services by like 55. So as a result, they're still spending more money to keep away the Russians than they're spending to keep away NATO and Ukraine put together, which is pretty amusing. But then, yeah, I don't know. We were expecting further detailed information about the rest of the budget.
Yes, I wanted to see the investments for 2023. I was really interested in the investments part, but again, it's difficult to find sources in Russia. They are very secretive, and also it's difficult to navigate because they rarely translate anything. So yeah, it's kind of difficult to find. The last figures is exactly what you said. The military budget about $84 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and the 76 other for security purposes, for a total of about $150 billion, which is amounting to about 1/3 of the forecasted budget for the next year. But I guess they will slightly increase the budget for the next year with some additional sources and with the devalorization of ruble. Of course, increase the value in ruble because it will not count for increasing the value in dollars. I suspect the budget will be a little bit increased, at least on paper, maybe over $500 billion, but we should wait and see.
Always wait and see.
And yeah, something else, I suspect that there will be a drop in VAT, and I'm really wondering how they will manage this, because the consumption is lower than usual. There are some exceptions from VAT, so a big part of the budget will be affected. So I'm really wondering how they will juggle with all of this.
You mean the VAT intake from the government, like to the government? They're like, if I remember well, we have checked that a few months back with Domin. This is a good third of the government's non-oil and gas revenue. And as a result, especially at the moment when oil and gas revenues are down dramatically, it is quite an important item. And as you said, they're starting to. Well, it dropped a lot, and it has dropped a lot very early on. Apparently, it recovered, and now it's dropping again. So there's a true question on how they're going to manage. But like there are some stopgap measures, and one of them is the ability to borrow. Have you heard things about borrowing from the Russian government?
Not lately. I know that they borrowed from China, but it was months ago. Not lately, no.
They did manage.
And they want to do some bonds or something in Russia, but I'm not sure about it.
Wait, they managed to borrow directly on the Chinese market? Are you sure? I heard that they were thinking about doing some renminbi-denominated bonds, but they would still be sold in Russia. But if you're telling me that they sold bonds during wartime on the Shanghai market, that is something I really have missed, and that could be really, really big.
No, this is not recent. So about the bonds in Russia, yes, I've heard about like 2 weeks ago. I think they borrowed from China back in the summer or something, June, July, something like this, against future exports or something like this. But I'm not sure. I have to check. This is the only thing I know about borrowing and Russia this year. But I have to check.
Okay, thanks a lot. Since we're on the stopgap measures, have you heard of anything else that they're trying to do to save their finance, their public finance? Like, are they being inventive at the moment?
So I know they want to take money from the companies. They are planning to do so. Also to cash up. I don't know how to say it. Sorry, I'm not feeling very well. From companies that benefited from the crisis. So yeah, I know about this, but maybe you know more details. I'm really struggling to talk right now.
Okay, no, we absolutely don't want you to be struggling. We want you to be happy, full form, and if you need to go to sleep or if you need to have some hot cocoa, please, please, please take care of yourself. Especially because I think it might not be very, very warm at the moment in Romania. If the weather in Ukraine is anything to go by, so take care of yourself.
It's not so cold in Romania, but it's flu season, and I have kids, so the two combined makes a very unhappy and very cold me. But I'm okay. It's just difficult to speak because it's difficult to breathe.
Okay. Well, then get better and do get this hot cocoa. It does help, I swear. Okay, so to cover the subject that I wanted to have your opinion on, there is the Russian government confronted with a serious drop in revenue has decided to tap into the revenue of some of the largest companies, especially those with A, strong finance, and B, access to foreign currency. So mostly the main commodity exporters. They did this last month in December to Gazprom, so the largest gas exporter, which had, from the point of view of their finance, a very, very good year indeed. The volume they exported was down quite considerably, but the price at which they sold was up and then up and then up. So they made absolute billions in the process. And so with those billions, they decided to keep them, do some investment, whatever companies do. And the Russian government intervened and said, no. We are short several $1 billion in our budget this month. You have several $1 billion available in your bank account. We're gonna take it, if you don't mind. And so they did, and that was supposed to be it. After all, companies like Gazprom are not exactly private companies. Let's be honest. They are they're behaving and acting at the pleasure of the Russian government. They do as they're told, and I guess that's that was meant to be it. But things have changed and evolved, and the Russian government found itself exactly in the same predicament this month. And what I assume was the case is that they went back to Gazprom, asked them, guys, we would like to have some more money. And Gazprom probably told them, well, I know there's something called Gazprom Bank, but that stops here because we don't have the possibility of indulging you any further. And the Gazprom probably either said no, or the Russian government didn't even bother to ask because they knew that it wasn't going to fly. So they turned towards other commodity exporters, mostly the great minerals commodity exporters, those sending iron ore abroad in particular, as well as a number of other minerals, as well as the people exporting fertilizers. They went to see them and they said, okay, we're taking 50% of the profit. That's simple. I don't think the companies really enjoyed it, but it's a very, very massive increase on the level of the taxation from those companies. And it's also a reminder that there is no such thing as a neutral, non-involved company in Russia today. Any company that remains in Russia, be it Russian or be it foreign, they have to support the behavior of the Russian government. They have to provide them with funds. They have to provide them with information regarding their workforce. They have to provide them with any and every resource that those companies might provide the state at the state's request. And so now it is those companies, those commodity exporters, that are having to pay a very, very steep fine. But it's probably only the beginning for the state to, in effect, control all the liquidity that is currently present in Russia. An increasing portion of the liquidity of the companies is now moving into the state's budget. This is particularly important in the case of Russia, because a very large portion of the bank's liquidity is made of companies' deposit. I was reading some IMF reports from a few years back. I have no reason to believe that anything has changed since then, and it seems to be the case that Russian banks are a lot more dependent on companies' deposits than comparable banks elsewhere in the world. And this means that the impact that the government decisions is having is going to be a lot more important than it would be in an equivalent economy elsewhere in Europe. So elsewhere in the world. So for instance, in Europe or in the United States, their level of capitalization is a lot lower, and that's where we return to Abdullah's question. Yes, there is a possibility that the Russian central bank is going to run out of tools to manage the country's economy with. A number of the levers that they've been using over the past few months are going to become eroded, and as a result, they're going to have to resort to much worse tools, and much worse, but more drastic and more consequential tools that so far they've been trying to avoid. It's I think it's very interesting in at least one other respect is what it says about the Russian about the way the Russian elites feel their real support is within the population. If you know that people are supporting you, you don't hesitate asking money from them. So, for instance, we know that the people of who are listening to us at the moment, the listenership of the MriyaReport is trusting us and is in tune with our objectives. The result is we have no problem calling on them to give to good causes that we support, such as MriyaReport. By the way, if you haven't done your first donation of the year, is the moment. So that's what a relation of trust, and that's what the belief that our ships are going in the same direction leads to. You ask for money without fear. It's not this case in Russia. Very clearly, the people in Russia are concerned about their ability to the elites of Russia are concerned about the ability to tax their population. They're afraid that their population is going to balk whenever they ask them for more money. They know that taxation, the probability of taxation and the probability of resisting taxation is very high, and as a consequence, they're trying their very, very best to avoid it. That's relatively stark because in Russia, the level of taxation tends to be relatively low, so it probably wouldn't hurt them too much to increase it by 10 or 20%. That would bring a lot of money into the state, and that would solve some of their pressing problems, such as those that Ayana was pointing to. But they don't dare doing it, so they are very, very much afraid, and I think that's a very that's an important thing to keep in mind. All right, enough about economics for the moment. I wanted to know if my friend Erland was there. So, how's Italy? Erland, you're Italian. You should know how is Italy. No, Erland, I managed to put Erland to sleep. Never mind. It's not as if I didn't have billions of things to talk about. Unfortunately, some of them I'm not confident to talk about on my own. I would like to have some help. So if anyone with military experience and a good knowledge of the situation in the front line can join, I'd be very, very happy. Otherwise, I will continue talking about the sort of things I'm interested in more directly. I think, what am I going to start with? Yeah, probably going to revisit the very interesting move that was done by Bayonada, who rose his hand. Hello, Bayonada.
Ben, I will ask the favorite question of all. Is Russia collapsing now? I'm just kidding. But maybe give us a small overview over the one topic. How does it look at the moment? How do you think will the Russian economy go through this year?
Well, the Russian economy, the state of the economy is not strong. That's for certain. They're suffering a lot and more importantly, it's not as if they were confronted to a single shock. They're confronted to several concurrent shocks that are pushing them gradually to the edge. Whereas they are on the edge yet or not is another question. But they're not getting better. That is for sure. Some of my favorite statistics at the moment are related to the medication sector. The medication sector, I need to tell you, is absolutely crucial for a country at war. A country at war, by definition, uses a lot more medication than a country that is not at war. You need to treat all the soldiers that are being affected by wounds. Maybe even more important, you need to make sure that all the guys on the lines are receiving the necessary medication to keep them healthy. And you need to make sure that you can patch up the soldiers that have been hurt and put them back potentially on the front line as fast as possible. We know that the people in Ukraine, the guys in Ukraine, those who are not too heavily wounded, can return relatively rapidly to the front line because the Ukrainian medical system is doing a very, very good work at the moment. And the medication sector of Russia is not in a position to imitate and compete with the level of efficiency of the Ukrainians. So that's why the sector is very important. And what we saw is that early in the war, the government, probably prompted by massive government investment, the medication sector went up by up to, if I remember well, something to the tune of 10%. And it was quite concerning. I was like, oh my God, this is an important sector, strategically crucial sector, and their production is up. That's not good news. Turns out that it was sort of one-off. They didn't manage to scrap a few percent job growth the first few months, but the last statistics is that it went down quite dramatically, minus 15%. They're now back to below the level that they were able to produce before the war. And it is a sort of sector where the lack of inputs from the West and the lack of machine tools from the West is probably taking a massive toll on the sector, and it's probably the beginning of a great collapse of that sector if they don't change course very, very quickly. It won't prevent people having access to medication because they can always import them, and nothing prevents them from doing this. But at least the local production is not going to be able to match this. On this, I'm very glad to announce that we've been joined by Capcom, and he has a question.
Hey, good afternoon, Ben. Can you hear me well?
Fantastically so.
Excellent. I really appreciate the economic explanation. I just wanted to kind of take a step back a little bit. A few months ago on The Economist, granted, I did see that based on their relatively larger export volume of energy and a relatively lower import of both consumer goods and capital goods, like you mentioned, they were going to have sort of a trade surplus. My first question is that accurate still? I think they were calculating like something crazy, like 120 billion order of magnitude in terms of trade surplus. And just a second question regarding the overall revenue versus expense. So I understand that their debt to GDP ratio was pretty low, among the lowest in the world. I think it was like on the order of like 15 to 20%, just from memory. Is that going to change significantly? And if so, what are the implications?
Thank you. They're more than good questions. They are crucial questions, and we've covered them, but it's absolutely essential to repeat it. So first, the easy bit, the debt to the GDP ratio. It's perfectly correct. Russia, in a way, is borderline libertarian. On the fiscal point of view, is borderline a libertarian paradise. Their level of taxes is very low. Their amount of debt is very low. The government has been spending less than it has spent over the like 8 of the 10 years before 2024. Before 2022. So you're looking at something which, as seen from afar, looks extremely strong. It looks so strong that actually there is an expression for it. It's called Fortress Russia. What they've tried to do is to build, first of all, a massive amount of cash that they can dig into, and secondly, sort of robustness to shocks that they plan to have by not spending too much. That's the theory. The practice is a little bit different. First of all, it has changed quite a lot. Since 2017, I think the amount of money that is being transferred in the shape of social transfers has increased very, very noticeably as a way to keep the goodwill of the people. Secondly, there is a slight issue. Yes, it's true that a country that has a very, very high debt to GDP ratio when it comes to making new loans is not in the best of positions because people are afraid that they will not be able to repay them. Russia is not exactly in the position because their level of debt, as you said, is very small. There's just one problem. Who are they going to buy that debt from? Or rather, who they're going to sell that debt to? Think of it. Who's going to put some money in somebody's hand and say, yes, I trust the Russian government to repay me for the coming 10 years? The answer is not many. Unfortunately, I talked with finance a few days back, and he told me that the value of the Russian debt is still close to par, so something like 75% on the international market. But this is only close to par. This is quite far from par. So people don't trust that the Russians are going to be able to pay what they owe. And anyway, many people are afraid to own Russian assets because they know that the day they need to sell it, many people are not going to want to touch it anyway, regardless of the money involved. So yes, they have measures that are good, but they can do nothing with it. So the fact that they have a low debt to GDP ratio is almost inconsequential when you cannot have access to markets. So that was the first point, and the second one is on the trade imbalance. The reason why the trade imbalance became such an important and hot topic is that back in February and March, the level of the ruble became increasingly under attack. There was massive and extremely rapid devaluation that because people were thinking, okay, Putin went way too far. The ruble is everything is going to collapse, and it's going to be the end of the Russian economy. It didn't quite pan out to be the case. We've already mentioned the fact that the Russian central bank has managed to bring back a lot of trust in the government, and also and prevent runs on the banks as well. So there's a much higher level of trust on this. People are not selling left and right the few rubles they have. And the other thing is that they've managed. So as you said, this imbalance between the amount of money they're exporting and the amount of goods they're exporting and the amount of goods they're importing has also propped up the ruble. It's not the only thing, but that also tendentially has propped up the ruble. this is not. Is it still the case? Less so, a lot less so. And first of all, because they are still importing quite a lot of things. We saw that they were importing, for instance, a number of parts for the drones, and those parts are becoming increasingly difficult to import. And if you say difficult, you say expensive. There's a metric that I quite like. It's how expensive is it to bring money out of Russia, which is, in effect, it's a financial service. Don't think of it as anything else than a financial service. And the price of bringing money out of Russia has been trebled compared to February. It's 3 times more expensive now to bring your cash, whatever cash it is, from, say, St. Petersburg to Helsinki, 3 times. And that means that even if the volumes of exports have remained the same, the price and the cost. Even if the volume of imports have remained the same, the amount of money that they can that is involved has increased tremendously. It is becoming more important to get the same thing now than it was before, and as a result, the trade imbalance that you mentioned has been slowly re-equilibrated. Yes, and we saw that in December, when the news that the Russian crude export was taking a serious hit, especially in and around Europe, but not only, that within days, the ruble was on a quick devaluation. It lost like well over 10% in a matter of days. So that also reflects the fact that what used to be the case, the previous status quo, has evolved and is going to keep evolving, probably against Russia, as the price of their oil is becoming less and less, and as they can export less and less in volume and in value. And the result is that the balance, the imbalance that you have mentioned, is going to evolve and turn around, and probably at some point they're going to be in a position of having to import more than they export. I hope I've covered your subject. I'm sorry if it's a bit confused, but if you have any more questions,
fantastic job explaining. I just have a follow up on the first point regarding their internal finance. So I now understand why, even though they have a relatively low debt to GDP ratio, their ability to leverage sort of the international market for debt is limited. And I do understand that overall it's a relatively poor, lowly capitalized country, but whatever wealth there is very concentrated. Which brings me back to the point that you were mentioning regarding an increase in sort of taxation. So if they can't finance externally, they're going to have to do it internally somehow, right? And in the long term, that along with sanctions should depress the ability of the relatively small elite that concentrates wealth and productivity to that's going to challenge their ability to grow over time. Would you agree to that?
Yes, except that I wouldn't put it in such mild terms as you do. I don't think it would challenge their ability to grow. I think it would slash the potential of the country, and it probably would cost them the equivalent of 10 to 20 years of growth in a matter of months. But yeah, except that I fully agree with you on the process, but I don't agree with you on the size of the consequences.
Gotcha. I understand. Thank you very much. And just one final point regarding sort of like the export. I heard you guys were talking with an economist. I forget her name. I think it was yesterday, a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was Rachel Zimmer.
Yeah, exactly, and that was a really cool talk regarding sort of the Russian economy. So one thing I do kind of wonder is regarding so sort of the ability of the overall market, the commodity market, to be able to replace them. So as an example, very concrete example, as you know, I'm Peruvian, and over this last year, due to the sanctions and the inability of both Ukraine and Russia to export a number of fertilizing products, the cost of fertilizers just literally tripled, over the course of a couple of weeks, which was absolutely disastrous for Peru and the rest of the third world. I'm sure that significantly leveraged it. Do you know if other countries? I know Canada is probably among those that could eventually pick up that the demand for. I'm sorry, the production of those fertilizing goods, or is that more like a Ryan question?
Okay, so slack availability, slack capacity is relatively scarce, as far as I understood, but does exist, and so as a result, export can be increased from countries that are neither Russia nor Ukraine. Secondly, there's a slight issue with the market, which is the fact that while it is true that the Ukrainian export has been really affected, it is not quite as true for Russia. Some of the Russian fertilizer sector has had problems to export, mostly those that were exporting through Ukraine. So of course the Ukrainians are less than keen to help them go through. But there's still a lot of fertilizers transiting to, for instance, Amsterdam and Rotterdam, and sorry, not Amsterdam, transiting to Rotterdam from Russian origin, be it in the north or through the Baltic. So it would be untrue to say that the Russian export has been massively affected, but the market was wary. Let's put it this way, and as a result, probably overreacted during the summer. One of the first sort of, I don't want to say piece of research, but deeper reading that I did for the MriyaReport was precisely about this. What could be the consequences of the stop of Russian exporting grain and fertilizer? And even if it was a complete stop, the consequences would be probably less than catastrophic. And secondly, there was no stop in the amount of fertilizer. So there's a limit towards this. But I've got both good and bad news for this further, and it has to do with the foreign exchange market. One of the things that put a lot of third world countries developing countries, third world is the political designation, but a lot of developing countries have had a lot of problems recently because of the dollar becoming so strong. Remember, I think the dollar appreciated by close to 20% against the euro in a matter of weeks. And other currencies suffered from the same fate in their exchange rate against the dollar. I don't know the case of Peru, but I'm ready to bet it was the case as well. The problem is that a lot of the stuff they're buying is bought in dollars. And so even if in absolute things are not becoming more expensive, or even if expressed in dollars, things are not becoming more expensive, expressed in the local currency, because of the change in the exchange rate, it is becoming more expensive. And there's very little that can be done. One thing that could happen is for the dollar to depreciate a little bit, as the feeling of fear that has gripped the market over the year recedes. So maybe that's one of the important things to look at, because if the dollar returns to its original position, it's 20% more. 20% more. Sorry, a decrease by 20% in the bill of the local producers. So good news. And and it's probable that the dollar is not going to stay high very, very long. That's usually the reaction during crisis. It goes up and then it goes down. The problem is that those few months of the dollar being high have left a lot of trouble, especially when it comes to the ability of the developing countries to pay for their debt, which themselves tend to be denominated in dollars. And a lot of developing countries, I don't know if it's the case of Peru, a lot of developing countries are now facing budgetary, financial and financial crisis. And there's no way around it, because as a result, even if the dollar depreciates, maybe their local currency will depreciate even faster. And that's a risk. That's a true risk. There are some African countries that are dear to the heart of a number of our listeners that are in this situation, and there's no good way around it. They are going to have to limit their imports of foreign fertilizer, because they simply will not have the money to pay for it. In the case of Peru, I don't know. You tell me, is the Peruvian pesos strong or not?
Sorry, I was looking on a muted mic. So for all its faults, Peru does one thing almost as good as any of the more developed countries with banking. So they use sort of a dirty, what do you call it? Dirty flotation. Is that the term? Where the central bank intervenes with liquid assets to either buy or sell dollars in order to keep the local currency sort of stable. I think that's a term I've heard. I'm not sure if that's a correct term, but thankfully it's pretty stable, all things considered.
Well, then things are looking up for you guys. There's going to be more stuff on the market, and there's going to be a better exchange rate for you. So good and great.
Excellent. Thank you for your detailed explanation, and have a good rest of your day. I'll drop back down to this listener.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. Don't hesitate to come back up whenever you have a question, especially those I can answer. I like those better, especially at the moment. Talking about developing countries, what about we drop the Russians a little bit, because ultimately, well, it is a fascinating subject. It's also an enemy, and it's always dangerous to get too fascinated by the enemy. And yeah, Kazakhstan. What if we talked a little bit about Kazakhstan? Why does it matter? Because a strong and independent Kazakhstan is one of the key, the most important links in the cordon sanitaire chain that is being constructed around Russia. A strong Kazakhstan, well integrated with Europe, Kazakhstan would be a very, very important asset. And we saw that Kazakhstan was a lot less aligned with Russia than could have been feared, but also that at the moment they're sort of trying to play both sides. They're trying to play both sides a little bit the way Turkey does, except that they're in the position where semi-regularly Russian talking heads are threatening a potential invasion of Kazakhstan. So not exactly the same situation as Turkey. So they cannot play exactly the same music as Turkey does. Anyway, so Kazakhstan is trying to find its path. It's a difficult one because that's the first one I wanted to move on. There are some economic woes in the country. This one was revealed recently by the fact that the 25 or so McDonald's of the country are being closed. And give me a second. Erland, it was very nice to see you, and I hope we got to speak a little bit later. So Kazakhstan, McDonald's in Kazakhstan is closing, and the reason why they're closing is very telling. They're closing because they cannot serve meat anymore. That doesn't mean that meat has disappeared from Kazakhstan and that they're turning into a purely vegan country. It's not. But it does mean that it is more difficult to find A, good meat, B, at a good price, and C, that respects the conditions that have been set for the purchase of meat. Namely, it can come from Russia. And that's the problem. Kazakhstan is apparently producing some meat. Kazakhstan used to be a country of ranchers, but now they are importing quite a lot from Russia, and McDonald's cannot buy that meat. And the result is that they cannot buy meat anymore, so they have to close. No meat, no patty, no burger. That's a simple equation. But this case has attracted the attention of the international press on Kazakhstan, and what they've realized is that the level of inflation in Kazakhstan is pretty radical. So they're in many respects they're in the 20s and 30s, depending on the way you compute them and depending on the basket of goods you're looking at. So a very sizable increase in the price of things. In the cost of living, which is of course a problem in many ways, but is also very interesting in another way. Why is Kazakhstan, and here I'm lying a little bit, I'm returning to Russia, but why is Kazakhstan submitting to such a massive inflation while Russia isn't? Yes, there are some indication that in some places of Russia there is such a fairly high level of inflation, but overall, inflation seems to be fairly well managed. Well, not even managed. Inflation seems to be absent in Russia compared to the levels they were at before. Their official numbers is close to 10. Which is not very high for a country at war, for a country which supposedly is directing a lot of its resources towards the fighting, and that's something that caused pause for me. A normal country like in a way Kazakhstan is, in those conditions, in those hardship conditions, should see massive inflation. Why don't we see it in Russia? And that goes back to my favorite subject: is Russia on the cusp of deflation? And the comparison between inflation in Russia and inflation in Kazakhstan could be indicating that yes, they are. So that was my first point. And the second point is more along the lines of the geopolitics of the economy, and we're returning to oil. As most of you probably know by now, Kazakhstan is an important producer of oil and gas. A natural, almost trademark partner for these goods is Europe. Europe that has moved away from Russia and is looking for new sources of oil and gas. Europe, which is also one of the main, if not the main, purchaser of Kazakh uranium, which again means that there are links, means that there are contacts, and could imply that there's a willingness to trade with Europe. But it's not Europe who snapped up the contract Kazakh for Kazakh oil. It's China. Kazakh oil is going to go to China. And why is it important? Well, because it shows that China is on the market for new sources of oil and gas, which could come as a surprise for many, because after all, China is now officially the main partner of Russia. Russia's sole hope not to disappear into economic insignificance in the coming 5 years is to be able to replace entirely the European market by the Chinese market. And there, the Chinese are being busy finding new sources for their oil. This is telling me two things. The first one is that the Kazakhs are not very comfortable having to deal directly with. They're not very comfortable with having Russia as too much of a sole supplier of energy and hydrocarbon. This is really what you could call the German lesson. Don't rely on Russia too much; they're not trustworthy, and the Chinese are very much embracing this. And the second lesson is that they're also putting themselves in a strong position when they're going to be dealing and horse trading with Russia, because they're going to be in a position of telling them, "Oh, if you don't want to sell us more oil, it doesn't matter because I can do it. Oh, you don't want to sell us that oil at $30 a barrel, doesn't matter. We can go to the Kazakhs." And all this is showing that the hopes of Russia to maintain their economic position by leaning against China is going to be a catastrophe for them, and that you don't replace Germany with China that easily and without massive cost. Talking about Germany, Bernardo, you're German, aren't you?
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about Kazakhstan, Germany, and oil ban.
Please go ahead.
You remember where the Druzhba pipeline ends in eastern Germany, in Schwedt. There's a big refinery which got through the Druzhba pipeline oil from Russia before. Now we are getting oil through the Druzhba pipeline from Kazakhstan, if I remember correctly.
Well, Ben, you said Kazakhstan enough. My contract says I have to be up here. So what do you want?
Yes, of course. Silly me. Kazakhstan is up and about. They're doing apparently fairly good for themselves on the international market, but locally they're confronted to a number of challenges that no government want to be faced with. The easy challenge is the fact that they have massive inflation, and the difficult challenge is the fact that McDonald's has just closed. How are the Kazakhs going to do when they have the munchies?
Well, Ben, a lot of that beef, it came from Russia, and apparently they couldn't find an affordable source of beef from an alternative supplier for the moment. So, yeah, it's sad to say McDonald's did close. And I will say this, it is in Central Asia. It's one of the few places that there aren't McDonald's. There's no McDonald's in Tajikistan, Ben. So it had to do with the cost of meat, is my understanding of why McDonald's said they could no longer sustain operations there.
But isn't it like McDonald's is a symbol of capitalism, especially in the region? Is there an effect? Like, do you think it's the beginning of something, or is it just an odd fact?
I think this we could probably ascribe to just the vagaries of the market, right, Ben? Like they obviously they need affordable meat to have McDonald's, and because of the current situation with Russia, where they got the meat for this in the past, and presumably, I would imagine in a lot of countries like Kazakhstan, like they just kind of rely on the Russian supply chain in general to have the McDonald's franchise in Kazakhstan, right? So I have to imagine that eventually McDonald's will figure out a way to make it profitable. I don't know though. I mean, I have to wonder, Ben, that was, as you said, it was a real cultural symbol. Companies like McDonald's and Coca-Cola made it a real point to appear in countries of the former Soviet Union and the Soviet bloc, like after the wall came down. Do you think there's still that mentality that like we should have, McDonald's and Coca-Cola here because, that's part of our, I don't know, just kind of a belief that we should expose our brand as far and wide as possible around the world. You know what I mean? Like the 90s.
I mean, if we're going down the path of it's not the 90s anymore, where's the world going at? I fully agree with you. We need to bring back all the 90s good stuff. What was good in the 90s, by the way?
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, exactly. Saved by the Bell. Music-wise,
Sublime.
Come again? What?
Like all the ska. I liked ska in the 90s, Ben.
What are you talking about? You were 12 in 2000. Well, don't tell me shush. It's written on your handle. So it's either this or
true.
you're a Nazi supporter.
It's true. No, but I mean, like, there a lot of the bands that were around in the late 90s obviously were still around in the 2000s. And I enjoyed the ska bands, Ben, in the early 2000s as a growing young man. Yeah. So, that was the stuff I enjoyed from the late 90s, Ben, personally. You asked what I personally enjoyed from the 90s. I don't know what else to tell you. Ben, what did you enjoy from the 90s now that you've grilled me on my childhood tastes?
Gosh, I wasn't that cool in the 90s. Well, not that I'm cool now, but what did I enjoy in the 90s? We didn't have TV, so that limits the amount of things I could watch and enjoy in that respect. Oh, I know, Gladiator. No, when was the Gladiator shot? I think it was released in like 1999. So I will say Gladiator, and the fact that France won the World Cup. So we need to return to this.
All right, there you go. France being good at soccer is what Ben wants to bring back from the 90s. Is that what I understood, Ben? And combat, blood sport.
Not blood sports. The film Gladiator with the Australian guy. What's his face? Yeah, that's the summit of the 90s for me. But that would be the end of it.
Okay, I'm sorry I derailed this a bit, Ben, but yeah, but you asked me a question, right? Do I think it'll come back to Kazakhstan McDonald's? I think it will, if they can find a way to make it, the supply chain affordable. I would say I'm pretty optimistic about that. And I would say, I guess too, in the interim that, something doesn't replace McDonald's, but from what I can tell, it's still a brand that has a decent amount of pull in, countries, even in Central Asia, people know what McDonald's is. And I would have to imagine, like I said, if they could get that brand back there, they would. It's just a question of whether they can make it a profitable venture to do so. And I have to imagine they probably can. Capitalism, they're crafty, Ben. They always trying to figure out a way to get that stuff there. So yeah, I'd have to imagine it'll come back in maybe a year, a couple of years. That's my hot take, Ben.
Thanks. I read somewhere that there are 25 restaurants in Kazakhstan, and 25 restaurants means that they have. So how big is Kazakhstan? It's like 3 or 4 times the size of Ukraine, something like this.
It's a massive country, very low population density, one of the lowest in the world.
Yeah, logistics over there must be a nightmare. Like 30% of the cost of a patty must be just paying for the truck. That being said, just being serious for a quarter of a second, I hate it, but I have to do it. We are joined by Borislav, who I'm not sure has ever been here before. So Borislav, if you want to join the conversation and talk about Coca-Cola, McDonald's, or indeed anything else, please raise your hand. To raise your hand, you can press on the heart button at the bottom of the screen, and then the hand icon. Yeah, not that one. The one further on the right, completely on the right. There's a raised hand, like the hand of Fatma. Exactly. Okay, so that tells me one thing. Borislav wants to join the conversation. Welcome on board, sir.
Hello, everyone.
All right. Do you want to share some comment with you? Do you want to maybe ask a question, or maybe just introducing yourself?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I just want to join in the conversation. Listen. That's all.
All right. Well, then do listen. Glad to have you with us. Okay, I won't force you to. I won't ask you questions. If you want to listen, I'm happy with you listening. In the meantime, what other informations do we have? Yeah, we have our friends of OFAC. As everyone knows by now, OFAC is the Treasury, the part of the American administration that is dependent on the Treasury. It's an agency that is in charge of sanctions. They're the one designing it. They're the one following the effect of it, and then the one changing things gradually. And one of the things they've done is to add QAE, an Iranian drone manufacturer, to the list of the companies currently under sanctions by the United States. Not any sanction either. They're under the sort of sanctions that Iran is under, which means secondary sanctions. The massive difference between secondary sanctions and the primary sanctions is that primary sanctions only affect the company that is designated. You can trade with them, but they are under sanctions. Secondary sanctions mean that if you trade with those companies, you will find yourself under sanction. So you absolutely cannot afford to do any business with them. You cannot sell them toothbrushes, you cannot sell them soap, you cannot sell them combs, you cannot sell them anything. It doesn't have to be war related, it doesn't have to be anything that falls under any special jurisdiction. It's absolutely forbidden to do anything against them, with them. And if you trade with them, you will find yourself on the receiving end of the American government tremendous powers. And we've seen this before, when they, for instance, went after a famous French bank and extracted from them what is probably the largest fine in the American history. We're talking billions of dollars for engaging in a form of trade with Iran. So the fact that QAE, the Iranian drone manufacturer, is under sanction is extremely good news. It's a sort of blanket response to the fact that this company has probably been involved in supplying drones to Russia in their fight against Ukraine. So that's very good news. The one thing that for me was very surprising is the fact that the entirety of the Iranian drone sector is not under sanctions. The Americans have the ability to put a whole sector under sanctions. So that's very practical, because that means that you cannot just, create one company, wait for the regulator to spot it and put it on the sanction list. As soon as you're on the sanction list, you close it, you open a new company, etc., every 3 months or so, and you keep playing cat and mouse. The Americans have a way to put a whole sector under sanction, and the result is that as long as you stay a drone manufacturer, regardless of your legal personality, regardless of your name, you will be under sanction. And I'm very surprised that the Iranian drone sector is not entirely under sanction. I'd love to know why, and if there's no good reasons, I'd love for it to be changed very, very quickly. That being said, we're very lucky to be joined by Phil. Good evening, sir. For me, it's even the morning. So good evening, sir.
Was that to me?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, it was a little bit
Oh,
abrupt.
oh, no worries. Thanks, Ben. I was just wondering, I was looking on, I've been offline all day and I knew that we were expecting something from Poland today, like some news being announced, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I just started like scrolling and I didn't see anything be announced. Do we have any updates on Leopards or MiGs or anything? Thanks.
For this, I will turn to Charles. Charles, welcome. Good evening, sir.
Hey, good evening, Ben.
Why aren't you in bed?
I don't know.
Why aren't you sleeping?
I'm enjoying MriyaReport, so I decided to hang out here and enjoy myself here. It's quite nice.
Liar. You're a fat liar.
Totally true. No, so to answer Phil's question, yeah, we were expecting news from Poland. We were expecting news about the Leopard 2 tanks because they had made some rumblings yesterday about the possibility that they would be willing to transfer theirs to Ukraine. This was coming on the heels, of course, of the Bradley and Marder decision. And actually, I must say, overall, the reception to the Marder decision here in Germany and in Europe was really more of a finally than a bravo. So the pressure never let up. Unfortunately, we did have the press conference today from Poland, and the Poles basically said nothing. They sort of took a victory lap in that press conference, saying how wonderful they were, and they were the reason that the Patriot battery went to Ukraine is part of that German package, and so on. It was a lot of fluff. In essence, it was nothing. Now, unfortunately, what happened is that on Twitter, and if you're looking at some of the less reputable news sources, they will be reading into the very vague statements by the Polish authorities into what they want to hear. But we watched it live on the space, basically, and there was nothing there. So sorry, Phil. We will have to see what happens with the Leopards. There was an announcement by the head of the SPD, so Olaf Scholz's party here in Germany, saying that the Leopard 2s are not on the cards, but this is nothing new from the SPD. We will see. The pressure is still very, very high. And I will say there is no hiding behind the Marder because all of the papers, all of the press here in Germany has not been saying, yeah, great for the Marder, and then everybody can forget the topic. Nope, it's been exactly the opposite. It's been finally the Marder. Now, where is the Leopard?
So just a quick follow-up to that. Could Twardies be like combined with Marders or Bradleys to make a mechanized brigade that's like useful with tanks, or should we just have the British send some Challengers over until we can get some Abrams and Leopard 2s in the future?
Sorry, what did you say? Twardy?
Yeah, that's the PT-91s, the Polish tanks. I think they sent like 100 of them already in a previous package.
The Polish up-converted T-72s, Charles.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, I mean, they could be. I don't know how the Ukrainians have allocated them. So we're pretty sure, based on the training timeline and based on signals that we've seen, that the Ukrainians will stand up complete units with certain equipment. This makes sense from a logistical point of view, from a maintenance point of view, from a training point of view, and also from a tactical point of view. That there would be, say, one brigade, one battalion, whatever size unit they have for a certain piece of equipment, and that they would allocate that. But certainly, I don't see that there's any reason why a Bradley couldn't work with a T-72. There's nothing particularly special right now about what the M1s and the Bradleys do together. As far as I know, there's no target handover integration, for example, between them. So there wouldn't be any reason not to. But of course, we'd prefer to have the Leopard 2s.
Thanks, Charles.
Thanks, Charles. Charles, by the way, one quick question. How do the Germans manage to live with themselves? Because I know if there's one thing which is absolutely true about the Germans is that they love their processes. When something is said, it has to happen. And we know that the Marder are meant to fight alongside the Leopards, and now they're going against the process. They're going against the theory. They're going against the what things are meant to be like. How do they live with themselves? The cultural shock. How big is it?
I like how you're playing on the stereotypes. No, that hasn't really been discussed too much in terms of is the Marder effective without the Leopard. I don't think the general public knows too much about the tactical situation, how they're designed to work together. And actually, when I look at the way that the Marder is designed from a technical point of view, I'm wondering how exactly that's supposed to work. I think that's why the Germans now have newer versions of infantry fighting vehicles like the Puma. No, but I mean, the real what I was very happy with today, looking at all of the press here in Germany, was I really thought that the Chancellor would try to hide behind this Marder decision to say, okay, well, now that's done. We don't have to do anything more. And that's not what happened, at least in the press. It happened within certain statements within his party. The old issues, for example, we've seen them before. There was one this afternoon from the head of the SPD, one of the leaders of the SPD, saying that, okay, well, nobody else has given main battle tanks, so we're not going to give main battle tanks. And it's okay, we've heard that before, but the pressure didn't let up. And in fact, if anything, I think the pressure has actually increased with other countries making statements, not just Poland, but then Finland. There was somebody in Brussels, a leader in the EU, who made a similar comment, saying that Germany now, okay, the logic for withholding things is gone, so now give the Leopards. So I'm a bit more hopeful than I was.
Sorry, I got distracted by Bloomberg asking me with some instance, are you a robot? And I was wondering whether or not I was a robot. Okay, thanks a lot, Charles, for the details. Well, it's good to know that the German public is a number of times less dumb than their leaders, as it's meant to be in any country in the world. Mark, you came up when the question of Germany arose. I assume that you have something to say about this, and if not, please take the floor regardless.
It's sort of not quite. I guess it's related to the recent announcement of supplies from the US to Ukraine, and I noticed obviously there's mention there about how many rounds of ammunition. And I guess I'm just looking at that and wondering how many days supplies is that for the larger categories of the ammunition. So basically, presume we have to assume there'll be another one not that long in the future in order to maintain the supplies on the battleground, on the front line. And can I come back to, I think it was Charles, sorry, my apologies, I've been dropping in and out today, I've been busy. I think it was Charles talking. Was it Charles was speaking about the reading the manual for the Bradley, and there was comment about it looks like it's quite simple to learn how to drive the vehicle, use the vehicle, but the training time is more about how to integrate it into larger formations. And I think was it Charles made the comment about including how it works with battle tanks, with with tanks. And I thought, oh, okay, tanks. That's which tanks would that be? Maybe the Leopards. Wouldn't that be good?
That would be great. Charles, would be good, and the training. Oh no, yeah, the ammo question. So first the ammo question, and then the training.
Yeah, good question about the ammo question. So in my notes here, I don't have the exact number of the rounds. I'd have to go and look it up. It would take me a bit of time.
Charles, 500 tow anti-tank missiles, 250,000 rounds of 25 millimeter ammunition.
250,000 of 155.
25 millimeter.
250,000 of 25 millimeter.
Correct.
Okay. How many 155s? Did they say that?
No, they specified certain precision guided shells, so 500 precision guided. I'm assuming like Excalibur bonus round stuff like
Right.
that. 1,200 155 remote anti-armor mine systems. As far as number of shells, I don't think there's actually 155 shells included in this package. As far as I'm seeing, I could be mistaken. I'm sure I'll get DMs in a moment if I am, but I'm assuming that'll probably be a separate package. I know that they're sourcing those from all over the place, Charles.
Yeah, exactly. Because that would be the answer to Mark's question. Is the main issue there is how many 155 millimeter rounds are given. So the precision guided ones, so the Excaliburs, those are used for specific targets, but that doesn't really give us an overview of how many days. I can look that up. I'm sure Kobe will be looking that up as well, and others, to determine what the actual munitions count is there. The next question you had was about the training. So it was me earlier, kind of reading off fun points from the field manual of Bradley Gunnery, because we had lots of questions about how hard is it to learn this kind of thing, how hard is it to drive it, and it's actually a really, really easy thing to do. So there wasn't an announcement, or there was a mention, I would say, that the training would take several months from the US authorities. And then, of course, we know that the technical side is actually quite easy. It's pretty easy to maintain. It's very, very close to things that they already have in service in theater. So that's not a major issue on the maintenance side. The driving side, the gunnery side is really simple. But the tactical side, how do you work together as a combined arms unit? So if the Ukrainian military decides to take these 50 Bradleys and these 40 mortars, and they decide to stand up basically a new mechanized infantry or armor brigade, that takes a fair amount of time, because you start with what I was talking about in the manual is basically crew level. So just single vehicle training, which is quite quick, and individual training. But from crew level, then you go to platoon level, and then you go to company level, and you'll have all kinds of, we'll say, qualifications or tasks that they need to be able to perform. So, for a company, which, would be, say, 16 armored vehicles, a mix of main battle tanks and Bradleys or mortars, then you would have certain tasks that they'd have to be able to do. So maybe it'd be, passing through a line, or getting through a breach, or assaulting a trench, or setting up a hasty defense. They'd have all these kind of things that they would be able to learn. You can go up from there. So there's qualification tables, there's training levels for a battalion, there's training levels for a brigade. Now, if the Ukrainian military feels that that's what they want to have, and they want to do that, have them trained first with all the equipment and stand them up, then that can take time. 6 months like that is generally about how long it takes a NATO brigade to go through all of that qualification, from individual soldier tasks up to brigade level tasks. I don't know whether the Ukrainian military wants to go through all of that. I don't know if they have enough time to do all of that. I don't even know if they plan to stand up an entire armored brigade out of the equipment that they're getting in the shipment. Of course, the main thing your question was, which is, are main battle tanks missing? Yes. In a normal organization, if they want to stand up a brigade like this, they would need main battle tanks. Those could be T-72s. They could be something else. I hope that answers your question. Maybe I drifted a bit.
No, it's fine. Thank you for that. I just think it does feel to me that if they were operating purely as the Bradleys or the equivalent without tank support as well integrated within that, they're definitely more vulnerable. They can't do as many missions perhaps as they would otherwise be able to. And so let's assume for the moment, one assumes they would have to use the Russian type tanks, the ones they have already. Would they be able to link them all together from a comms point of view? Would that be possible?
Yeah, definitely. So radios are radios. You just take them out, you put them in, and put an antenna in. And we had a discussion about this on the space within the last couple of days. Is we were trying to figure out, okay, well, what does a force look like with Bradleys only, right? Because all of our historical examples, I mean, we have several historical examples of amazing successes on the battlefield of Bradleys with Abrams together as it was designed to be done, right? But we don't have too many battles. In fact, we couldn't find a battle where it was just Bradleys alone. Yeah, so the question is, how effective would it be without main battle tanks? But what we do is we can go back and we can look at some of those battles, like 73 Easting is probably the most famous. It's the largest tank battle for the US military since World War II. And actually, the majority of tank kills in that battle were by the Bradleys, not by the Abrams. Using the TOW missiles and using their 25mm cannons, they destroyed the most armored vehicles and they destroyed the most tanks. In another example at Objective Peach in 2003, a company of Abrams and a company of Bradleys, so take about 28 vehicles, destroyed an entire Iraqi armor brigade in constricted terrain with palm groves and very difficult maneuver. Now, who destroyed what exactly in that battle is not quite clear, but kind of the indication is that if the Iraqis, or excuse me, if the Ukrainians actually decided to just use the Bradleys on their own with their TOW missiles and their 25mm Sabo rounds, they would still be very, very lethal against the Russian force that we see today.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark, for the question, and thank you very much, Charles, for the answer. Yeah, this is all. Well, I think it's crucial. This is the sort of details that allow us to understand what the Ukrainians need and how we can, at our level, help them by pestering our representatives and MPs and whomever is ruling you in those democracies of ours. Mark, you have another question.
Yeah, going back onto finance matters, if I may. The trouble is, when you come into the space and then drop out again, you probably miss an awful lot of the conversations and topics that are being covered. So, apologize if it's been done already. But a few weeks ago, we saw reports of people queuing to get money out of the banks in Russia. There was talking about a crisis there potentially developing. It seems to have gone a bit quiet. And can I just link that point with another comment, if I may? There's also someone, again on this space, mentioned that the rules have been changed in Russia to allow banks to not report so much detail about their financial holdings. And I was just wondering really what is the current state of play in Russia with the banking system? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for this answer. from the very, very bottom of my heart. I did read some of the IMF exceedingly boring reports on the state of Russian banking over the past 5 years, in order precisely to answer to those questions that used to be fairly common. And by the moment I finished reading those reports, people had stopped asking them. So now I can finally answer them. So thank you very much. So regarding the potential run on the bank from a few weeks back, it's difficult to say. Some people are saying that it was completely invented using pictures of last year's run, because there have been a clear run on the bank last February. So some of the pictures might have been taken and reused. So that's one possibility. Not my favorite, I have to say. The second possibility is that there were some problems with the banking system that were tied to other issues, such as possible cyber attack on some of the banks that made them lose some time and some efficiency. So they were just queuing because the banks were having problem, but nothing to do with their actual level of liquidity. And the final possibility, which I quite like, and I discovered reading the IMF stuff, the Russian banking system is dominated by a number of large banks, but there are also very small ones, a lot of very small ones, and those banks tend to be so very small, poorly capitalized, and very isolated. Other banks consider them as very risky, so they tend not to interact with them very much. I would say it's not entirely impossible that one of those banks, those small banks with like 3 branches, principally concentrated in one very small area, which no one ever hears about, that one such bank had a problem. And they had a problem. They had all the liquidity crisis. There was a bank run, but there was a bank run in a village you've never heard about. So I would say that this might be the cause for all the chatter that we heard. And if there was a bank run, it was very limited, and whomever was in charge, the central government, another bank, possibly the regional government, moved in, recapitalized the bank, problem solved, let's move on. So, and now, as far as I know, there are no indication of a especially important level of distrust in Russian banks. So there's no reason to believe this for the moment. Now, the question of information. This is, I think, crucial. This is one that has been attracting a little bit of attention in the economic press over the past few weeks. And what seems to be the case is that the Russian companies went to see the Russian government and told it, guys, we're being targeted by the American government and the European Union. They're trying to prevent us from working. And to do that, they need to know us. And to know us, they need information. The more information we put out, the easier it gets for them to target us. So to prevent the work of sanctions, to prevent whatever propaganda win that the West may have by saying, oh, look at the economic problems they have, and also to keep secret some of the things that are necessary for their war economy. For all of those reasons, the Russians decided to keep a number of their information secrets. I didn't know for the banks, but for instance, things like the names of the board members of the companies that are listed on the Moscow Stock Exchange used to be perfectly easily available by everyone. It's not anymore. A number of statistics that used to be published by Rostat are not published anymore. And all those informations, along with a number of others, used to be available and are not. I wouldn't be surprised if what's going on with the Russian banks fits in this movement. They don't want the information to come out. They want to hide the problems. They want to prevent the sanctions from hitting and they want to prevent the Europeans and the Americans from knowing whether sanctions are successful or not. For all those reasons, information is limited. I don't think that it indicates that the Russian banking system is about to collapse or anything, or has more problems than those we could assume otherwise. I hope I answered the questions. And
yeah, it's an interesting scenario, isn't it? I wondered whether, if with the lack of, or with the less information being published, whether they would feel able to just keep printing notes and just to sort of try and keep the apparently keep the economy going. But then there's a comment made on this space another couple of weeks ago, suggesting that they were running out of the inks that were required for printing banknotes. So it's who knows?
I've not heard about the ink.
Yeah.
I did not hear about the ink. I knew about the paper.
Oh, okay. What was it? Paper. Apologies. It's one of the two. Right. Yeah. Okay. Paper. I withdraw the ink. I substitute it with paper. But basically, that might restrict their ability to actually create brand new banknotes.
Yes, I think the possibility of creating brand new banknotes is not crucial at the moment, because they can just use the old ones. And when we're saying that they're printing banknotes, we usually don't really mean that they're printing more banknotes. That's usually not how inflation is created. They just need to add a few zeros in the banks, and that's it. The problem with banknotes arises when there's already been quite a bit of inflation and you need to print new banknotes with more zeros in the back and with more zeros to reflect the needs of the population. And when that happens, there are massive issues with the banknotes. And but by then we'll know that they've had a bout of hyperinflation, so the problem will be completely different. Much more worrisome for them is that everything printed, everything that has to do with print is becoming difficult. And you know that there's quite a lot of processes and techniques and etc. that today still require printing, still require signing. And it's not as if they could easily move on the cloud or anything, precisely because they cannot be sure that cloud providers are not just going to close their services from one day to the next. So for all these reasons, I don't think that they're going to. For all these reasons, I think that their main issue is not being able to print the regular contracts and to print the regular, slips from that they're using in the warehouses to know which palette they've sent where, and if the paper is becoming rare for this is going to be a massive issue for them.
Ben, he has a lot of problems, doesn't he? Sorry, I'll drop down. Thank you.
Oh, you can stay, no problem. But yeah, bye, Nada.
All right.
Thank you.
Ben, before I go to bed, I just wanted to hear from you. I know you often have your eyes on a little niche in the Russian market where they get really big problems. Like, for example, you mentioned the paper. We were earlier this year talking about ball bearings, or last year we were talking about ball bearings. You have any news on the ball bearings, and are there other crucial products which can get rare in the Russian market and maybe have a domino effect?
Unfortunately, no, I don't have much information about the ball bearings. I learned a lot about ball bearings, though, including things that I was not expecting. One of them is that in many, if not all, industrial ball bearings, the balls in question are sealed into into the mechanism with a certain amount of fluid that keeps them rolling easily. But yeah, I didn't know that they were sealed. That makes it all the more difficult to transfer from one ball bearing to the next. So yeah, but no, I don't have much information. I don't know whether China is participating or not. I don't know if they managed to sneak some ball bearings from Turkey or Kazakhstan or God knows where. But the information related to their production, for instance, of rolling stock for their railways indicates that they probably still have some because they're still producing something. They're not at zero, but they probably don't have much because their freight car production has taken a very, very significant hit, and they cannot renew or replace their whole fleet, so they're having to make do with what exists already. So yeah, that's their. When we're looking at the final output, we can say that they're having problems. Probably not only due to ball bearings, but we don't have much information about the input, except that they've probably never managed to replicate what the Swedes are doing, because that would be a massive success for them, and they don't have that many, so they wouldn't shy away from telling us. And that's one of the main realizations that I've had while looking at the Russian press over the past month. How little good news they share with everyone. They don't spend their if you look at the way propaganda was done in World War II, whenever they could, they would go into the dockyard. They would go into a tank manufacturing plant. They would take a photographer, put him in a crane, and take a picture that showed hundreds upon hundreds of tanks being made, or planes being made. They would shoot engineering porn, basically, showing whittlers and I don't even know the name of all those machines, but people working very, very hard on producing stuff. The Russians are not been doing this much. They've done it twice. Once you didn't see anything, like literally anything, and the second time there were a number of turrets being worked upon by like 3 people. There are like 6 turrets being worked upon by 3 people. That's all there was. And I'm not talking about turrets for tanks. I'm talking about turrets for IFVs. So their production is probably minimal. It's probably not very impressive in terms of quality either. And the result is that they don't speak about it. And I think that's a very good news, and that's I would like it to be our parting thought, because good thoughts for your night. Bye, Nada.
Oh, Ben, can you please tell me, have you found another niche which could have a great impact, like the ball bearings or something like this, or the paper?
No, I haven't. I have not been looking for it, I have to say, but no, I haven't. Recently, medication. I've tried to pay as much attention as I can to medication, because I think it's one of those high level sectors, both in terms of technology and the significance of their output. And they've not been doing very well. Also because it's an indication, I think, of the health of their chemical industry, and we know that chemicals are important for a number of sectors. So we talked about paper. One of the issues that the paper industry was having was related to chemicals. We know, of course, when it comes to weapon production, shells in particular, all of this is tied to the chemical industry. And if they're having problems with with the medication, they probably have problems elsewhere. And of course, the medication themselves are crucial for war. So yeah, they're doing it as well. Yeah. So yeah, medication. That's the one I'm looking at particularly at the moment.
All right, thank you, Ben. And until we get someone who will be, I will stay up here.
Thank you, Bernard. Don't worry, I don't feel alone. I can blabber away for a few hours until the cavalry arrives. Especially now that we know that the cavalry is going to come, probably riding mortars and Bradleys, while being protected only else by French AMX 10s.
Ben, my only concern is that Charles is half the cavalry. He should probably go to sleep. But aside from that, you're right about that. We'll do our best here.
I think Charles is more of a paratrooper at the moment. He's like surrounded. He's not going to give up, but he cannot move. Inshallah is already sleeping.
Nope.
Okay. Mark, since you're here, if I'm not mistaken, you're a bit of you know a lot about company finance, don't you?
Sorry, is that coming to me?
Yes.
About what? Sorry, can you, Ben, please.
Companies finance, like how do?
Oh, only a bit. It's only I have a passing interest. I'm good at spending money. I can tell you that much.
Okay, too bad. I thought I was going to manage to get a lesson in how to read company finance, but
oh wow, no, it's. I suspect it's an art, isn't it? And if you look at any accounts, how do you work out what's really going on? How do you tell? These companies that go bust, who knew beforehand that their accounts were actually a load of rubbish? No, I'm not an expert in that at all. Sorry, I can't help you.
Too bad for me.
But I can, if I'd like, if it's okay, can I just move on to a couple of other things then? I mean, it's so hard to keep on top of what's going on across this war, isn't it? But I did see a very interesting video today with a load of Russian enlisted guys who said they were complaining to President Putin and the others, saying that they've been trained as artillerymen and they've been lined up to go in as infantry and not liking the idea. Which is quite encouraging.
I'm sorry, I've managed to not understand the question.
So it's not a question; it's a comment. I've just
okay.
When I scan through what's happening in various posts on Twitter, I saw a video of some Russian soldiers who've been reservists mobilized, and they were trained as artillerymen, but were being lined up to go in as infantry, and they didn't like that. They were complaining, addressing their complaint to Mr. Putin and the other senior leadership. And I thought that was great.
You think it's great? I think it's terrifying. If you know about the war that Israel waged against several Arab countries and the Palestinian population in order to gain its independence, you might remember that the Haganah at the time did not have much artillery, if artillery at all, but they had managed to get some shells. So they had this problem, which was that how do you send shells on the enemy if you don't have a gun to fire it from? And unfortunately, they decided that the best way to do it was to give it to a guy, like I don't know, 75 millimeter shell, 105 millimeter shell, and point the guy towards the direction of the enemy provide him with as much covering fire as possible, and get him to run to the enemy, deposit the shell as close as possible from him, and then come back if he was still able to run. This was known as human cannons, and apparently they were quite efficient. I hope that the Russians are not taking their courage and their will to fight from the Haganah.
No, I think these guys were simply, they're just going to be cannon fodder. Well, not, they're just going to go straight into the fight as infantry, and I don't think they're going to perform.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. And that's evidence of one of the main problems of the Russian army at the moment. They're wasting a lot of their sort of rare resources. They don't have the ability to train that many people for, very good reasons. And if those that they do manage to train, they train by giving them the wrong training, that sort of defies the purpose. Mark, if you're okay, Joseph, our friend Joseph, has probably stopped cooking his vatnik, and he wants to share a few of his insights from Tajikistan, where he is at the moment.
Ben, I do need to cook my vatnik at some point, just FYI. Yeah, Ben, I guess I wanted to ask you this, Ben. I feel like you or Doman, I mean, in terms of people that interface with the public, right? There are certainly people in the halls of financial institutions or working on these sanctions that know more. But Ben, I mean, you've probably interviewed more people, or aside from maybe Doman, than anyone about the sanction regime against Russia. I think. I mean, maybe I'm sure you're a humble man. I'm sure you'll correct me, but Ben, I don't know. I know that it's sort of your New Year's resolution. You want to get even more people to talk about what's going on in terms of the economic situation and sanctions and so forth this year. I don't know. What do you think you've learned from all the experts you've had on in terms of the way the sanctions are going? Do you think there's anything to come in terms of the sanctions, or do you think that we've mostly put in place what we need to put in place, and now it's more a matter of making sure there's no loopholes or gaps or ways around them and so forth?
Well, okay, so the compliment is wholly undeserved, and I'm not even being modest. I'm being serious. There's a lot of people who know a lot about the sanctions, and actually, if you're interested, I follow quite a few of them. If you go to my page, I've got a Ukraine economics Twitter, okay, I'll call that list. And if you want to discover more of those guys, you're welcome to check their names there. But one thing is for sure is that I do know more about this than Dolman does. That's certain. Dolman is but an amateur when it comes to this. But more seriously, yeah, there's a lot more to be learned. I hope there's a lot more that we'll learn together on the space. And regarding to what I've learned so far, I was asking myself the same question a few days back while preparing one of the interviews, and for me, it was a real journey. To put it simply, at the beginning, if you had asked me the very same question last year, I would have told you sanctions never work. And the evidence that I had for this in my mind was Iran never managed to. The sanction never managed to stop completely the production of the march of Iran towards nuclear status. The situation in Russia post Crimea, Europe suffered a lot, and as far as I know, Russia did. As far as I knew, Russia did not. And a number of other cases where clearly people knew that countries knew that they were going to be put under sanction, and acted in a way that was going to put them under sanction all the same. So that was basically where I was coming from. And I realized how completely wrong that was. There's, first of all, sanctions are not created willy-nilly. You've got actual professionals who are specializing in this they're good, they're great, they know their job inside out. Yes, it is a difficult job. Yes, there've been a lot of trial and error, but if we only focus on the error, basically, no one knows anything. So and what we see now is that the impact of the sanctions are fairly it's fairly big. The point, and it's also a matter of managing expectations. The point has never been to just break the Russian economy in one swoop. The point has never been to prevent Russia from being able to wage its war at the moment. But the point is to make it as difficult and costly as possible. And at this, they're being very, very successful. I think that nothing shows this better than the consequences of the price cap on the export of crude oil. It was very well designed. It's a very smart piece of legislation, has to be said. I don't like it. I still don't like it, but it's very well done. The level of enforcement and of sort of self-enforcement by a number of companies, compliance is amazing, and the impact that it has on Russian oil is really really important. So I think that's very important. Yeah, that's really something which is worth looking at. And I think that the most important part of this crude oil oil cap is the one that is the least often mentioned, is that it is probably just, can I say, a tryout. Because the real, what people in the know are saying, I'm not sure I understand fully what they mean, but what they're saying is that the real impact is going to come when Russia is going to be banned from exporting to Europe petroleum produces. So that's diesel, that's a number of other products that are processed in Russia and then exported to Europe. Apparently, this is going to be very difficult to do because crude oil is crude oil. You say we ban crude oil, and you just ban it and it's done. Petroleum products take a number of shape and forms, and not all can be treated exactly the same way. So it's a lot more complex than just banning crude oil. And also the consequences of it on the European economy are a lot more difficult to assess, and potentially a lot larger than the one on just the ban on crude oil. So it's going to be difficult, but they're going forward, and I'm very interested to know how this is going to happen. The other thing I'm very interested in is what's going to happen next week, actually, when the level of the price cap is going to be decreased, very probably. So it's likely that it's going to be decreased from $60 to 57 or something along those lines. We won't see much of a decrease ourselves, but there will be a decrease, and that decrease is going to pressure, and also to pressure the Russians, cost them more millions. But also that it's going to show the commitment of the Europeans in keeping the pressure on Russia and on and on and on. And the writing is on the wall. If the Europeans manage to bring down the price of oil, the writing is on the wall. At some point, Russia is going to suffocate, and at some point, the cost, the sheer cost of running the war is going to be too much for them. It's not now, but it's going to happen at some point. So yeah, there's a lot to look forward that has been already planned. So you don't need to ask for it. You don't need to hope for it. It is planned. And so what else there is to do? You're right. There's a lot of loopholes. What I hope for is actually not exactly what I would call a change, like an addition, new sector, someone has been forgotten. Yes, it would be nicer if all the Russian banks were excluded from SWIFT. Yes, it would be nicer if we made sure that that all the Russian oligarchs were being targeted, etc., etc. That all this is for sure, but I would say it's a bit easy. I think that the real challenge now is to convince our Turkish friends, above all, that they need to join the camp of the sanctions. The day Ankara joins the sanctions is going to be a day of absolute and unmitigated panic in Russia. If you can add Kazakhstan to this, honestly, their goose is cooked. They're going to panic completely, because now a very sizable portion of their trade is coming to Russia from Turkey, and it's still manageable on the logistic point of view. Driving from southern Russia to St. Petersburg or Moscow is long but doable. If 100% of their trade has to go through China, then you imagine that 100% of it has to go through the single railway of the single rail line of the Trans-Siberian. Just it's technically impossible. Their transport lines are already collapsing. So what will happen when even more trade has to go through it? The thing is dead, and that would be crucial. So I think what I'm looking forward for is a strong pressure, a very smart pressure applied on Turkey for Turkey to join our position in against Russia. I hope I've answered your question. And Charles has his hand up.
My question was, in that realization, looking at past sanctions like Iran, and we'll say the relative ineffectiveness of them, and then you see these ones. I mean, was there something? I mean, what specific sanctions were it, or has it been, that have caused this? Was it SWIFT? Was it confiscation of foreign assets and foreign reserves? I mean, what were the things that you saw that were like, oh man, that was really the nuclear option, so to say?
Yeah, that's a very good question. In a way, there was no nuclear option, because Russia, in many aspects, had already been under sanction for almost a decade. So a lot of the easy stuff had already been targeted. So, for instance, anything that was food related, one way or another. Well, actually, no, it's not true. Food was Russian sanctions against Europe that banned the import of food from Russia, from Europe to Russia. But a number of other things had been that were very important, had been targeted and couldn't move further. I think that in a way, that reverting to Joseph's question, the true nuclear option has not been used yet, and it is the one which would be to basically ban any European or American company to work in Russia, period. You do this, they're in big trouble. Thankfully, even though in most cases it hasn't been done, in practice, a lot of companies have acted as if it was done. So they decided to comply with a rule that has not been passed yet. So we all know, I'm sorry to return to McDonald's, but we all know the case of McDonald's that moved out of Russia after 30 years of being there. There's a list of companies that is way too long to mention that moved out. IKEA is one, H&M, almost every single car brand has moved out, and all this has caused a massive problem for the Russians, both in terms of access to supply and anything related to labor and taxes, and the way those companies were involved. So I would say that voluntary compliance with that rule that is not a rule yet is probably the nuclear option. If you really want an actual rule, I think it's the one that put most, if not all, of the car parts and anything that could be related to the automotive industry as what they call dual-use parts or dual-use goods, which means that they can be used both for civilian and military targets. Oh, sorry, not targets, products. And that means that no car parts could be moved from Poland, from Romania, from Germany to Russia. That is the death of the Russian car manufacturing, which is, I mean, you can imagine what would happen in any country without a car manufacturing industry. It is a catastrophe. Yes, the Chinese are moving in a little bit, but they cannot replace everything. And this is both humiliating and very significant economically. So I would pick this as my nuclear option.
Thanks, Ben.
Joseph, you're back up. You decided to save me from myself. Thank you very much.
Hello, Ben. Well, first off, Ben, I want to say, folks, if you want to come up and ask Ben questions, you can. It doesn't just have to be me and Charles and Bionade asking Ben questions. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will, in fact, bring you up. You could also retweet the space, let people know we're talking about economics usually when Ben's around. Ben's a lover, not a fighter. I can empathize as someone who majored in the humanities myself. But yeah, we're talking about Russian economics and the economy of Ukraine, which is actually what my question is about. So please retweet the space, let people know. And if you have a question, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. That will bring you up. You can ask a question. Also, please do check out MriyaAid.org. It is a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. 100% of all donations go directly to procuring non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine because it's run completely by volunteers. There's no overhead or administrative costs. Ben, my question to you is this. Oh man, I'll remember. So Ben, there's a recent report that came out from the Ukrainian government, which claims the environmental damage to Ukraine so far is $46 billion that Russia has perpetrated. I just wanted to know, Ben. I'm a gardener myself. I don't know much about economics, though. I mean, like, in terms of environmental damage, what does that do to an economy? How do you fix it? Like, what can they do about this, Ben? And how much will it hurt their economy moving forward?
Well, this is devastating in many ways. The Ukrainian environment has been affected in many ways. Some just as a reference, many European countries over the past few years have decided to phase out their fireworks because fireworks, especially during the winter, tend to wake up a number of animals from their hibernation, and the result is that those animals don't have their hibernation, their sleep is disturbed, and they tend to have a more difficult and shorter life after this because, well, the key period of hibernation has been disturbed. So yeah, that's fireworks once one day per year. Can you imagine what war does to the fauna of a country? This is really bad. It is all the worse because Ukraine is a beautiful country with a lot of natural parks and things where that this sort of thing could unfold, could become true assets. I mean, they even have zebras, for crying out loud. And seeing this affected is very it's highly problematic for a country like Ukraine. Now, let's not hide the fact that Ukraine, as a former a former colony of the Russian Empire, has experienced a really dirty form of industrialization. So quite a few parts of Ukraine were already affected by a high level of pollution and environmental damage. But the ones that have been done now are thorough and will be difficult to reverse. You can think of the absolute massacre of the sea mammals in the Black Sea. It's so thorough and so large that it might affect the population in the decades to come. Again, not something that is easily reverted, and also not something which can be easily captured by a number. 25,000 dolphins. How much is it worth? I don't know. I don't know. No one knows. There's no good way around this. But there's I think we need to look at it potentially another way. What this war has done is to definitely break Ukraine from the Soviet mindset in many ways. And rather than the Soviet mindset, the last inheritance of the Soviet mindset, and also to solve some of the problems that had arisen over the years, related, for instance, to corruption. I'm reading a book which is quite interesting. I will definitely speak about it later. But one of the claims of the book is that a large part of the corruption of Ukraine is tied to, can I put it, Russian influence on the country. And with the lessening of that influence, probably a vast amount of the corruption issues are going to solve themselves. Why is it important? Well, because corruption and pollution often go hand in hand. By solving one problem, Ukraine will probably solve the other one as well, to a very large extent. And that's not the only good news. The fact that large factories such as Azovstal have been destroyed is really bad for the economy of the country. There's no way around it. But the positive side is that they will be rebuilt. They will be rebuilt, and they probably not only will be rebuilt, but they will be rebuilt with an eye on European Union requirements, and those requirements, of course, as you probably know, include quite a lot of attention paid to the environment. And that is great news, because by following the European law, Ukraine will be in a position to produce probably more, and certainly at a much lower cost to the environment. I'm not an industrial specialist in any way, shape, or form, but there's ways of producing electricity. There's ways of producing chemicals, there's way of retaining chemicals. There's way of treating the wastage from a plant or a factory that can be tremendously improved. And I have very little doubt that the Ukrainians will be keen on using this as well. And there's a final element that is probably involved there as well. Loving your country often implies loving, like, the actual countryside, loving the forest, caring about the forest, caring about the plants and the animals, caring about the nature of the soil, knowing and defending this. It's not by chance that those two ideas often go hand in hand. And I think that of course, the very large level of patriotism that is being displayed by the Ukrainians at the moment, and the large effort and sacrifices that are being done by Ukrainians at the moment both on the the front line and behind, is a fantastic, can I put it, prospect for the future, because by showing that they love the country, by demonstrating that they love the country, they're saying we don't want it to be wasted, neither by the Russian nor by anyone else that could destroy it. The forest at the moment around Crimea, where apparently the Ukrainians are pushing by the Russians, are going to become a location that will be that will acquire a new signification for the locals. And you don't destroy a forest as easily if it is a place of national interest for the memory of the nation, and for where a number of your heroes have fallen and fought. And I dare hope that this will be in the future this will help the Ukrainians to I don't want to say a greener future, but yeah, let's put it this way, that will help them build a greener future. So Joseph is back to tell me that I did not answer his question. Are you back, Joseph? Hey, can you speak?
I can, Ben. I apologize. Yeah, no, you answered my question, Ben. Thank you. I appreciate the answer. It's it's a terrible thing that we talk about sometimes, but I think it's worth reminding people just how absolutely negligent Russia has been in terms of their prosecution of this war in regards to the environment, and how much damage that has done, and how much that will continue to hurt people going forward. I guess I'll put it that way, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for directing our attention to this subject, which is of course very, very important. On that, Phil has joined the panel. Oh yeah, well there you are. Please go ahead.
Ben, I was just wondering what your thoughts are on potentially global recession, how that would affect oil prices, and how that would further impact like Russian oil prices and sanctions and the ability for Russia to prosecute the war.
Oh, well, you mean that $3 trillion question? Can I put it? Russia was planning a short war because it was needing a short war. Forget about the 3 days to Kiev, but think about, okay, they probably were thinking, we will have reached our objectives, whatever those objectives were, within 3 months. 3 months is perfect for them because the oil market and the gas market are going to overreact. Prices are going to go up. They will manage to get a lot of money for themselves, and then with peace restored, with everyone panicking left and right, they will be able to impose their diktat not only on Ukraine or whatever is left of it, but also on the rest of Europe. And that was, and the reason why it had to be short is because on the short term, the economic reaction was probably in their favor ultimately, whereas on the long term, it was not going to go very well. In particular, because it was, as you mentioned, going to create or reinforce the risk of a global recession. And now we're in the situation where China is not doing so great. Britain is having some problem. The US is doing fantastically well compared to what could have been expected, but it's as usual, there could be a risk somewhere. And as usual as well, the rest of Europe is is neither here or there, confronted with inflation, which is high, but maybe not as high as we could have feared. So it's a bit touch and go for the moment, whether or not we will have a global recession. But let's say that we do have a global recession. Let's say that we're in May, and everything has gone like from bad to worse. The way I read it is that it would create tremendous tensions within the alliance that is supporting Ukraine. There's no doubt about this. The French are already complaining. The Germans could start to complain. The cost, the political cost, might become difficult to bear for many countries. Thankfully, it's very likely that the one important country, namely the United States, will stop providing support to Ukraine anytime soon. They're way too involved. There's way too much at play for them to step back. And as much as it hurts to say, if France decides to limit its help to Ukraine, it wouldn't have much of an effect. So it might create some attention-grabbing title for the newspapers, but I don't think, front page, but I don't think that it would have much of an impact. I don't see how it could have much of an impact on the short term and on the capacity of Ukraine to win. The reverse is not quite as true. What would Russia do if suddenly there is a massive recession? Because what will, for instance, President Xi do if suddenly he realizes that his usual customer are buying less because the war is because the recession is causing harm to them, and also because the Russians have brought up so many prices that the Europeans, for instance, have to pay so much cash in sorry
Ben, you cannot be getting sick.
No, I am not.
I will not allow it as the scheduler of the Maria Report.
No, don't worry. I won't be sick for at least another week. So yeah, no, the Chinese, if the Europeans are not able to buy their stuff, because remember, the cost in terms of energy for Europe is very, very high. Where I've seen somewhere that Europe may pay something to the tune of 200 billion euros more in energy in 2022 than it had in 2021. Those $2 billion in energy are $2 billion that it's not going to invest, it's not going to spend in stuff that China produces. China is going to hurt because of this. And there's no way around it. And they might not be very happy about it. So the Chinese might start creating a lot more pressure on the Russians. And it's a little bit the same thing with the Indians. The Indians are a lot less tied to the international economy than the Russians are. But if the Indian economy suffers, they won't hesitate 1 second to tell the Russians, thank you, but you need to stop with your nonsense, go home, or we will take action. So in that respect, politically, it would be very difficult for the Russians. And then there are the financial, economic, and budgetary consequences for Russia itself. And there, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Because the Brent right now is at $80. Imagine recession, less demand for oil. We saw in 2014, I think, that the Brent could go as low as $45. Remove from this, say, $20 of rebates that the Russians will have to consent to their customers. You have a Russian barrel at $25. Admittedly, based on what Ryan is telling us, they're already not very far from it, but there is still quite a walk between 40 and 20. $20 barrel for Russia would be it's the end of them. They cannot bear it.
And why would it be $20? First, because well, there's the rebate. They cannot sell at the same price as the other countries producing oil can. But the other thing is that for the moment, OPEC is pretty much on their side, or maybe not as openly and maybe not as consequently as they might want, but they are supporting them from afar. But at some point, the guys from OPEC are going to realize that we cannot allow this nonsense to continue, and especially we cannot help Russia quite as much as we do. By the time the Brent is at $40, they will go to the Indians, they will go to the Chinese, and they will tell them, stop buying that Russian shit. We will provide you with whatever you need, at whatever price you need, but we will provide for you. Stop buying from the Russians. Because they will have to make up in volume whatever they're losing in margin. And there's no two way around it. So you might find yourself in a situation where Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and even maybe Iran will just not be able to take such a hit, and will have to cut off their links with Russia. So there's the impact for on the point of view of oil, but there's, imagine what's going to happen to Iran in particular if the price level for oil reaches $20 a barrel. They're having problem right now with the barrel at 80. At 20 or at 40, I don't think that the government will survive very long. I'm exaggerating for effect, but it is a distinct possibility. They're going to have to be very, very, very careful. And one thing they will have to do is that they're going to have to tone down their fight against the West. At some point, they're like, if with a barrel at $40, I think they will unplug their nuclear program on their own and come on both knees in Washington, asking them to restore whatever part of their economy they can restore at the moment. So to sum up, the global recession would create sizable but fairly inconsequential tensions within the alliance for Ukraine, but would absolutely wreck both the Russian economy and the alliance system that they've managed to put in place. So thank you very much for the answer. If you don't agree with anything I've said or want any further detail, I'd love to talk about it. I think it's a very exciting scenario to play through.
No, thanks, Ben. I really appreciate it because I don't know anything about economics, but I spoke to someone who stayed at a Holiday Inn Express, and actually they know a lot more than me. And they were I was kind of discussing it with them, and they were, COVID's going rampant in China. China's not reopening anytime soon, and they're like, yeah, but so their demand for oil is going to go down, but India's kind of sheltered. So I'm really happy that you brought that up. That was kind of where I was going with the discussion, because, India does their own thing with Russian oil, does their own thing to get oil into their country. So that's what I was like, I didn't understand the implications, because they can get it, at a completely different price point than what the West sets. But you're saying that they still have to buy it on a discount, just like the West. So that clarifies a lot of different things. So I really appreciate the answers.
Well, thanks a lot. It's only one possibility. There's a number of other options. One of them is also tied. Well, sorry. One of the variables is, what do we call a global recession? Because we tend to be focused on a few numbers, and that's perfectly natural. but they might, the same number might imply a number of things. As you mentioned, is India going to be affected by the recession or not? Or how the US is affected. Which part of the US is affected as well can have a massive impact. I'm no specialist, but I think there's quite a lot of people, of economists, that can tell you probably that a drop of 5% of the GDP of California, it does not have quite the same effect as a drop of 5% of the GDP of Texas. The consequences for the world are not the same. So yeah, there's tons and tons and tons of variables, but it's very interesting, and I hope we'll never get there, but definitely that shows again the very limited statecraft capacity of the Russians. They should have been able to. Somebody among them should have raised his hand and said, "Okay, what happens if we don't win in 3 days? If we don't win in 3 weeks? If we don't win in 3 months? What happens then?" Not for the military, but for the economy. And at that point, they should have started to get really, really worried. And just the possibility of them not winning should have led them to never to invade Ukraine. This is ultimately, and we've repeated this time and time and time again, above anything else, this is a sign of immense stupidity from the point of view of the Russian government and the Russian elites, not being able to stop it from the Russian elite, and deciding to go forward from the Russian government is a sign of absolute madness, complete distance from reality, and general incapacity to do the right thing for themselves or indeed for the country. I mentioned numbers for a minute. Oh, before I go there, Joseph, are you still here?
I am, Ben.
Quick question: Is there a bank holiday in the US right now? Because usually I find myself in the position of like this one when it's Thanksgiving or something like that.
I don't believe so, Ben. Yeah, I don't think there's any kind of like holiday today in the US.
Okay, well then it's just one of those cases where, well, it's quite costly to be a co-host on the MriyaReport. It's something that not everyone can afford. So the result is that well-off Americans in January, they tend to go to Colorado to ski. So I assume Daryl is skiing at the moment.
You don't know where Daryl is. Daryl, I know. Well, here's the thing. I know Daryl. Again, as a scheduler of the MriyaReport, I know weird things about people's personal lives. Daryl has one date night with his wife, and it can be Saturday or Sunday. Then, so he's probably on a date with his wife, which is actually I find pretty adorable. I don't know about you.
I find it exceedingly adorable. I should do the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should do the same, Ben.
The only person I think would not be very happy about it is my wife. Whiskey, you brought us something to drink. I have to say my throat is a little bit parched at the moment.
Hey, Ben, how you doing?
Not too shabby.
Hey, if you don't... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying I'm with you guys. I'm very happy. And I have to say, big apologies for the last few days. I was extremely tired. And today I had a 3 hours nap, feeling much, much better, ready for an all-nighter and get tired again.
I'm just impressed you're still up. But I wanted to ask you, if you don't mind, before the war, before you came to the MriyaReport, if you don't mind me asking, what were you doing before that? And I ask that because I'm always impressed with how much knowledge you have that you share on this space.
I can answer this, Ben. Ben has a baby. He reads a lot, and he has a job. Ben.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Unfortunately I'm not able to give as much time to the MriyaReport as I would like to. I'd love to be in a position such as that of Domin, who my interpretation of Domin's finances is that you may know that Slovenia used to be a place where there were a lot of pirates, the sort of guys who were plundering the Venetian trade back in the 16th and 17th century. Uskoks, they were known as. And the Uskoks were extremely wealthy, and they probably took some gold, buried it in a place which later on became the garden where young Domin used to have his maps and his games. And one day, while digging, he discovered the Uskok treasures, and that's how he's now able to finance his participation to the MriyaReport. Little known fact, he's actually entirely paying with that money. He's entirely paying for the outfitting of the 97th Ukrainian Infantry Brigade.
My theory is much more simple, Ben. I think probably just it's like he sold like wine bottles on eBay or found a way like internet plus wine equals money, and I think that's what happened with Doman. But I have no idea. Myself, I work a seasonal job. I do taxes. So this season I just said, hey, work, not doing it. Go kick rocks, and they will let me back next year because they need me. But yeah. So yeah, this is my basically more or less my full-time job for this year. Probably can't do it next year though. But yeah, I have the capability to do that, so it did it. Anyways, Ben, we're getting real personal now. We should probably get back to what's going on in Ukraine, huh? To stop us from exposing our own personal issues while we work on the MriyaReport, because we do volunteer our time here, and we wind up to some extent having our lives we have to build our lives around it to some extent. If you don't want to hear about that, please do come up and ask us a question, or please bring us maybe some information about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and we'll be happy to answer that. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up here. And Ben knows a lot about economics. I have to admit, he's a pretty clever guy. I think more than just the actual economics side of things, I think Ben understands the nature of how economics is obviously an important thing that governs human behavior, but in a country full of like crazy mobster kleptocrats, it all functions a little bit differently. And I think Ben is cognizant of that, and I think a lot of economists aren't. Obviously, as Ben said, there's lots of smart people on Twitter who follow this stuff, and they're definitely worth following. Camille Galiv, Camille Kazani, and I'm sure Ben has a few names. Ben, you want to just name a couple of the people you really think are good analysts of the Russian economy in general?
Oh, absolutely. Well, some of those that we've had on the space are very, very good. Rachel Ziamba is excellent, and I would say.
Weird! Wasn't she like on a Twitter space recently, Ben?
Was she? I don't remember.
Sorry, was that not the lady you just interviewed?
Yes, she was.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I ran my own joke.
No, sorry. I wanted to follow your questioning. Yes, she was on the space yesterday actually, and I think it went well. She played with Axel, which was it started weird, but ended up being a great moment of radio, I have to say. So I really enjoyed that. And to be honest, few people are able to trade bowls with trade water with Axel that way. That was a bit stressful initially, and then I was really happy to witness it. And who else? Probably my number one stop would be Maria Shagina. I virtually retweet every single one of her tweets. She's great. She knows the thing inside out. I'm not despairing on the fact that she might come and visit us at some point, and I have a few. I definitely will have a few questions for us for her. Of course, there is our great friend from the Finnish central bank, Ika Korinen, who he's cheating a little bit because he's the head of a research center. So he has access to all this great research by the guys from his center and from the number of reports that is not reports, conferences that he's organizing. So he always have he's always had great great discussions and great data. He's the one, for instance, who follows the information about. Oh, Axel, be careful! Hot mic. He's always the one who follows the trade data from Russia. So he's really good. And finally, I would like to say Janis Kluge. He's a very good complement, a little bit like a good wine. It's a very good pairing with Rachel and Maria, because he's really interested in more budgetary and financial issues. He understands how, for instance, how the Ukrainians are managing to pay for the war. He's understanding how the Russians are having massive problems to pay for the war, and the result is that he pays attention to other things. So that's quite good as well. And finally, I would say the Financial Times. The Financial Times doesn't have the best reporting on a daily basis. For if you're trying to follow what's going on in the war, it's really not their cup of tea. But over the past few months, they've been coming through like every 10 days or something. They have a great article, like great article on what's going on. They followed the grain deal like a bloodhound. They're excellent. They've been excellent on the trade cap, on the oil cap. They're doing fantastic reporting. I would strongly recommend you either buy the paper. That's one option, or at the very least follow the various members of their pool of journalists that follow both Ukraine, Russia, and also the Eastern Europe and Turkey. Their team there is amazing.
Thank you, Ben. Ben, I want to ask you for an update on the Bonduelle saga, but if I pronounced that correctly, I want to give our listeners just a real brief overview of that who might not be aware. I want to save you the trouble because I know you've had to summarize it a lot for us. So, Ben, basically, as far as I understand, there's a canned food company, Bonduelle. They are a French company, one of many. They were doing okay in France, but they figured out that the best place to expand their market share was going to be Eastern Europe. So they went to Eastern Europe. There's not a ton of competition there. They did pretty well. They're a very well recognized brand there. 5% of their market share is in Russia. In Russia, the head of their Russian operations happens to be an FSB officer. She attended an FSB academy. And there was a picture that emerged of Bonduelle products being sent as parcels to Russian soldiers. And that picture, I think, is kind of what sparked this thing off. And so I would say Ben and a few other people caught on to this, were maybe informed of this and caught on to this. And they started, more or less an information campaign to say, hey, Bonduelle, what the heck? What are you doing? Why are you working with KGB officers to give Russians free food, right? And the Bonduelle issued a very mealy-mouthed sort of half denial. It's fine, something like that. It wasn't very satisfying or explanatory. and they haven't so far, I believe, taken any concrete action. However, the story has legs. It's gotten pretty significant in France. It was featured on the news. Ben was, they scrolled through a bunch of, they said people on Twitter are very angry, and they scrolled through a bunch of accounts, and Ben was there. So it's been, I think Ben is now a French television news contributor. I think you can put that on his resume fairly. So my point is just that it got some media attention because this is a big company. I remember Ben's very first statement was, Bondwell, get your PR department ready. This is going to be a big one. And I was like, oh, Ben, those are big words, Ben. You ready for this? And it turns out he was, because they certainly, at this point, they must have had several dozen meetings about this, because it's a big story. It's got covered by newspapers and by the TV press. So, Ben, do you want to give us any updates on that, or did I get anything wrong? Please go ahead. Bondwell, Ben.
There's not much else to say for the moment. I'm restarting the campaign tonight as soon as I move out of the Coast Post. Just to remind them that we still want answer to our questions, but we are now backed up by a very mighty supporter indeed, which is the Ukrainian government. You might have heard of them. Basically, the Ukrainian government is really not happy about this. They also understand that it's an important lever for them to play, in the sense that if they manage to force Bonduelle, a company that is for whom the Russian market is very important, and which almost represents the sort of new Russia that Putin had promised in the early 2000s. If they manage to force Bonduelle out of Russia, it might trigger the flood, and a number of other company might move out. So it's really important for them. And what they've decided to do, potentially, they're talking about it, is to declare to start action against Bonduelle for support of the Russian army, because that's exactly what happened. In effect, I was talking with, not going to say his name, but those of you who know will recognize him easily, a lawyer who knows quite a bit about sanctions, and he was telling me that if Bonduelle has had any, and I mean any, support, direct support for the Russian army, anything for them, they will find themselves confronted with the fact that they've broken European law. You can stay in Russia following European law, especially Bonduelle, because it's a food manufacturing company, and food is considered as not touched by the sanctions. You can stay in Russia if you want to, but the one customer you cannot have under any circumstances is the Russian army. And I'm not saying this on, it's a problem with genocide, it's a problem with morality, ethics, whatever. No. I mean actual law. You are not allowed to bring any support to the Russian army, one way or another. At the moment, the Russian army is persona non grata. The Russian army is not to be traded with under any circumstances. If you do trade with them, you're in for a world of trouble. And the other important thing is that many companies that are, super smart conglomerates with big shot lawyers and very advanced systems of firewalls between them, like the actual them, and any form of problems, they manage to stay in Russia with in a much more discreet manner. In the case of Bonduelle, that's not at all what happens. Bonduelle is a family company that prides itself that until fairly recently it was still being managed by the family of the creator that was back in 1854. A traditional company in a way that only a few Western European companies can claim to be and a few Japanese ones, and an American. But yeah, that very, very old company. And the result is that they have this sort of old style approach to it. They did not create another Bonduelle that was owned through a Panamanian company or whatever. It is a venture. It's a venture that is 100% owned by Bonduelle. It's not a separate company. It's just a branch of Bonduelle in Russia. So they cannot protect themselves by saying it's not us, it's local management. That local management in this case does not exist. There is legally no local management. There's legally no other CEO. The only person who's responsible is the CEO of Bonduelle. Period. No one else.
Ben, I know, obviously, I understand that you're saying that in legal terms that's ironclad. I'm just asking, just as like an addendum to that. This KGB officer that sort of runs their Russian operation, like, I mean, what's her deal? Like, do you think she's up to anything specifically? Or I guess, like, do we have any evidence that she's up to anything specifically? Obviously she is. I'm just wondering if we have any public evidence. And then, do you think it's possible that they might try to just blame it all on her and say, oh, we didn't know she was up to all this stuff. Oh, yeah, we hired her because the Russian government pressured us to do it. You know what I mean? Like that they'll kind of try to pin it on her, do you think?
Well, it's going to be very difficult for them to pin it on her because if I understand the dynamic, the inside Bonduelle, what basically happened is that there was a guy, I think his name was Guillaume de Boss, who was the leader of the local Bonduelle in Russia. So he was French. He was sent to Russia to organize this important part of their business. And he was called back to France in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. No, sorry, 2018, to do one thing, to become the new CEO. So the new CEO of Bonduelle was actually the head of Bonduelle Russia for 4 years before becoming the CEO in France. He has he cannot claim that he doesn't know the country. He cannot claim that he doesn't know the people. He basically chose that woman to become his successor. He knows her. He knows what she's about. He knows why he hired her. And she's his choice. She's his policy in Russia. There's no way for him to claim that he did not know what was going on. Actually, where it is very interesting is that I found an interview of the Bonduelle CEO, who I think is the one who died in a car accident in 2013. And that CEO was talking about Russia, and he was saying that, yeah, well, the soil is good. People like our product. Everything seems to be doing okay. The one problem we have is managing the government, managing the local the administrations, be them local or national. It's a big problem for us, and we need to hire.
Said every company about Russia ever been?
Yeah, I think so. But they said we need to but they were being very candid about it, and they said we need to hire someone to organize the relationship to make sure those problems don't happen. And I'm pretty certain we know who that someone became.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Ben, as you said. So then in comes this former KGB officer, or probably current KGB officer, that says, you guys need someone who can fix this stuff. You need a fixer. I gotcha. So yeah, that's quite the story, Ben. I hope there's some traction on this. I mean, it does seem like people are pretty disgusted by Bonduelle's actions. As you said, I mean, the legal case against them is kind of stunning, just like how little how few lengths they went to insulate themselves from this legally. It looks like as Ben pointed out, they just stuck their leg in a legal bear trap by being like, nope, it's all us. I'm the CEO and I endorse what we're doing here. Like, it's all pretty ironclad legally. So I would say that, as Ben said, legal action here is appropriate, and there should be popular outrage, and there should be legal action, and hopefully we'll see all that, eh, Ben? Well, I'll put it this way: hopefully the fireworks don't stop, right, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, we hope that bats and bears will continue their hibernation, but the legal action is probably going to continue, and I hope that Bonduelle is going to bring back their food to France, and their assets. But the two things to say is, the first one is that I don't think initially they were baddies. There are people putting food in cans and feeding it to people. That you can imagine a worse job than that. They tried hard to build a decent business, and there's no reason to believe that theirs is not a decent business otherwise. And the problem is that by deciding to stay in Russia already in 2014, already when they realized that the only option for them was to integrate part of the Russian government in the form of that KGB agent or FSB agent, by integrating her into their structure, they became in effect almost a part of the Russian government. So it's not a bug for them to do this; it's a feature. And
yeah, that's a really good point, Ben. I think that's like the turning point when they chose to, like as you said before that, you can kind of see their side, but after that, that's when it gets kind of just downright wrong. Go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
No, yeah, they decided to hire her. They decided to stay in 2014. They decided to stay in 2022. They made one bad decision after another, and I don't know if you're by chance invested heavily in Bonduelle, but I would not trust the future of my company with to the hand of a man like Guillaume de Brosse, who has made so many mistakes on that respect. But all right, that's neither here or there. Mark.
Yeah. Oh, just real quick, Ben. I was just going to say, because I mean that's the turning point, right? Because it's a question of, okay, now we know. Maybe before you were a little naive, right, going into this, or a little desperate, but then you realize the situation you're up against, right? Russia's government is corrupt, basically, and imperialistic and all that stuff. It's a state. It's a place where power operates differently. I'll put it that way. And you could either say, well, time to pack up and go home, boys, because that's not the way we want to run our business. Or you say, well, time to get mixed up down with the mud, right? I mean, and that's what they chose to do, right, Ben? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If you had anything on that, otherwise we can go to Mark.
Yeah, no problem. So coming back to what Ben said, it is basically a family firm, even though it is listed on the stock market, presumably in France. But there are family members who are still very much heavily involved, including the chairman is Christophe Bonduelle. And if you Google these people, they all come up different places: Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Wikipedia. I noticed on the Bonduelle Wikipedia page, there's references to this recent story, which is great. An option might be to put more comments into some of these from these Wikipedia pages, just to sort of help give it a bit more legs. I also saw there's a story that one of their employees in Russia was arrested back in August, Dmitry Linov, who worked in Krasnodar, and I don't know what happened to him. Whether he was arrested for unlawfully obtaining information constituting a state secret. The company said they were cooperating with it on the legal matters, but they said what they did was nothing to do with state secrets. So, interesting to know what's happened with that gentleman. I mean, I think really, as you've been outlining, they really have crossed the line by employing that lady. I think basically, once a KGB agent, you're always a KGB agent. You never leave, surely. So it's really good. It's keep pressing on, Ben. Thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot. Can you send me the link towards this Mr. Linov's arrest? That I did not spot it, and I'd be very interested.
Yeah, it's in Reuters. I'll send a link now. Cheers.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Axel, would you believe you have your hand up?
Yes, I was avidly listening, and thank you very much for highlighting yet again the story about Bonduelle. But we have to maybe highlight that Bonduelle is not the only company from abroad running a business in Russia who have faced, since about 2010, 2011, regular pressure to which many have yielded, including Bonduelle, but they definitely, in a different fashion than others, are elevating a person as a, so to say, as their main recruit. But many foreign companies were forced to recruit heads of human resources, heads of finance, board members, senior personnel, advisors who definitely work for Dzerzhinsky Square. That is nothing new. Pretty much every foreign trade chamber can report these cases. So when somebody, for example, gets detained, as this poor sod in Krasnodar, the likelihood that he was simply actually giving notice that he was forced to be passing data to the FSB is definitely there. He could just be the one person who said to someone in France, hey, more than you know, because they definitely knew, more than you know is being siphoned off in terms of data. More than you know is being controlled here. The situation in Russia has become, since then, already very similar to what European companies are suffering legally in China with the concept of the WUFI, where they're being exploited, expropriated, their IP sacrificed and stolen, that's sacrificed on the altar of hope that they might just scale and make money. That is nothing new. What is more important is that in all the sanctions discussions, in all the moral upheaval, this is always forgotten that all of our governments, all the trade and industry associations know this. We just haven't looked at it because we thought we could live with it, but we can't, we shan't, we mustn't. And in that regard, by the way, Ben, you will be glad to hear that Ika Gordon has said that he will return in the second part of January, and we're just trying to sort out over the weekend when he will join.
That's excellent news. Fantastic news. Thanks a lot, Axel.
That's why I came up, actually.
Well, that's how it works on the MriyaReport. You come up for one reason and you end up staying for another drink.
Yeah, I poured myself a drink as well. But having said this, by the way, thank you very much also for arranging yesterday's panel and interview with Rachel. I think it was excellent, and she was a fantastic. I'm sorry that I couldn't attend to it at the beginning, and I apologize for that. But when you had technical issues right after, I was very glad that she played through the scenario, because I think it gave her the opportunity to carve out those 5 points and those 5 items specifically where we all can make a difference. And she did this perfectly. I would highly recommend that anyone having access to the Spotify version thereafter, despite Ben's and my technical difficulties prior, this will be probably shortened and rendered audible. But she made an exceptionally good case. Very, very smart, intelligent, and experienced woman with a very keen eye for what is feasible and what should be done. So thank you for that, Ben.
Oh yeah, and she was a pleasure to interview, because you ask her one question and then you can literally go switch on the kettle, prepare yourself tea, and you come back 10 minutes later and she's still speaking, still saying fantastic stuff. But she really has a way with words that makes her a fantastic customer, I would say. And I hope we'll be able to hear her soon if she agrees. And you weren't bad yourself, I have to say. That was quite interesting, and because you come from it with a very, can I put it, a position both of knowledge and of conviction, and that changes from the usual format of interviews, which tend to be more a pretense of balance, of impartiality that is plain stupid, especially in these circumstances. So thank you, Axel. That was you were really great today.
The least I can do for you.
Hey. What else were we talking about? Yeah, Bondwell is very representative. I did not know that it was common. That I was suspecting, of course, but I did not know that it was common knowledge that the Russian FSB and the Russian power that be in general was placing their men in business like this. We tend to focus quite a lot on the big commodity exporters for reasons that are easy to understand, but it's very likely that indeed even companies like Bonduelle, which produce canned Brussels sprouts, are considered as a valuable target by those vampires. So, and Axel, nothing against vampires, don't worry. Your present company excluded. Joseph, please go ahead.
Ben, I don't know if you like oil questions. Usually I ask them to Ryan when he's not in Ukraine, like saving children on his shoulder or meeting with the defense minister of Poland or, all the other cool stuff Ryan does nowadays. However, I was wondering if, Ben, it seems that the price of Russian Ural crude is sliding and sliding, Ben. It's now at about $38 a barrel. It probably is not. You probably would Google that right now, and it's probably something different because you're looking at an accurate, updated figure. I'm looking at yesterday's figure. But the point is, there's been a pretty noticeable slide in the price of Ural crude. And especially compared to Brent crude. And so I'm wondering two things, Ben. What does this mean broadly in terms of the Russian economy, or like what's happening there? Why does it continue to slide? It seems that even the countries that wanted the oil cap didn't maybe quite predict this slide, because they capped it at 60 and we haven't even hit that yet. Obviously in the future we might, and the cap will kick in. But so that's kind of my question, Ben. Like, what's going on there? Why is it sliding? And then also, like, historically, has there ever been this much of a divergence between Ural crude and Brent crude? Is that kind of unique in economic terms, Ben? All right, I'll be quiet.
Okay, so I'm going to correct you immediately. I am no oil specialist at all. What I've done over the past few days is looking at the oil section of the FT with a bit more attention, but stops there. But yeah, you're making a number of good points. The first one is it's true that the fact that there's a difference between whatever Russia sells and whatever the rest of the world sells in terms of price is not new. I don't know whether.
And real quick for our listeners, so Brent crude is Western oil, for lack of a better term. I don't know if that covers any other kinds of oil. And then Ural crude is Russian. Now there's something called sweet and sour crude oil. That's like sour means it has more sulfur products in it. It's a little bit more difficult to refine. You need maybe more specialized equipment to refine it, but it's still possible. It's not like exceedingly difficult. So the point is they are slightly different products, but not ultimately different, really. Sorry, Ben, I'll be quiet now. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. So when it comes to exports, the fact that there's a margin between whatever Russia sells and whatever Russia buys, and what is considered as the world price is not new. I don't know to what extent I'm trusting those numbers, but according to the Kiev School of Economics, in effect, the gas that was sold by Russia to Europe was sold as 5 times the price of the gas that was sold by Russia to other countries outside of the EU. So politics and this sort of things, like non-market factors, let's put it this way, have had an impact on Russian exports for quite a while. In the same way, very famously, for instance, they were buying sugar from Cuba at a price that was like 10 times the actual world price as a form of support. So they're manipulating prices, usually not in their favor, in order to score political points. It could very well be the case that this is also what's happening at the moment. We don't know. Or it might be a purely market factor that pushes Russian price down. It should be noted that while the Ural prices are very, very low, probably not at 37, as you said, that's probably just a freak example. That's one case. It's more likely that we're looking at prices closer to 47. But regardless, the Ural prices tend to be very low. Other types of Russian oil that are being exported mostly from the Far East tend to be higher. Although even them have been on a declining band and are, after a few days where they were playing at being just above the price cap, they are now safely below. So everyone seems to be respecting the price cap. I think that when it comes to price cap, we should look at it as a bit of inverse insurance. What insurance does is that it supposedly protects you against negative shocks. What the price cap is meant to do is to isolate Russia from the potential positive shock. In effect, it tells them it's a bit like, I think you called it a clap effect. It can go one way, it can go the other way. The oil cap can decrease, but it cannot go up. Russia can sell for less and even a lot less than the price cap, but it cannot sell for more. And that's the point. The point is not to directly affect the price now. The point is to prevent Russia from recovering its losses once, for instance, if the Brent goes towards 100 or even like $150, maybe the rest of the world will buy their oil at $150, but Russia will still sell it at 60 if the price cap works as it's meant to. So that's the main point. Then regarding the Ural, I don't know exactly what's going on in terms of sulfur and the capacity to process it, because if you look at the prices back in 2021, the difference between the Ural and Brent was of the order of €2 or $2. That's not much, and sometimes it would even be lower than that. It would only reach the $10 and $20 and even $30 difference once the Russian launched the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine. So it's a much later, much delayed effect, and it's likely that it did not have much of a it's not the fact that there's a lot of sulfur that affected this. But now what people in my DMs are telling me, I've got no ways of checking that. It seems plausible. That's all I can say. What they're telling me is apparently that the Russian Ural is difficult to process, is difficult to refine, and as a result, only a few refineries can accept them and transport them. The result is that if you're an Indian refinery and you're trying to import Ural, you need to either have already the necessary desulfurization equipment or buy them. That strongly limits the number of refineries who can take in the Ural, and as a result, it strongly limits the potential number of clients and it pushes prices down. That's the dynamic we can see. The $37 is, as I said, is probably a freak accident, because that's something.
I like that brief moment it went negative, right, Ben?
Yeah, it's a little bit like this. It's something that's always difficult for normal people like you and me to understand. What do we mean exactly by price? And it's never exactly clear. In effect, it's one of the trades of the day for one reason or another is considered as the price, but it's never the price of all of the trades. There's a lot of trades that sell for more, and there's a lot of trades that sell for less. Why we pick this one is usually habit. It can be the first trade of the day. It can be the trade the closest to midday. It can be the trade that is exactly at the 50%, the median trade of the day can be the average trade of the day. There are tons and tons and tons of options on what a trade is. In the case of Ural, it tended the trade in question tended to be centered in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. So what you had was the possibility of trading there, and then people would go there and take the probably median trade of the day and declare the trade of the day. And if you were trading your Ural elsewhere than in Rotterdam, your trade would not be taken into consideration in this calculation. So what we call a price is very, very difficult indeed to estimate. All the more because some companies get some special deals, sometimes because they have like long-term deals, sometimes because they have history, sometimes there are tons and tons and tons and tons of factors that affect the price. So one single price point does not a price make. That's basically it. That being said, I've said this before. I've said this back when the Ural was trading at 70. I said, oh, well, it's not because we're seeing it getting closer to 60 that it will come to 60. It would be very surprising if we return to a 25% what can I say, 25% difference between the Brent and the Ural. As a result, now the difference is a lot closer to 50% than to 25. So we've seen this before, and sometimes we've got this sort of reconnaissance done by one trade or another. Is it possible? Is there appetite from the seller to decrease their prices even lower? And then suddenly the price does reach that new level. You can imagine that if someone, if we know that there was a trade at $38, everyone in the oil market knows, everyone in India, everyone in China knows, and everyone is turning to their Russian contact and telling them, Boris, what is this? I paid 57 yesterday, and now you sell for 37 to that guy. It's not going to fly. It's not going to work like this. And as a result, they turn to them and they tell them, well, we want this as well. It's a terrible, terrible signal to send to your buyers that you're ready to sell for a lot less. Then maybe guys in the oil business, they know that, oh my God, they managed to sell that terrible no good oil for more than 35. Oh my God, that's very impressive. Could be one of those cases, but yeah, you don't know. Based on this, I think that's not impossible at all. That next weekend we'll talk about a $30 Ural price. That is a very strong option, I would say. So hopefully the Russians are going to see even less money coming into their pockets and their government's pockets. So that's all excellent news, I would say. And it seems that I've got a new co-host, Joseph. What's your name?
Hello,
Giuseppe.
Ben.
It is Giuseppe, is it not?
I'm a Sicilian boy at heart. John Ridge, Mr. Ridge, welcome to Economics 201, Russian sanctions with Professor Ben. Do you have any questions, John, about all this crazy stuff you're hearing about the concept of a price? Did Ben just blow your mind about prices, John?
I'm not sure. I mean,
economics is not my strong suit.
Well, I thought, Ben, we've got some good news for the economy, I think, from John, which is that Russia appears to be running out of rockets. Now, again, that's a phrase that's oft repeated here on the Maria Report by many a people asking when Russia going to run out of rockets. I want to stress, of course, Russia make rockets, right? Russia will never just flat run out because they have a production amount. But as far as John explained to me, right. Well, John, maybe I'll just let you explain it. There's going to be a period of if the numbers that the Ukrainian government released are accurate, there's going to be a period of time where Russia's no longer able to maintain the level of rocket attacks that they're currently conducting. Is that correct, John Ridge?
Yes. So the caveats here being if the underlying data is correct, both in terms of Russian standoff munition inventory and their actual production capacity, as well as the assumption that Russian expenditure will remain constant, that they will not decrease the rate at which they are expending these munitions. If we take all three of those assumptions, put them together, then combined with the actual data itself, that seems to indicate that they'll probably run out of existing inventory in about probably a month and a half at their current expenditure rate.
Right. Now, again, there's a lot of variables there, right? Russia could make more rockets. Russia could, I don't know, have rockets we don't know about. Russia could acquire rockets from Iran or from China, I don't know, somewhere, right? So there's a lot of variables there, right, John? And of course, we the figures could just be wrong. But so yeah, if we're looking at that, it goes from, if John explained it to me correctly, about 200 rockets a month, which is what we're seeing right now, to about 40 a month would be their capability. Is that right, John?
More or less. Right now, as of the date of that data being released, they're sitting on about an estimated 230 in inventory, and they're expending about 200 a month.
So Ben, that's like almost economic. Oh, go ahead, John.
And then on top of that, they're producing 40 new cruise missiles per month.
Right, and John has like simplified that for us to the extreme. Like, if you want John to explain the difference between a tactical and a strategic missile, and the 15 variants that start with KH, he's happy to do it. But like, I asked John to dumb it down for us regulars, and so that's the best he could do for us. Is Russia makes 40 rockets right now? They're shooting 200 of them. They're going to run out, and then they're going to be in a position where per month they've only got 40. They don't have 200. So, Ben, that's almost economics. It's like rocket economics. Ben, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that John.
Missile, I should say missile, not rocket. Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
Yeah, but John doesn't understand economics the same way as Albert Einstein doesn't understand mathematics. Like, yeah, his problems are bigger than mine, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't get it. Yeah, that's fantastic news. I actually do have a question for John in that respect. If you look at it in precise economic terms, it's missiles are a resource, and you don't want to expend them all in one go. And probably out of those 40 that they produce every month, they can spend 30, but they need to keep 10 for potential later use. What do you think is this ratio, or can they just simply expend them all?
Yes, so this gets into an interesting point. So the KH-101s, they're one of the primary munitions that forms the basis for the aerial component of Russia's strategic nuclear triad. The KH-55SM, which is exclusively nuclear armed, Russia has not used it except for specific units with inert training warheads mounted on them for use as decoys. They still have some of those. I don't know how many. The data that was released isn't particularly clear on it. But in any case, those KH-101s, they are definitely part of Russia's nuclear deterrent. The 102 is the nuclear variant, although the 101 and the 102 are directly interchangeable by just swapping the warhead, as I understand it. I'd have to go and pull up some more specifics on that. But in any case, I don't know if they have a specific reserve set aside for KH-101s, for example, that they will not expend. So that way they, continue to have an airborne strategic nuclear delivery capability. The situation is similar with Caliber. That they also are the 3M 54 Caliber, which is the land attack version of Caliber. The 3M 14 is the anti-shipping version. The 3M 54 that also has is compatible with a nuclear warhead, and it's just directly swappable by changing out the warheads. I don't know if they have a lower ceiling, a lower floor there on how many they will expend, again, to preserve that capability that they provide as part of their nuclear deterrent. For my analysis, I didn't factor in any of their ballistic missiles, their Iskander-Ms or their Kinzhals, and also didn't factor in the KH-22s or 32s, which are 1960s vintage supersonic, originally anti-shipping missiles, but the Russians have used a number of those in a land attack role with limited to various effects. The rate of their use, though, seems to have somewhat dropped off, mainly because of the fact that, well, at least based on the reporting that's come out, they seem to have had some significant issues with them exploding midair in flight, presumably due to the fact that they use the specific technical details of their propulsion system combined with how extremely old each of them is. So I didn't factor them in as well, and I also didn't factor in a number of the short-range air-launched munitions as well, because there just wasn't really much point in the grand scheme of things. And obviously, I didn't bother to touch S-300 because they have 8,000 of those. Please ignore my feline in the background. So yeah, that's kind of an open question. Some of the people who track the nuclear aspect of it more closely have put out estimates of 10 to 20% would be kept as part of Russia's nuclear reserve, if you will. I would need to sit down and do the math to see how many units that actually translates to in practice. Because as far as I can tell, Russia, for their, let me pull up the chart, has already dropped below 10% of their Caliber inventory. And by that, I'm referring to their pre-invasion inventory combined with the number of units produced since the war began. They are down to less than 9% of that total figure, and they're at 16% of that total figure for the KH-101 and KH-555, and they're at about 10% for their Iskander-Ms. So I don't know. If they do have a 10% limit, we might see that come into play very shortly. The other thing to consider is it's possible that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense could be excluding whatever number they're estimating for munitions that are reserved for delivering nuclear warheads, that they could be excluding those figures from these infographics. That's a possibility, but I don't have any way to determine if that's the case one way or the other.
Well, thank you for the lesson. John, I do have a question for you. Another one. So I came to believe that the ideal way to use missiles, if there's no anti-missile defense, is you send one or two and they reach their target, and then you send one or two others and they reach the target and whatever. But it came to my attention that in Syria, the Russians tended to have so first of all to fire their missiles from the Caspian Sea, exactly as they're doing today. They would fly over Iranian and Iraqi territory, and then reach their target or not in Syria. And they didn't do it like one by one or just the equivalent of whatever one plane worth of missile is. They would fire them. So I've seen the case of one salvo of 25 and another salvo of 36. How does it make sense to send 36 missiles on ISIS or on the anti-Assad forces in one go?
So it comes down to mobility. So the advantage to employing as many fires assets as you can all at once to prosecute as many targets as you can all at once is it mitigates the ability of your enemy to displace those assets that were not prosecuted to protect them from further strikes. So that's the risk that you run there, is that if you don't prosecute a target, for example, in the first wave, and depending on how long until the second wave occurs, be it minutes, hours, days, etc., there is a risk that that becomes greater the more mobile that target is, that target will displace and move to a different location that's potentially unknown to you. And so this is actually something that seriously hindered the Russians at the very beginning of the invasion when they were developing their targeting matrix for the sites that would be struck as by standoff munitions as part of the opening salvo on the morning of February 24th. As far as I can tell, they simply prosecuted targets in descending order of determined value or importance. They didn't factor in the mobility of the individual targets. So as a result, the first objects struck in the initial wave were mainly presumed strategic targets that were not particularly mobile. And now, in this particular case, Ukraine had already displaced most of those anyway, so they were ineffective in any case. But more broadly speaking, they prosecuted the most valuable targets first, then some less valuable targets, and then finally the least valuable targets. And that more or less correlates with the descending scale from being of a strategic value to an operational value, and then finally to a tactical value. This was a mistake for the Russians because they are striking targets of a tactical value last, and those tactical targets are typically by far the most mobile. So by the time that they actually were prosecuting those strikes, those assets or targets had long since displaced. So, for example, by the time the Russians went to strike, say, Ukrainian battalion or brigade headquarters or rally points or other, buildings housing Ukrainian soldiers at the small unit level, and say the third or fourth wave of standoff munition strikes, they were long gone because they had seen the first wave, the second wave, etc. They knew it was coming and they were long gone. So you have to take into account when developing your targeting matrix and how you want to prioritize targets, not just its value, but their mobility. And so that's part of the reason why you might to go with I don't want to say a saturation strike per se, but launching a large number of munitions against a wide variety of targets all at once, even if your enemy does not have a meaningful air defense capability.
Okay, wow, that was that was fantastic. Thanks a lot. That makes I'm not quite sure what led to that mistake. Like, I mean, I'm sure you're a smart boy, but all this is probably part of a doctrine. How could they make such a mistake? Like, what pushed them to make such a mistake and start the wrong way around?
So I'm not actually familiar with Russian doctrine as it relates to the employment of standoff munitions and long-range fires off the top of my head. I need to go dig up and read some CNSA papers from Michael Kaufman and some of the others to see if they have anything on it. So I don't know what their, on paper approach to this is supposed to be.
John's cat, do you have anything to add?
I think she is standing near her food bowl. I think she has food.
You should. You don't want to sell her off to the Ukrainians. She would be great as a air alarm.
I mean, I don't think she can handle a cold. I mean, it's she she lives in Texas. It's, she's not equipped for 10 degrees Fahrenheit, negative whatever Celsius.
I have noticed the cat meows more when we talk about air defense and certain other specific topics, but that's probably I'm just probably going insane from working on the MriyaReport for too long. Anyways, I wanted to ask you, John. So Ben, we've got good news in terms of the missile strikes, right? I mean, you've already told us that is pretty devastating the Ukrainian economy. There's no ways around it, right? We've seen amazing resilience from Ukrainians. We've seen grocery stores become, places where people charge their phones. They use generators, and they've more or less been able to maintain basic services in a lot of places. But obviously, it's a tough situation in Ukraine. It's a country that's involved, being invaded by a genocidal colonial power that is trying to wipe them out. And so even though there's amazing resilience there, there's an ability to keep some stuff going. It's not good for your economy when you have a bunch of missiles being hurled at your power infrastructure, as Ben has pointed out, and these outages and things. Imagine you're a major manufacturing business or an IT business or whatever, and the power goes out for a day, right? I mean, what you lose in terms of the difference between you being a profitable business and not, that could be it, right? So it's a tough situation. So I mean, in terms of the missiles that are hitting Ukraine, it's good news that Russia is running lower. I think the other thing to kind of keep in mind is in terms of saturation attacks. John, I mean, we've seen saturation attacks usually are about 100 missiles, give or take, right, John? So, I mean, as far as I can tell, they're now in a position where they've either got to wait 2 months and save up enough missiles for a saturation attack, which is not even going to be as impressive as it used to be, or they've only got 40 a month. I mean, they're basically not able to do saturation attacks in meaningful time spans anymore. Do you agree? Again, if this data is correct, John.
So typically speaking, their saturation attacks range from 70 to 90 munitions. So 40 would be quite a significant decrease, and I suspect that we would see, a greater interception rate potentially. Instead of the usual about 80%, we might see that rise to 90 plus percent. So a smaller fraction would likely get through, and on top of that, it's a larger fraction or a smaller fraction that survive of a smaller number. So, I mean, 80% of 40 is, oh God, I don't want to do math in my head right now. It's a relatively small number, or I should say 20% of 40, those that are not intercepted, is a fairly small number, and 10% of 40 is an even smaller number.
Right, and then I just wanted to point out to Ben as well that there's obviously there was a problem with Books. We had a Book problem, Ben, which is that there weren't enough Book missiles left for Ukraine. There wasn't really a ready source available for more. I'm sure there was some very crafty efforts to get as many as they could, but the situation wasn't looking great. We were just kind of hoping for the best there, that we could replace with NATO systems or something. Then Ukraine came and said, no, we figured it out. We just need some Sea Sparrow missiles. And we said, what? And they said, yeah, we converted the Sea Sparrow missile to fire out of a Buk. And we said, oh, okay. And so now we're sending a bunch of Sea Sparrow missiles. John, I don't know. Obviously, I gave the layman's version of that story. Any detail? Ben, how are you familiar with the story? I don't want to cover old ground with you if you're already familiar with it, though, Ben.
No, I was actually wondering where were those Sea Sparrows, and amusingly, when they first came about, I realized that no one was speaking about them, and I figured out because no one quite understood what the heck are those Sea Sparrows doing there. And now what you're saying sort of makes a lot more sense. But if John has more details, I'd be happy to have them.
Here we go, John.
So yeah, the Sea Sparrow announcement is new. What I suspect likely occurred is that Ukraine has already received a number of Espide 2000 missiles for the Spada systems that Spain provided. The Espide is a derivative of the Sea Sparrow. It's extremely similar. I won't say identical, but it's extremely similar to Sea Sparrow. I suspect they likely integrated a speed A onto Book, and then from there it's not a super massive leap to get from a speed A to Sea Sparrow. There'd be some things you have to alter to account for differences in software between the two missiles, as well as potentially some small changes in the radar seeker that are used in each of those respective interceptors. So the situation is also interesting because Poland developed a Sea Sparrow and evolved Sea Sparrow integration as a demonstrator with one of their Cub systems, Cub being another Soviet legacy surface to air missile complex. Specifically, it's the predecessor of Buk. And Czechia developed a Sea Sparrow integration of also likewise a demonstrator project for one of their Cub systems. So the technical capacity to do this already largely existed within those two countries. So I suspect that it was potentially a joint project between the three to get that accomplished.
Pretty nifty, eh, Ben?
Yep, pretty amazing. Like, how can I say? It's
you
one of
fall
those.
asleep, Ben?
No. Anyway, before going to sleep, I want to share a story with you. Unfortunately, nothing to do with missiles. So if John has something else to say, I'm happy to wait.
Well, yeah, I think there's just one more thing I want to talk to John. Well, I guess share with you about what John knows about missiles. Sea Sparrow, we talked about it adapting. We talked about Russian missile stockpiles. Oh, right, the military aid package, quite a massive one. Anything interesting in terms of standoff munitions there, John? Like. Obviously, we're very focused on the Bradleys and the artillery pieces and all that, but was there anything in there in terms of like long range systems that besides more Gimlers?
Just more Gimlers.
And I think the Pentagon thing literally just said more Gimlers, right?
It said, well, they've never used the phrase Gimlers in any of their
more HIMARS ammunition.
Yes, it's extremely weird because they're incredibly specific with some of these designations, but they have never used the term Gimlers once.
And yeah, they're very like choosy about their language, so it's just kind of like broadly interesting. Yeah, so I don't know. It's
the DoD press releases are notoriously hit or miss. There are some that are some of their longer form press releases summarizing events kind of long term. I've talked about this with Colby. They seem to be notoriously technically inaccurate. Some of the other ones, like the shorter form DoD press releases for the contents of some of the aid packages, they seem to be generally technically precise in their use of language and terminology. So it's a real distribution of honestly the competency, the technical knowledge of the people that are writing the press releases. And I'm sure some of it is they're being told specifically what to written by people who know what's actually being sent in detail.
Well, we agonize over every word, John. So yeah, it puts us in a tough spot when they just say more HIMARS ammunition. We want details, but we're going to hope that those details are withheld for good reasons, well thought out reasons, and not just some random difference in quality between Pentagon reports. But as you said, I'm sure that's the case. So I guess that's all. I think, unless you had any, is there anything else Ben needs to know in the world of? It's been a crazy 3 days for missiles, John, in terms of what's going on in Ukraine. So is there anything else Ben needs to know about missiles before we move on to Ben's topic, John?
Ben, have you looked into any of the sanctions against UAC, United Aircraft Corporation, or MKB Raduga, or any of the Russian jet engine manufacturers? specifically they're small turbofan manufacturers that produce the small turbofans that go in Caliber and KH-101?
No, I have not. But I assume that all of this is covered by, I think it's the third sanction package that covers the question of dual use parts, and as a result, anything that is plane related is probably contained there. That would be my go-to option. But if you have more details, I'm taking.
I ask because the limiting factor for cruise missile production is going to be either turbofan production or Russia's ability to acquire microelectronics for the guidance package and other relevant components of these munitions. So having an idea of where sanctions stand in relation to the supply chains for the manufacture of these turbofans is quite significant.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Pretty certain that the whole sector is under sanction. It's probably one of those cases of sectoral sanction where the whole, like, if you are related in any way to the manufacture of Russian planes, well, you're under sanction. There's no yes or no or discussion. You are under sanction.
Good evening. Thanks, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at MriyaReport. And never a dull moment. I do have a request from the audience. I hope you can hear me. Ben and Joseph. Ben and Jerry and Joseph. And okay, great. I know very interesting discussion, and I hate to segue. As you know, and there's also a certain lawyer listening in who's under the weather. I didn't want to call him, but it's an open message out to the crowd. We have at MriyaReport a medical evacuation team, and it's headed by the great Anna, and she's a nurse in the States, specializes in trauma and coordinating care. And I think we're at 6 patients in the last 30 days, just basically run by her and me, are using my contacts, some friends I have in different places to get people out and get letters and move people. The net victory, net gain there is that Ukrainian medical system has some of the most horrific case, has at least 6 pretty horrific cases, even though war produces horrific cases, evacuated from the country, and it frees up space and time, and it's a good go altogether. Everyone's a winner. And we've institutionalized this and made it more of a thing. Everyone's very happy and proud of it. Great job to Anna. But what we're looking for, and this is just a call out, we have a team of surgeons who are volunteers. They're not providing medical advice or medical referrals. They're helping with phone call. Where did you lose me?
Just real quick, we lost you when you said, I'm going to put a call out. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to put a call out for, for surgeons or orthopedic surgeons, trauma surgeons, neurosurgeons. We have already a handful, but we're looking for more to be a part of a team. It's basically a signal chat where you'll work with the coordinator. She'll put out, files or cases to the group and get opinions. It's not binding. We're not looking for you to sign a document to say, hey, I put my reputation on it. Just stuff that the coordinator is using to help extricate or evacuate the more critical patients, and just to get some advice. So therefore, I do want to speak to our lawyer if there's any kind of waiver he can produce for U.S.-based doctors, so that it's not considered medical advice lest something happen to the patient. But ideally, one of the most important thing is patient not being hit in the head with cruise missile. You don't have to be a neurosurgeon to know that that's not preferable. So we're not looking for really too much detail there, but and how it's usually working is our nurse coordinator, who's very experienced, she'll ask the group of surgeons, hey, I know this is what I'm thinking. what do you how do you folks feel about this? And then whoever has that specialty will say, well, this is indicative of yada yada yada, blah blah blah, and therefore this is what I think is important. And the sell is always at the end to the Ukrainians. Look, we can take someone off your plate. We can move them to Poland. We can move them somewhere else, Germany, whatever, somewhere nearby, and this is what we think. So I just don't want to scare any potential volunteer surgeon, because we're not looking to put your name on something, but it's just really for the trauma coordinator to have some backup. And maybe if our lawyer, I know you're listening, I know I don't want to bug you, but if there's something that you think that we could produce, maybe a waiver for those people that hey, this, you're not offering medical advice. Anyway, so back to the surgeons out there, or if you know someone who is a surgeon, not a dance hall love doctor or anything like that. That's a dance hall song joke reference. We're looking at people who can provide that kind of skill set to our coordinator. That would be super awesome. Please reach out either to the MriyaReport main account or send me a message. Sometimes I get a lot of messages, so I miss things. But if you send to the MriyaReport main account, just to be able to say, yeah, I'd like to. It just really, it doesn't involve a lot of time. Sometimes it might not affect you, or it might not be your specialty. But we're really looking for more help, so that there's a big list of expertise, and that would be great. We have. I'm not a doctor, so I know from what I understand, a lot of patients' lives have been made a lot better, and limbs have been able to been preserved, and whereas there might be a little more, more reluctance in an area not under bomb threat to cut off something if they don't have to, whatever. I'm not a doctor, but basically we're doing a lot of really good work, and is leading the charge there at MriyaReport. And we do need your help. If you are trauma surgeon, you get the idea. Any injuries related to a war, we have urologists, we have orthopedic surgeons, we have neurosurgeons, we have neurologists. Not just we have pretty much a good group, but we're looking for more. So do reach out if there are any questions for me. Why this is important, should be obvious. We're able to help alleviate the Ukrainian medical system, and we're also when it comes to saving lives, really. I mean, some of these people could be hit in the next cruise missile strike, and this way we're doing our best to help. Thanks so much. Any questions from you, Ben or Joseph, about this? And I have to run in a bit.
That sounds great. I mean, Anna's, of course, been a guest on the show a few times. Come up to speak. If it's the same Anna, I assume. Yehuda?
Yep, and Sam Anna is part of the team now. She's the lead on the medical evacuations, and it's all good news. Rather good.
Yeah, Anna's great. It's as Yehuda said, please do send any information you might have about contacts, or of course, if you have these skills, please do contact the MriyaReport main account. Ben?
Yeah, Anna's doing a fantastic job, and essential. And yeah, I have no idea where she finds the energy and the courage to do all this and to work so much and stay so clear-minded. But yeah, sometimes it's not enough to be a hero. You have to be a superhero, and she's delivering. It's really amazing.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you. And I will step down. I just wanted to have that asked already. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. So, of course, folks, you are listening to the MriyaReport. We are a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to, of course, bring you guys experts, people on the ground in Ukraine, people with particular subject matter expertise, people doing important work in Ukraine. In the past, of course, we had Anna up as a guest talking to us about things, but now, of course, she's going to be part of the team, or is part of the team, I should say, and is part of this project. So definitely great news. And again, please do help Anna out. A lot of you guys down there, you've heard Anna speak. You know Anna, so please do help her out on this one. And also, please do, if you have any questions for us, you press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up here. You can ask a question of myself, to Ben, to John Ridge, and we'll do our best to answer any questions you guys have. Please do retweet the space. It always does help us out. Thanks, guys. And of course, check out MriyaAid.org. It is a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine, run completely by volunteers, just like us here at the Maria Report, and that means all the donations go directly to procuring and sending the non-lethal aid. Ben, we were talking about some economy stuff. Ben, I know you did get that DM or that message, the story from the guy about the Russian Bondwell employee who got mixed up in some stuff. Ben, is there any information that you were able to glean from that story, or not quite yet? You need a little more time to look at it.
No, well, the article was it's just a Reuters article. It's very short. It doesn't say much. Very clearly, they had the information that one guy got arrested, related, and that didn't go any further. What I would like to do is to see if there has been follow-ups on this. We'll see. I don't know. I need to take a few minutes to look for this, but maybe more. Okay, yeah, I wanted to talk to you about something, and come clean about a mistake I've made over the past 2 days.
Ben, what have you done? What have you done to besmirch the credibility of the good people at the Maria Report?
Well, I didn't. It's a crime of thought rather than of action, and I managed to keep it under lid for a few days, but I'm sure you do the same. I follow a number of vatniks, of some of them fairly hardcore. That's good because you see what they're saying, you see what sort of information is floating. Like that also helps, for instance, with trolls. When you see that they tend to relay that sort of narrative, you know where they come from, you know where they got it, and unfortunately, and for me, it also keeps me really angry, because if you're only nice people from the Mirror Report who try to be as civilized as possible, as thorough as possible, you tend not to stay angry enough. But do follow a few vatniks, and I guarantee you that you will shout for the First Armored Division to roll on Moscow within a couple of days. So, long story short, I follow a few vatniks. And usually they're coming up with those crazy things, very large arrows saying, if only we manage to take this village, then we will take that town, and then we'll drive all the way to Odessa, and victory will be ours. It's very silly. There's no substance to it. It can be easily dismissed. Except at that time, it wasn't. It looked fairly legit. And what they're saying was that the Russian army had gone through Soledar, had broken the Ukrainian lines at Soledar, and they were now advancing, and that the city of Soledar was either already fallen, or what had already been announced to have been abandoned by the Ukrainians. And I have to say, I got really worried, really worried. That sounded fairly plausible. There were a lot of information that were going to that direction. A few pro-Ukrainian bloggers saying, yeah, things are not going so well north of Bakhmut in Soledar. It's bad news. And I was looking at the maps they were creating, and it looked like Soledar was either on the brink of falling or on the brink of being surrounded. That was like, damn it, I really hope that it's just that one city that's going to be lost, if it is to be lost, and that new lines are going to be reconstituted, and that the front has not been broken, and if it is broken, that the Russians don't have the possibility to move forward, etc. So I was, let's be honest, I was coping hard. And so I asked CJ, And CJ told me, all I see is that somebody went to a field and did not see Ukrainian soldiers where he was assuming there would be Ukrainian soldiers. That doesn't mean that the line is broken. That doesn't mean anything. That just means that whatever, one piece of a trench was empty where you would have, and probably the next trench was manned, but that one trench was empty. And from
It's like the
this,
bank run, right, Ben?
come again?
It's like the bank run. Story of the bank run.
It's a little bit like the bank run. Like, yeah, it's not even like, but the worst part was not even that the Russians had taken a trench. It's just that the trench was empty. So the way this had been completely pushed out of proportion was phenomenal. Now the talk is that yes, the Russians did manage to advance 15 meters. They did not take Soledar by any figment of the imagination. They managed to now be in a position of like basically seeing the city, or maybe they've maybe taken the first house in the city, but they have not taken the city. And on top of this, now there's messages going around saying that actually whatever they may have taken, they've lost, and that the situation is now under full control, and there's no real reason to be really worried. On top of that, like apparently they didn't lose it with losing. Like it's not like 5 guys who were pushed back. Apparently the defeat was sound and thorough. So again, like take it carefully. I am not a military specialist. I have no idea what's going on where and what it means. I can just relay the fact that the information that is floating around is fairly positive at the moment, and that there's some details that seem to indicate, if they are to be proved correct, that Wagner has taken really, really heavy losses in Soledar, and I don't mean heavy losses as in heavy losses for a normal unit. I mean heavy losses even by Wagner measure, like metrics. This is so. Whatever bad news there may have been has been pushed back, and there's probably no more reasons to be worried about Soledar than there's reasons to be worried about Bakhmut. Namely, it is hell. It's absolute hell. The boys there are fighting like lions, but there's no reason to believe that they're going to fall back or going to be defeated anytime soon, or indeed ever. So that was my mistake. While keeping an eye on the Vatniks, because one has to, I managed to get infected by their nonsense, and so yeah, there it is. Father Joseph, I have sinned. Can I do you have some
Yeah, three Slav Ukrainians, please, Ben.
Really? That's painful. That's tough.
You know, usually when I talk about General Ben, I'm talking about a different General Ben. But no, I think that was a pretty good summary of Soledar, the situation. John, did you want to comment on Ben's summary? I thought it was pretty good.
I have nothing to add. I'm not fully up to speed on the situation beyond knowing that it's somewhat fluid.
Pardon, did you just tell me that Ben gave John Ridge a military update? Did I understand? Did I just am I hallucinating, Ben?
No, what he said is that he was not up to date. And if you listen to what he said exactly, he said, I am not up to date. Namely, well, whatever.
That's true. He's still not up to date, even though you told him what happened. That's a good point.
I'm not independently up to date, I should say.
I'm just kidding, John. No, so thank you, Ben. I think that was I haven't actually followed Soledar as closely as you did, but that was like broadly what I understood was that yeah, there's obviously some reports of Russians moving forward.
This is pretty common, as you said. There's a pattern here, right? Russians move forward, Ukrainians lure them. Not. I don't want. Look, I don't want to say every possible location on the battlefield is like a clever trap by the Ukrainians, right? I mean, it's a war. Things are happening, right? But we see this pattern a lot where people think the Ukrainians are pulling back or losing a significant amount of ground. The truth is, they're pulling back into a well-defended, fortified position. The Russians are moving across open ground and they're getting just destroyed. And then the Ukrainians often will move back out and retake ground that they've now that the Russian attack has been significantly decimated. So it's a pretty common pattern. It's not something that we should be careful with, as Ben said, like really strong reports about Russian advances, as it were. Obviously Russia does send human wave attacks, more or less, on the front lines in Donetsk area and in Bakhmut area and in Soledar and so forth. But overall, I think the strategic situation at the tactical level, down on the ground, Ukraine, as Ben said, they have to fight like lions every day. They're going against an enemy that has a lot of equipment, a lot of soldiers, a lot of weapons. But in strategic terms, Russia's not moving forward in an appreciable way. They're not actually gaining any level of strategic initiative. They're not gaining ground or maneuvering their forces in a way that is seriously going to compromise or change the situation on the ground. And the situation on the ground is Ukraine is slowly gaining the upper hand here, right? Russia obviously initially was able to seize a lot of territory, but Ukraine has only gotten more capable. Russia's capabilities have degraded significantly. That pattern moving forward will continue, and Ukraine will continue to liberate pieces of their territory, more or less within their ability to support their advance by artillery. That seems to be the limiting factor when we've seen the previous advances, right? They move, about 50 square kilometers or something like that. I don't know. John could probably explain the exact kilometer situation there. But the point is, that seems to be the pattern, right? They're not going to get super. They're not going to completely. Well, we might see an absolute blitz where they go all the way down and cut off. We might still see that. But the point is, up until now, the pattern has been very careful, methodical, systematic maneuver warfare within their ability to support that maneuver by their own artillery. And so that means there's like a set kind of square of territory they liberate at a time. And we've seen that about 3 or 4 times at this point. And we're going to see more of that to the point where eventually Ukraine will liberate all their territory. I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. It's just a matter of time. So yeah, that's kind of my hot take. Ben, any thoughts?
No, I think it's perfectly well done, well said. It's a long and difficult fight, but it's also like we also need to see the positive aspect of it. At the moment, the guys in Bakhmut, the guys in Soledar, and all along the lines, but especially those in Soledar and Bakhmut, are facing what is probably the best Russia has to offer. I'm seeing, again, I have no idea whether it's true or not, but it seems to be probably correct. I've heard, for instance, Chuck mentioning it. We're seeing mechanized forces, armored forces, VDV being engaged at the moment in Soledar. So they're launching the best they have to take that position. Yesterday, Axel was telling us that it was an important position in many ways, economically, for the viability of the Russian the Russian occupied regions. It wouldn't be the same without Soledar. So there's a lot of factors there, but the important one is that they're pushing hard. They're pushing as hard as they probably can, and they're not going through. So that's very positive. However, I will note something which I found fairly surprising. for those of you who listen to Chuck, one of the main point that he has made is that over the past few months, he has not seen a single Russian action that was above the size of a company that was being engaged, because whenever more than a company was present, they would be high-marsed. If the Russians did manage to engage those units, so probably well in excess of a battalion, that implies that they've managed to put them together to mount an attack of a slightly bigger size than they have so far, which could be either good or bad news. It's bad news if that implies that they've managed to find a way to be hush-hush about it, avoid satellite detection, avoid resistance partisans on the ground. So that's bad news. Good news if actually the Ukrainians knew and decided not to engage, and then it's anyone's guess on why the Ukrainians decided not to engage. Do they have better targets? Did they want the Russians to attack? I'm not sure, but yeah, that's the one remark I would have. Joseph, I think we've got a rare delicacy with us right now. Do you see this?
I do, Ben.
Hands. My God.
Is there a Bulgarian food, Ben? I don't know anything about Bulgarian food.
Baklava, I mean, banitsa,
I don't think you guys can claim baklava, Donnie. I'm
no,
sorry.
but we do enjoy it. Banitsa,
all right, that one. Oh, look, it's a delicious, whatever Donnie said.
Shopska salad.
Shashka salad, Ben. No, Donnie, welcome up.
Thank you.
What's up?
No, I just wanted to say to Ben's comment about going into the Russomir Twitter, the Russian bouncy ball of truth, and these declarations from, because I have multiple socks I put on from time to time, and you'll go on to your propaganda sock, and there'll be 30 accounts all, oh my God, we're winning, we're taking this city, it's amazing, Ukraine's defeated. And then you go to a map and you look at what they're talking about, and it's not even a town, it's an intersection 100 meters away from their last position. Like, it's insanity. So, like, not only is it unimpressive and important, and it'll be retaken within the hour, like they're like breaking out the vodka for a street corner. It's insane. So that's all I wanted to say. And good night. God bless. And Shabbat Shalom.
Thank you, Donnie. John, please go ahead.
One thing that might also be worth mentioning in regard to Solidar is that there is a number of videos now circulating that indicates a Ukrainian unit or elements of a Ukrainian unit withdrawing from the area in fairly good order. So, combined with the reports that a new Ukrainian unit has rotated in, I believe the 46th Air Mobile Brigade, that may be a potential indication that this was perhaps some sort of relief in place. The pre-existing unit was potentially going to be rotated out, rotate the 46th in. It's possible that that may not have simply gone overly well and that ground may have been lost in the process. My understanding is that the 46th may have successfully pushed the Russians back to some extent, but like I said, the situation is fluid, so it would be premature to start drawing along lines on the map yet.
Yeah, that's something I think that came up during Bakhmut, right? We saw something similar, like kind of some speculation that like things aren't going great at Bakhmut. And I mean, again, we don't want to say things are going, it's a paradise in Bakhmut. It's not, right? It's tough fighting, right? As Ben said, they're all lines over there. But the point is that we believe at the time there was this relief in place, this RIP going on. and then the situation stabilized once it was executed. It's a tough maneuver for an army to do. As John said, it basically involves swapping guys out, from one unit to another unit, putting a different unit in there, and then letting the other guys get some relief. So, I mean, it's a very complicated maneuver. It's going to probably involve a little bit of on an active front line, a little bit of what we're seeing, right? A little bit of movement that happens as a result of that. But overall, typically once it's done, and as John said, we saw them withdraw in good order, and then we saw the other unit move in. So we're probably looking at a ultimately a successful relief in place, just with some of these complications. Like once that's established, we'll see a stabilization. John?
Yes, that's definitely a possibility.
Well, there you go, Ben. A little bit more info on a Solidar situation. Always look forward to it. Of course, listeners, if you want to come up and ask a question about what's going on, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So we'll bring you up and you can ask a question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we're happy to answer to the best of our ability. Ben, how are you feeling? It's quite late for you, Ben. You're doing a very late shift tonight. How are you feeling?
Well, I'd like to say that I'm staying for the girls, but it's not quite the case. But I'm really, really happy to be with you, been talking with you, because usually when I only get to hear you at the end of your shift, by the time you're extremely tired, you're clearly wanting to go to bed, and the result is that I didn't get to enjoy your suave voice and suave manners for quite a while. So I'm really enjoying myself, and the fact that John is there to show us all that for all his attempts, Domin is really not the brainiac of the bunch. Is also extremely pleasant.
It's John. I'm always John. John's my secret weapon during the day shift. He's always he's the real brains behind the operation. To be honest, when he goes back to school, we're doomed, Ben. Well, thank you, Ben. I don't know. I mean, you did just call me grumpy a lot, but it's okay. I kind of accept it. You're right. By 2 a.m. my time, I'm not the happiest camper. I've been arguing with people on the back end all day, and then I've been on air doing my best. So.
I think Joseph suddenly dropped. John?
Looks like we lost Joseph.
Yeah, as I said, he's grumpy, and Twitter had had enough. In the meantime, we've been joined by Scribe. Are you the sitting or are you the kneeling Scribe?
I think I'll be the sitting one because I'm the scribe holder of horns. Anyways, I have a question for y'all. A bit of a speculation question. What do you think Poland's going to announce tomorrow? Because I've been seeing things here and there, but what are your guys' thoughts?
Isn't there a famous antic saying about the Poles that I don't trust the Poles even in their presence, something like that. I don't know. I know that the question. Let's be honest. I think the question divides the team. You've got those who think that the Poles have given all they could give, and just sustaining the level of commitment that they have right now is already a miracle and a sense, a proof of immense fortitude and dedication. And as a result, it's unlikely that the Poles are going to be able to give anything more or to increase their level of investment. So that's the conservative approach, and there's the more hopeful ones who say that basically the Poles would really score massively in terms of politics if they could be seen as the one who definitely moved the Germans, because that would give credence to the general belief that Poland is the new shaker and doer of Europe. And with a bit of luck, they're holding to this ambition, and they will try to trigger the whole thing. So you've got those two schools. I have to say that I'm a bit on the fence, and that for the moment, at the very least, there is no evidence that either of those schools is being correct. However, there was a much announced and with a lot of fanfare press conference today, and said press conference ended up being, and I quote, just a victory lap by the Poles, who are just saying that they've been great, they've been doing great things, and they're fantastic, and that they were so right to be Poles, and being Polish is such a fantastic thing, and that they at the end did not announce anything regarding any further donations towards Ukraine. So that would tend to go in favor of those who say that the Poles are not able to increase their level of commitment for the moment. Did I manage to answer your question, or did I completely miss it?
You gave me an answer that I wasn't expecting, but it fulfills my question.
Okay, well, I hope you're not too disappointed. In the meantime, I think Joseph really did not enjoy what I said about him, that he was a little bit grumpy at the end of his shift, so he just decided to leave by script, and not to return, apparently. And talking about light cavalry, here is Enda. So that's the relief force. I think I'd been expecting this for a while, but now it has finally happened. Europe is passing on the baton to Europe. Hello, Enda. What do you do?
Good morning, Ben. I'm very happy I was able to wake up on time. Well, because yesterday I had a mishap and I was stressed. I will do it again today. So I didn't expect to find you here, and I'm very happy to listen to you. I heard something about the Poles and the part with the gifts. That's with the Greek. It's the thing was about the Greek. To my recollection. Don't trust the Greek, even if they give you presents. It's something from Iliada. It's from that priest who.
Beware of Greeks giving gifts, is the phrase.
Yeah, exactly.
One might say it's a Trojan horse.
Yeah, exactly. It was the priest that announced it, tried to prevent the Trojans to bring the horse in. I forgot.
I should watch out for my nieces then.
Timeo Danaos e Dona Ferentes.
I should watch out for my nieces. They're Bulgarian Greeks. They're the worst of the bunch.
And it's not from the Iliad. It's from Aeneas, and it's written by Virgil.
Yeah, I had a
Well,
doubt.
it's all Greek in the end.
No, it's actually not. It's Latin. He's just extremely keen on his Greek Greek education because Virgil had Greek teachers, as many educated Romans had.
Hey, we're all educated Romans over here. We even have a few educated barbarians.
I just came up to say hi and good morning to Anda. So bye, good night.
Bis später.
Good morning, Axel. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Okay, so Anda, just for you to know, during the night we've covered Kazakhstan, Soledad, the good economists you follow on Twitter. We followed. We talked about missiles, or rather, John gave us a great missile education, and told us to look forward for basically what February 20th. February 20th, something very important is probably going to happen. I am telling you to look forward for January 15th with the meeting of the European Union that will decide whether they're decreasing the level of the oil cap. We talked about the fact that precisely the price of oil, of Russian oil in particular, was going down, and that there was one freakish incident in which it even went below $40, and that it might be a sign of the future, of things to come. So that was all good news. What else did we talk about? We talked about debt. We talked about GDP. Oh, there was an extra thing I wanted to talk about and didn't get to. It's about numbers. We talked about the fact before that we cannot really trust Russian numbers, and that's a fact. They lie. Often they just don't report. When they do report, and when they don't lie, they just massage everything. And even if they don't massage anything, their policy is often directed towards changing a given number. And whereas in Europe, those policies, this given number is taken as how can I put it? It's taken as a signal for something, but in Russia they will try to affect the signal in order to make us believe that whatever the signal is of, things are not happening like that. The best example, I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused at the moment, I'm sure, but the best example of this is unemployment. Why do we care about unemployment? Of course, because people are affected, and that matters on its own right, but also because at the macroeconomic level, it gives us an idea of the health of the economy. An economy with a 15% unemployment is not at the same level of health as an economy with a 3% unemployment level. It's just a fact. We all know that. We all understand intuitively that it is the fact. We also know that every country in the world has incentives to lie a little bit about the level of unemployment, but ultimately you can fairly trust the fact that when the US say that they have 4% unemployment level, they have a 4% unemployment level. Yes, if you were to do the calculation differently, maybe it would be 5, maybe it would be 6, but that's the general ballpark. And when, say, another country at another time says that they have a 15% unemployment level, they have a 15% unemployment level, and as such, they have probably a sizable problem because for some reason, about 10% of the population that should be working is not managing to find a job, and that shows that there is something very, very wrong in their economy. Now, turn to Russia. The Russian unemployment level is at 3.5%. 3.5% is tantamount to there is no unemployment in Russia. Actually, you can never get to 0% unemployment because you always have, well, a few lazies, of course, but more importantly, people changing jobs. They weren't happy with their job, so they're leaving. It takes them a month or two to find their new job, and as a result, they will be counted as unemployed. So that's the reason why you never get at zero. Saying 3% unemployment is tantamount to saying that there is no unemployment in this country. So what the Russians are trying to make us believe is that there is no unemployment in Russia. How do they manage to do that? Because we know that Russia is having tremendous problems. A lot of factories have closed, a lot of retail shops have closed or are now at a much operating at a much lower level. You should see hundreds of people being fired, and it is not the case. There's been a few here and there. There's been 8,000 fired from a factory last month, but that's about it. There's the big wave of unemployment, which I have to admit I was expecting by now, has not hit yet. So how come? Because what they're doing is that they don't even only massage the numbers, and they probably do, but that's not the main point. What they're doing is that they're forcing the companies to not fire people. They're telling them, I don't care about what you're doing. You will keep them on your books. You will, and I was expecting them to keep them for 6 months, but it's probable that now those 6 months have become a year. You will keep paying them. You will keep having them, and you will keep considering them as part of your company. The paying them is actually not certain. Sometimes they just don't pay them, but at the very least, you will not classify them as fired, and you will not push them out of your roster because we don't want it. The consequence of this is that the unemployment level, which should be at 5, 6, 10, maybe even further up percent, is staying extremely, extremely, extremely low. And the reason that the result of this is that if you just look at the numbers in a form of naive fashion, you might think that, oh my God, the Russian economy is still doing very well. The Russian economy is still capable of functioning in such a way that it is not it is not creating virtually any unemployment. And the thing is that they're lying. They're lying because they know where we look at, and they're trying to manipulate our impressions. And that's returning to the Soledad example. They're trying to manipulate our impression. They're trying to make us believe that some things that we think are true, some trusted signals, are not true anymore. And that's a big thing I would like everyone to remember, me included. I always fall for it. When we're thinking about Russia, we cannot think about Russia in a way that in the same way as we think about other places. And there's several reasons for that. It's a very large country. It's a country that produces a lot of commodities, unlike virtually any other country in the world. But more importantly, it's also a country that lies infinitely. And if you trust them, they will take that opportunity to just take advantage and turn this into a weapon against you. So never ever trust the Russians, even less than the Poles. No, never ever trust any Russian numbers that you see, because if you see them, they're probably lying. And only trust things that you can compare, you can follow, and you can triangulate with other numbers. If that makes sense, then yes, you can trust it. But otherwise, just simply never trust it. And for the records, if the Russian economy was only at 3% unemployment, they would never have such slow inflation. They would literally explode. The salaries would literally explode. And if there's one thing that is not moving at the moment, is actually the salary level in Russia. They are not being paid more, and that shows that they're lying to us.
Ben?
Yeah, your co-host. I was about to pass on the baton to you.
I'm sorry. I have questions for you. If you don't want to go to bed, do you want to go to bed? Just 2 questions. Promise, just 2 questions. Is very, very late for you. You haven't slept, have you?
I don't long nap.
You don't know what sleep is. I understand. So, question number 1 is, isn't what Russia is doing right now? So when you send people home but still have them on records, it used to have a name, technical. God, I forgot that. I'm getting old, Ben. That's not good. Technical unemployment. It is called technical unemployment. So when you send them home, they don't have really what to do, what to give you to do. And usually you are being sent home with a fraction of your salary as a payment. So on records you have a certain salary, but in reality you are paid 75 or 50% of what you are owed if you are working, and it's seen more or less as a gift from the state, as a support for you, while the company you are working in is recovering. And actually, I was expecting, to be fair, for this to be balanced out by the fact that they conscript. They didn't conscript. They are employing people in the army. So they have contracts. That means they are employed, right? If you have a contract, because I don't think it's a service contract. I haven't read it actually, so I was wondering. That was question number 2. If you have any question, if any knowledge, or if you have seen the contracts of the soldiers which are in the Russian army, and if that is an employment contract, because if it is, part of the workforce is just shifted to the army. If it's not, and if it's a service contract, that's not an employment contract, and you should see them. You should see them in the records as unemployed, if that makes sense. Does it make sense what I'm saying, Ben?
Yeah, it makes sense. I have to say, I'm not a specialist in labor law, even less so in Russian labor law, and definitely not in Russian military labor law. But I can compare with a few things I know, for instance, about France. The fact is that in France, a military employment contract is considered as, well, an employment contract, but extremely specific, and a lot of the rights and limitations that come with a normal employment contract do not apply. So the military is a job like any other, but it's really not a job like any other. So there's things that are, simple, like the work day. You're not meant normally to work more than 13 hours in France. You are not allowed to work for more than 13 hours, regardless of the
I
circumstances.
hate you.
Why?
Because you have minimum 40 hours in Romania, and I don't know, uh, you have more free time. On paper, not the extra hours you work as a crazy person that you are.
Yeah, no. But like what I meant to say is that you're limited in the number of hours you're meant to work per day, like per slice of 24 hours. But of course, in the military, well, it's not the case because yeah, obviously you're if the enemy attacks at 2 o'clock in the morning, the enemy attacks at 2 o'clock in the morning. What can I tell you? And there's other factors such as the relationship with danger. There was a famous case recently where, unfortunately, a young soldier was killed in Afghanistan, and his parents sued his employer, the army, saying that there was reckless endangerment and whatever. And of course, the court decided that it was not reckless endangerment. He's in the army. He's meant to be put in danger in one way or another. So that was the limitation. But finally, whether or not they're considered as part of the workforce, the answer to this is no. In most statistics, people who are in the army are not considered as part of the workforce. But the result is that it's not that they're considered as being employed or unemployed. For national statistics, usually there aren't exceptions, I'm sure, but usually people who are in the army are considered as are just not included. If you're in the army, you are excluded from the employment statistics, even though, well, imagine if you're in the army and then you leave the army and you become either employed or unemployed, you will return to the statistics. So there is an effect. So for instance, if there's a lot of people unemployed and they're all join the army, well, you will see a decrease in unemployment, even though you won't see an increase in employment. So that's the one specificity I can think would fit with the sort of questions you're asking for.
Thank you. Huh. You mentioned earlier about the GDP and their economy, and I know there was a very lively discussion here about their liquidities, right, in Russia, whether or not they have or they should have, and what's been the prognosis going forward. And actually, if you have everyone employed and working, as you said, you should be I don't know, spiffy. All right, you've been. If I start a discussion with you, Ben, on economy, you'll never go to sleep. So let us show you to sleep. You have a beautiful Sunday in front of you, and hopefully you can get some of it awake. So I will. I love being here with you. If you want to stay, I have no problem. But I think you should go to sleep. It's really, really late.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Anda. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and all the questions, and thank you for your support to MriyaReport and MriyaAid. And have a fantastic Sunday, everyone. Bye bye. Thank you, Anda.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much for all the hours that you put in and all the effort and everything. Thank you very much. Well, Lisa, I know you had your hand up earlier. Good evening. It's evening for you. Um, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I I was gonna ask Ben a couple questions, but I don't want to bother him. He needs to go to bed. But no, I was thinking how appreciative I am of all of you that are very educated and know about the world, um, and that you share that with us. It's just really awesome to have people that are on this and know what's going on and make us all aware. And I always say, whenever I retweet I can't say this right, retweet the space. I was gonna say we tweet, retreat this. No, I never mind. You know what I mean. Um, I always say where the truth matters, and that's so true. I mean, everybody really does their research before they say anything, and if they come across something that they messed up, they will, say, "This is. I'm sorry. This is the way it should have been." Um, but I mean, really, honestly, I really haven't come across that much. But I was just thinking where you were talking about the Trojan horses and the Greeks, and I always wondered why my husband, I mean, he's long gone. He passed away when he was 46 in a tragic boat accident, but he was Serbo-Croatian, half Serbo-Croatian, half Canadian French. But he would always say the Greeks, and then he'd go like he was spitting at them. And I'd always say, "Why do you do that?" And he would never tell me. And it just dawned on me, like when you guys were talking, and then as far as Russia and Poland, I used to have two friends. One, they both, well, they were both Russian, and one was Polish, and the other one was French. And I can remember they were raised in Russia, and then for whatever reasons, their parents moved to France and to Poland. But all along, looking and hearing of the Russian kind of way, regardless of what they would say, it was like the Russian friend absolutely could never tell the truth. You could show her a videotape of what was said and done, but she'd just sit there and lie to you. And I think she just convinced herself that it was right. I mean, kind of, excuse me, kind of like Putin, in his delusional state of mind. It's just the mind frame set, and it doesn't change. And then with the Polish friend, um, she was just kind of an extravagant woman, but she gave me like the most beautiful bracelet. And I mean, it was really expensive, but it was weird because um, it's like she it just she was so sneaky and manipulative about things and just kind of like in a roundabout way. And I'm not saying all Polish and French or anybody, for example, is that kind of person, but they just still both had that mindset of the Russian communistic way. Um, and it just dawned on me when Ben was talking about it. And like when he said he was talking about the finances and then how they just, you know, couldn't do anymore. And it's kind of like reminding me of her where she would go only so far. But but when it comes down to it, what I'm just saying is, like Ben said, never believe a Russian. And my dad would always say, "How do you know a Russian is lying? They're moving their mouth." That's all he would say. And that's all I'm going to say. But I'm glad to see you, Anda.
Glad to see you too. And as far as the Russians ago, yes, they have developed, right, a state doctrine in lying. They are lying in everything, and they are proudly doing so, right? So if it's dark outside, and you might expect them to say it's sunny, and if it's raining outside, you might expecting them to say it's sunny, and you, all people in the room, might think, well, Anda is exaggerating, is they are not that bad. But let me tell you a fun fact. So this is actually a stupid fun fact. They do lie to this kind of level. So at the beginning of Axel, we have some host connection. So I hope that will be fixed. The idea is the following. It was at the beginning of the winter. It was in Crimea, and they posted on the Russian embassy. I'm sorry. I have some entertainment here. They posted on the Russian embassy website that in Crimea, where it was actually at that point freezing, are 17 degrees Celsius. That's almost spring. And that was like in November, December. It was really cold. The temperatures were close to zero. And it was just an absurd lie with no reason. So this is why we keep saying here on the space, they lie, because they do. They put out these crazy statements, and some of them have no rhyme or reason. Like this one had no reason, helped anyone. It was not informative. It was purely a stupid thing to do. And this is basically what are we talking about. On the other topics,
It's just a power move. It's you just they lie, and then if no one challenges the lie, that means they're powerful, right? That's in their child brain. That's kind of how the world works, right?
17 degrees, Joseph. Like, we have satellites that can tell you the temperature on this freaking world, wherever you want to go. And 17 degrees in Crimea is like, we were wondering at that point. It was close to freezing in other in Donbass and in other parts. And well, in Crimea were 17 degrees, and they were showing some people. It was snow it was a picture, right? It was snow on the ground. They were in slippers and in bathing suits, and I was like, yeah, right, exactly my choice. My choice of clothing if it's snow on the ground. Yes. So that being said, levity or not, and you're right, they are stating outrageous things. And actually, Joseph, some years back, I don't know, 50 years back, 100 years back, especially before television, right? Before television, when you only had people talking to you at the radio, or writing newspapers, or maybe sometimes taking pictures, but you don't have pictures that far back. People could do this, and it worked. So if someone stated something and it was up there in a newspaper, and if they stated it frequently enough, they could stifle, or you could doubt yourself, right? If they would tell you there are 17 degrees in Crimea when I'm in Romania, right? And there are 0 degrees here, you could. I'm sorry for the background noise. You could believe them, right? You could believe them because you had no other proof. You would have no way to check. You would have to go to a meteorologist who would tell you if it is possible or not on the same latitude, some 300, 600 kilometers from you, to have such a difference in temperature and everything like that. So you would have to get to a specialist to discuss with it. Getting information was hard. We are in a society right now in which you are literally at a click apart from information. So at any point you can get information, not comprehensive but on point. And why I say not comprehensive, Google cannot Google cannot replace education. It can provide information, and it's a very different thing. But that thing apart, you can get information. So I can get a roughly estimate of the temperature in Crimea, and I can check this live, like this instant. I see this post, I don't believe it, I check it, and I see it's wrong, it's a lie. So
I think you're right, Anda. I think though that to a certain degree it relies on a sort of free and open society with the internet, right? In other words, you have a place like Russia where the information is controlled, or China, right? And then the thing that happens is, right, the Russian will say the lie, that the state will say the lie, and no one's allowed to challenge, right? Everyone respects or understands the power of the state. No one's going to go against that. So the lie is then repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated. And so it does work on, I wouldn't say a lot of people, but I would say a decent minority of people to start believing it because it's been repeated enough. And then the rest of the people are more or less, this is the sort of common trope in Russia. Oh, I just stay out of politics, right? I don't pay attention to that nonsense. It's all so I would say in the modern information environment, it's still possible to kind of to succeed on some people, but it requires a lot more effort. It requires, first off, you to control the information environment. It requires, in addition to controlling the information environment, you have to obfuscate it, right? You have to put out a bunch of misinformation and make it difficult to sort out the real information from the fake information, and blah blah blah. Like, there's a lot of techniques that have to be applied to achieve the same result that, as you said, in old times, people you could sucker people, but yeah, so I think that there's maybe two sides to that coin, right? But as you said, I think that it's very clear that Russia hasn't faced, they didn't understand or expect the level of open source information that was going to come out about what they were doing in Ukraine, right? I mean, when we saw them try to deny the Bucha massacre, I mean, the level of scrutiny and granular detail that came out that covered exactly what happened. I think it kind of put to rest a lot of Russia's typical traditional misinformation playbook in that way. And again, it requires someone who kind of believes, the OSINT community on the internet could kind of get that information and so forth. Now, I personally have followed this. It's all verifiable, right?
if you're willing to sit down and actually dig through the facts, it's all verifiable. But there's always going to be like a minority of people that kind of are just willing to, just go with the narrative and so forth. But anyways, Anda, I just thought I'd add that. If you have anything to add, I know Donnie probably has something to add on this topic. Anda?
I don't have on this topic. I don't have. I just wanted to add another very small point that I think is important. Um, um, First of all, I have some Greek roots. Like I, I don't know, a quarter or something. So you should not trust me, Joseph. If I bring you presents, please don't trust me. So that would be the first one. I might want something from you if I bring you presents. So yeah, and that being said, every country, so every country has its folklore and its good and bad people, right? As a balance, there is in every society, in every country, and there are some traits which you associate, generally speaking, with some countries, but that should not weight more than judging the person who is actually in front of you, because everyone is different, and the person in front of you might be a really great person, and some of the national assessments were made during different periods of time, or different periods of history in which there might be some discussions between the countries, and I think that's just ask Ben about English people and ask English people about French. They had so many wars and they have so many feuds that I poked Ben and some English at some point here on internet, and it went on for hours. Joseph, you wouldn't believe it. So I laughed reading that tweet, the replies to that tweet. 4 hours they were relentless, like whose food is better, whose that never stopped. So my point is, I'm sorry, my point was, there are some stereotypes, and we are sometimes biased, um, we are sometimes biased when we look at other people, but I think it should not weight more. So we should be mindful to judge the person in front of us before we judge its nationality, something like that. Donnie.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about, like, I feel there's like a generational gap in people that Russians that believe their own bullshit inside Russia, and they're probably old enough to remember the bullshit from the Soviet Union. Excuse my language. And then the younger generation who's left, most likely. And then there's the diaspora, which, like, comes, for me, pre-Soviet diaspora are people that escaped and probably Jewish, and so they're very much aware of what Russia is. And then there's the post-collapse Russians that escaped in the early 90s, and their children seem to believe the bullshit more than they do. And then there's like the modern day, just left Russia, very proud. So I don't think there's many people as we think there is that believes Russian propaganda inside Russia. I believe that they're the elder generation. I believe They're like, the maggots of Russia, like the MAGA, the QAnon crowd of Russia. But anyone intelligent enough to get a degree in what has left. They're all working in California or, East Coast of the US or in Europe somewhere. And they're probably very quiet because they probably still have family there. So I'm not giving anybody an out. All Russians own this. But at the same time, I think there is some probably like generational gaps in who believes is garbage and why. Because even my stepmother, who's Ukrainian, she, I don't even say, like, it's hard to talk to her, but she's been here for 15 years, and the only thing she had access to was Russian media, because there was no like online Ukrainian media that she could follow. And so, yeah, she's brainwashed, and it sucks. It's hard to go over and talk to her, but yeah. So I just want to say there's probably more minutia than we give it credit for. But then again, why should we fuck them? So that's my point.
Thank you, Donny. And yes, you're right. Reading, I think we did you drop? No. Okay. I was afraid at the moment for a moment that you dropped. Some the media at some point might be bought or influenced, right, in saying something or bullied. In Russia's case, it was a law that was passed, I think, in the first week of the war. Everyone who speaks about the war in Ukraine and calls it a war gets 15 years in jail. So it's simple as that, and it's one way of stopping people from reporting, right? So it's very hard to be brave in these conditions. It's very hard to have a company. Alex Kafteli, do you want to add something?
Oh, sorry. I unintentionally, my mic was on somehow. Sorry,
Yes.
I didn't know. I was listening. Actually, maybe I will add something later, but not right now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So my point was, it sometimes happens that you have in a society a biased media from one point or from one reason to another. Take China, take North Korea, take Russia right now. Usually there are countries, or let's say a regime, the rulers of the country want a certain narrative to be portrayed within the country. Actually, you will see this in Hungary. Unfortunately, they have a very heavy censorship on their media, which means you should talk with Hungarian people in the country and not read the newspapers from the country, because they will not tell you the truth, what's happening, what's really happening in Hungary. And it is a country in the European Union, in NATO, with a fairly strong economy, and at least fairly, right? It's not a booming economy. They do have problems and a big inflation, but it's, I don't know. It's not. You wouldn't expect this from them, right? But yet you have them you have this censorship because of the political will. And actually, this is my point. Sometimes you will see some political leaders trying to influence, to stifle the competition and to influence the public image by crushing the voices that are talking against them. And I think I mentioned this earlier. I'm coming from I'm coming from Romania. I am from Romania. We have had the regime which actually had that before the revolution. We had a very we were not allowed to speak. More or less, this is the truth. We were not allowed to speak. So, for me, the ability to speak up and speak up my mind and express my opinion, to voice my opinions, it's very important. And one of the things for which the communist regimes crashed everywhere, it was because they didn't let the opposition speak. So the small mistakes that were made at first were not easily corrected. This is the role of the opposition. This is the role of having a free press who actually gets out and writes, this is not good, this is not working, this is this and this is that, because it gives you, it's like a mirror for the ruling party, what's good and what's bad. And with that mirror, you can look at it and look at yourself and judge what you need to do further in order to improve, because people are not happy and you see that. If you cover that mirror, you're just like, I'm good, let's get out, right? Donny?
Yeah, my father's from Bulgaria, so like he was still very paranoid his entire life while he was here. And even when I visit Bulgaria, I always have an escort. They won't let me go alone. One time, because mafia, because this, because that. The one time once I was alone and immediately got pulled over by the police because I had a beard. So like the our parents that were born and raised in these communist regimes still carry the trauma. They they still think the Stasi is coming to get them at some point. And my mother less so, because she came when she was like under 10 here from Lithuania. But yeah, like the trauma is very apparent, and it governs their lives, governs how they raised us. And this is why, if you haven't noticed, a lot of the speakers here are from post-Soviet states, because of the amount of damage they did to the countries, their parents, the people, economically, socially. A lot of these people are extremely broken. And and my family, they're a bunch of farmers, so what do they care about hubbub, NATO, Russia? All they know is that what they were taught in school, and that in Bulgaria they were taught in school that Russia saved them from the Turks. Russia good, Turk bad, da Russia. And like and if anyone doesn't have further education in world politics, geopolitics from Bulgaria, that's what they'll think, and then they'll go back to their farms, and I'm pretty sure the majority of Bulgaria still doesn't vote, because they had their communist government. They re-elected their communist government in like 1992. Literally, just like went from hey, you have freedom. No, we don't want freedom. We want stable. We want Mother Bulgaria. We need Baba Yaga. And and they did. So it's as in Hebrew we call it a balagan, a mess, a giant mess. But yeah, so but you're right.
I love it when I'm right. And I should be right. I'm a girl. I should be right. No, I'm joking. I'm with a almost full panel with men, so I have to joke about that. It's funny. Uh, I have questions on. I have questions about the army, about Ukrainian army, and about Russian army. I heard something happened in Soledar, but this is the extent of the knowledge. Something happened in Soledar. What happened in Soledar? Who can give me a short brief so I won't be so ignorant at this time of the morning after you discussed everything in depth, and I was sleeping. It was a movie while you were sleeping. That's when most of the things happen, when I'm sleeping.
I could take a crack at it, but I think Colby probably would be a better explanator. Colby, assuming Colby's caught up on Solidar.
I'm afraid I'm not caught up on Solidar. I heard there were some things happening, but I don't have any details to share, unfortunately.
No problem.
So Ben actually is the one who kind of gave me this update, but it's sort of like I'm not an expert at cobbling together. We're in the stages of cobbling together Telegram accounts of what happened at Solidar, and that's like my weakest stage of knowing what's going on. But that said, basically there was some worry at Solidar. There was some concern about ground being the Russians advancing and ground being taken by the Russians. Upon further scrutiny, to us, it looks more like there was some kind of either a rotation in place that happened, and maybe there were some complications from that, meaning, they switched out, guys that had been fighting for fresh guys, the Ukrainians did, or there is, I'll put it this way. The most pessimistic scenario is Ukraine did a rotation in place, and during that time, Russia was able to maybe gain a little bit of ground, mostly open fields that won't really help them that much. The best case scenario is Russia attempted a major attack at Solidar to take ground. They did manage to take a little bit of ground, but they lost a massive amount of men and equipment doing so, like levels of equipment and men that they haven't lost in a while, like pretty remarkable levels, even for Wagner level losses. So those are like the two kind of stories emerging about what happened at Solidar. Of course, if you ask the Russians what happened, they say, "Oh, we routed the Ukrainians, we've taken the city of Solidar," and all that. That's all bull. But yeah, those are kind of the two stories I've heard so far, and hopefully that helps.
Thank you. We will see going forward what's happening, and but I know what I'm looking for. So thank you. We have Alex with his hand up.
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about Solidar, but Joseph already described it. Basically, Russians declared they took it, but then Ukrainians denied it and showed proof that they are still in control of Solidar. Maybe there was some advance or something, but doesn't look like Ukrainians are going to give up on Solidar, even though from any military standpoint, it does not matter who controls the city. What matters is how many soldiers Russia will lose, or each party will lose. But like the rate at which Russians are losing the bodies is astonishing. So everybody wonders how much longer they can sustain this rate, because this is unsustainable. That's all.
Thank you, Alex. John, do you have something to add?
Yes, just briefly. One thing I would note is that there's been a lot of videos circulating about Solidar. I've seen a couple of Russian ones and a couple of Ukrainian ones. One thing I would note about a lot of them is that any of them claiming to show control by a particular side, but there's clearly no snow on the ground, those are probably old videos. There's been quite a few circulating. I'd seen a bunch of ones that said to show recent Ukrainian control in a couple other places, but those videos were old. So I just thought to make people aware that there is some, bad noise out there in terms of videos purported to show recent control. There, any of them that don't have snow in them are probably not recent.
Yeah, we always do our best to geolocate and use clues like that to confirm videos that we can. So if we get any solid confirmation of Ukrainian forces controlling Solidar, we'll definitely let you guys know. But as far as I know, we haven't seen any conclusive proof from the Russians that they've actually taken Solidar, and I think that's the key point here. So there's definitely something happened at Solidar. I don't think we're denying that. It's more just a question of the details. It clearly wasn't some kind of massive, Russian 3D chess move. It probably had more to do with either a rotation in place or a large-scale attack by the Russians that was mostly repelled with the Ukrainians taking, logical defensive positions, more or less. John?
So based upon the info that I've seen, unfortunately, I tend to lean towards the more pessimistic scenario being the most plausible at this point.
All right, well, John, not what I like to hear, but if it is what it is, right? And of course, as we mentioned, as Alex just mentioned, Solidar is not some kind of a key strategic vital point. Obviously, Ukraine is defending every inch of territory on their land that they can, but this isn't what would be a good what would be a good example of a vital city, right? A Mariupol, or sorry, a Melitopol, or a what's that city up north that we're always talking about? Seversk, John? Is that the very important logistics hub up north?
That's still south of the Seversky Donetsk River, correct? So
right. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah. Sorry. So I was just saying, in terms of its strategic significance, we can't really compare Solidar to other vital points in the Russian, logistics network or things like that, right, John?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about the value of Bakhmut as a logistics hub at this point, given the amount of devastation that it suffered and the fact that it is within reasonable artillery range of the Russians at this point. If it was to be captured, it would be within Ukrainian artillery range. So I'm not sure how much value it has as a logistical hub either way. I could be misassessing that situation. But that's just my thought, is that I wouldn't immediately jump to the conclusion that it's a logistics hub.
Joseph, I have a question on another topic. So if you have something to add on this,
No, I think that's it, Anda. That's all we know for now. We'll definitely stay on this. We'll try to get any updated information we can. Go ahead.
Awesome, and thank you. I have another question. Alex, have I seen you with your hand up? I don't want to stop people, so please, if you have something to add.
Yes, thank you. I think in more broader context, it's important to kind of take a look at it. What I think is happening is Ukrainians are trying to collect offense forces, still waiting for those recently announced heavy armored vehicles and tanks. On Russian side, they are really in a hurry. They want to show some progress, anything, but they have to heavily rely on those mobilized troops, which haven't been able to show any major progress, like very minor progress at a very high cost, at least for now. So what will be happening probably is Russia will continue its attacks, losing a lot of people to gain little territory, while Ukrainian will prepare for their counterattack in places where Russians, well, either do not expect, or really do not have any ability to do anything against it, because their troops will be kind of grained in these battles for Solidar and Bakhmut. And on the other hand, their logistics and supply chains will be further damaged and under heavy Ukrainian fire control. That is what's happening to the north from Donbass on that road 66, which is their major supply line. And that is also what is being happening in Melitopol, where we have series of just today, series of explosions. So both sides are kind of preparing, but Russia will rely heavily on mobilized troops, because really this is their last resource. And Ukraine still needs some time to accumulate the force that can really penetrate Russian lines. That's kind of, I think, the bigger picture, just to have the context, behind the trees. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. And I do appreciate a bit of a context. I remembered that months ago when the push started in the east, Yehuda came here in the space and told us, road 66, it's important, they will push on it, this and that and that. And of course you listen, but at that point you don't see, it's like a chess player explaining you 10 moves ahead. You don't see them at that point. So you listen. I got it into my, I committed it into my memory. And after that, I was like, okay, let's see what happened. And I'm looking, and I was looking at what happened in the last months. And I was like, he actually got it right. So yeah, kudos to Yehuda for that one. We are talking about offensive and counteroffensive, and actually I read a piece of news about a piece of equipment which is something about ballistic missiles and how do you stop them. And I wanted to take advantage of having both Colby and John here in the space to ask them about this system and how can it be improved. So there is a system which is called Spider. It's for stopping ballistic missiles, and John immediately raised his hand. I love this. um, Basically, it's about a modernization of this defense. And I wanted to ask them about it, what they know, how can it be improved, and well, the whole 9 yards. So, John, you had your hand up first, so I will give it to you first.
Right. So Spider is a ground-based air defense system. It's a surface-to-air missile system developed by Rafale, the Israeli defense company. It is Spider is an interesting system. It originally, given its performance parameters or published performance parameters, I want to say that can be thought of as somewhat analogous to NASAMS. It was a short to medium range mobile SAM system. The name Spider is a acronym of Surface to Air Python and Derby. Python and Derby being the two interceptors that are launched from Spider. Derby is the longer range interceptor of the two. Derby is the short range one. Originally, I believe its approximate engagement envelope was about 20 kilometers for Python and 50 kilometers, that's in terms of range, for Python. That has since been upgraded based upon the article that Anna kindly sent me. It looks like they have upgraded the latest version of Derby LR long range, to have a range of about 80 kilometers, so quite a significant improvement. And then I'm not sure what the range of the latest variant of Python 5 is. The big news contained within this article is that they are going to be upgrading the system to evolve an anti-ballistic missile capability, specifically using the Derby LR interceptor. So at the moment, presumably Spider does not have the capability to intercept ballistic targets, but it seems the goal is to perform the relevant upgrades to Derby LR to enable it to be able to intercept various different ballistic targets.
Colby?
Yeah, so I would say that one way to kind of think about the system is it's sort of similar to IRIS-T, actually. You could think of it as an Israeli IRIS-T, maybe, in that you have two existing air-to-air missiles. The Spider, the Python and Derby missiles are originally air-to-air missiles, like the IRIS-T missile was originally an air-to-air missile, and those are being repurposed as a surface-air missile. Although I believe these missiles actually are, in fact, identical, whereas the IRIS-T surface launch variants are not identical to the air-to-air missile. So I guess in that sense, it's more similar to NASAMS, and that it's using a air-to-air missile that's not been modified at all. So you have a short-range variant, and you have a sort of a medium-range variant, same as IRIS-T, and the Israelis have a long-range variant, which, to my understanding, is not in full production yet, sort of still finishing development. And that long-range variant, they're saying they're now testing anti-ballistic missile capability, which is something that is rumored for IRIS-T's long-range variant, which is also still ongoing its development and testing. And this Israeli system is not actually in service with the Israeli Defense Forces. It's been designed as an export system, so the IDF doesn't have it. They have other systems that they have for surface air and anti-ballistic missile capabilities. This one is completely directed towards the export market and has had pretty reasonable success, actually, in attracting customers, and it's been getting a lot of buzz lately, and a lot of new interesting contracts being signed. So something to watch in that sort of space, how they progress on developing the anti-ballistic missile capabilities of their long-range interceptor for the system. But that's not that's not really an operational capability quite yet. My understanding is it was just tested like this month. Basically, they announced that they're testing the ABM capacity, which is not something that they previously had. So it's not really field ready, I would say, but we'll see.
Jan?
So one way that conceptually you can the spider can be thought of as similar to NASAMS is that it uses a infrared seeking interceptor for its short range firing solution, and a active radar an active radar seeking interceptor for its long range option. So Python 5 has infrared homing plus electro optical homing. Derby has a active radar homing seeker, and they both have INS, inertial navigation systems. And I'm not sure if they have data links. I'd have to dig a little bit more deeply into the details of that. But so in that sense, they can be kind of thought of as analogous as analogous to NASAMS. Although the engagement envelope is certainly larger. The short range option here, Python has similar range and altitude capabilities to AMRAAM, which is the long range option for NASAMS 1 and 2. Obviously, not setting aside AMRAAM ER for NASAMS 3.
Actually, I will publicly I will make public my incompetence. Um, when you said at first it is a fixed system, I thought something like CRAM, because for me that was in my mind as a fixed system, something that's it's on the ground and cannot be moved. So sorry for I needed to put this out for you to know what's the level at which you need to discuss. So yeah, thank you. This was one of the questions I had. There are a couple of other pieces of so. First of all, I have questions, as always, because I told you the level is the level of the sea. So you start with the level of the sea. That's my level. So you mentioned the Darby system, and you mentioned improving by changing the types of rockets that intercept. So you basically keep the same. I don't know how to put this question, to ask this question nicely, but bear in mind I'm in the back of the class, right? So you will change the only the rockets in order to improve the capabilities of this system, or you need to change something within the system that propels the rockets? Because John, please.
So it looks like they're just going to directly upgrade the currently existing Derby LR interceptors to provide them with a anti-ballistic missile capability. So it references hardware and software upgrades. I suspect the software upgrades, that's going to be to the guidance system. The hardware upgrades, that might be to the fusing system and potentially the warhead design to make it more effective against ballistic targets. That would be my best guess.
All right, thank you. All right, so in other news, what's been new in Romanian news, because these are some of the news I I read in the morning. There is one other piece of news about Poland buying satellites for observing Earth. But this, so it's a contract with Airbus Defense and Space. It's for geospatial information, but I don't know if this can help. Basically, this is why I'm asking. Is this something that can help Ukraine going forward? Is this something, so if a neighboring country of Ukraine has a special system of satellites, is that in any way helping Ukraine, or is it Ukraine related? Could it or could it not be used by Ukraine as an intel? Basically, that's my like we, for example, use Sentinel and other satellites to see what's in Bucha, or I don't know, in other places. John?
Right. So the two reconnaissance satellites that are going to be acquired by Poland from Airbus, the short answer is, practically speaking, no, because as currently scheduled, launch will not occur until 2027. So the war will presumably be over by then, hopefully. I can't see any scenario where the war is still occurring at its current intensity in 2027. And again, that's the initially scheduled launch date. Given that it's the aerospace industry and the satellite industry, I would say that launch in 2028, maybe 2029 is probably more likely. These things always get delayed. It's inevitable. That's just the nature of developing payloads to go on orbit. So once they are become online, then they will be property of the Polish government, I assume. So then, sure, I think that they would probably be able to pass whatever data they like along to Ukraine. Resolution is 30 centimeters. That's relatively solid. That's comparable to what Maxar offers. So for a country like Poland, that's a pretty solid capability. Obviously, the U.S. the National Reconnaissance Office here can do much better than that. But again, taken in context, that is a very solid capability for Poland to have. It also references that this year they will start the Polish armed forces will gain access to data from Pleiades Neo, which is a Earth observation constellation that is currently on orbit. I'm not sure what the resolution of that is, and under the terms of their licensing with Airbus or whoever is running Pleiades Neo, there might also be some ITAR considerations there with the French government as well. I don't think they'll be able to directly pass that data along to Ukraine. Ukraine would probably have to acquire it themselves via a licensing agreement with whoever operates Pleiades Neo, and probably get sign off from the French government.
All right. Thank you, John. And let me welcome Charles. Colby is already here with us. I'm sorry. I'm so used to go from John to Colby to ask for questions and clarifications. That good morning, Charles. Apparently on Easter, we have a we have a tradition on Easter. If you baptize someone, you need to give them a lamb. So I I kept calling Axel Alex. So I owe him one, and now I called you Colby. So Charles, I don't know if you eat lamb, but I will prepare for Easter. Um, so welcome up.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, good morning. You know, we have a tradition here in Germany where a young couple dances for a lamb. Do you have do you have this tradition in Romania? Maybe not.
Sorry. Uh,
So we have a tradition here in Germany where I forget which day it is, but the young couples of the village come out and they dance. Music plays and they dance, and then the one who the couple who dances the longest wins a sheep. Um, it still goes on to this day, although they have replaced the live sheep with a stuffed sheep. But yeah, is that maybe that's a little different but similar? You know, we give away sheep.
yeah, we actually we don't have that, to my recollection, as Easter tradition. It's one of the traditions is to eat lamb, everything from lamb. Beside the cake, sometimes you wonder about that. um, but usually it's like the meat of choice for Easter, and as a tradition, the next day boys go with perfume and perfume the girls, go visit the girls they like, and they spray perfume on their clothes or neck, so they perfumed them, something like honoring them, something like that. But it's only done in the villages. It's not something that you that it's not a tradition that was passed to the town, but nothing with the lamp. So um, yeah. um, so Charles, because you're up and I always have questions, um, I saw something in the nest posted by you. It's let's learn how to work a Bradley. Imagine that. Imagine me in a Bradley. So um, I like speed. Uh, was there to stop me? So um, tell me a little bit about the Bradleys, because I actually missed every conversation about the Bradleys except the fact that 50 of them are to come from US. So can you give me a short, very brief understanding? Um, how would Let me imagine myself driving a Bradley.
Yeah, so about 10 hours ago, we were having a little fun. I went and found the field manual for Bradley gunnery, and we were just kind of going through, and we were learning a little bit about how to fire the Bradley gun, and the whole point is how easy it is. It's a really simple system to learn. There's a lot of tactical stuff you have to know, but the actual working of the gun and how to do it is actually really simple. So you'd actually be really good at it, Anta. I'm convinced you would be. I don't know whether you'd like to be the driver, or you'd rather be the gunner, or maybe you could be the tank commander. Which of those three do you think is the best role for you, Anta, in a Bradley?
Driving. I like driving. So I like I like to be. For me, it gives me the small sense of control that I need. So I like to be the driver, if you don't mind. Um,
No problem. Now you have to know it is an automatic transmission, so you don't get the thrill of changing gears. Is that still okay with you?
okay.
All right, but I think you would really like driving. So driving it is and maintaining it is also not difficult. So not only were we looking at the gunnery manual yesterday, I also checked the maintenance manual, or the maintenance training program, better said, to figure out, a lot of these things. How hard is it to learn? How long does it take? It doesn't take very long at all. Now, what you're going to have to do, Anda, as the driver, you do get to drive, that's true. And when we're in combat, we're gonna want you to drive it like you stole it, okay? You're gonna, no light driving. When you put your foot down, smash the pedal to the floor, and let's go. Is that okay?
I can do that. Like I would really enjoy it actually, because I'm not allowed to do that in the city. So and I don't afford the fines on the highway, so I have to mind my driving. I think
So,
Donny
mhm.
wants in. I think Donny wants in to be.
Yeah, well, my question is in like the American Army or any NATO army, are people taught like swing positions, or are you solely taught one position? Obviously, a commander will be able to take both positions, but like, if someone's injured or like, how how uh, how malleable are these positions? Or you're super trained up on one, and you know little to nothing on the other.
We usually cross train, so the driver and the gunner would have alternates. The tank commander is usually the squad leader or team leader. It's the highest ranked person, often the highest ranked person in the vehicle is the tank commander. So that person can be replaced, but they're usually just the next person in command. But yeah, for driver gunner, yeah, you can work together. I think, but the whole squad that's running in that vehicle, or the whole section, because the Bradley's not really big enough for a squad. Well, I guess it is. I guess it would hold about 8, 9 people in total. They would cross train. Yeah, and everybody helps out with maintenance, and everybody helps out with loading, and everybody helps out with cleaning, and so on.
I just say that because I like shooting and I like driving, so it's gotta have balance.
Yeah, yeah. You could try, but I think usually you just have one. Unfortunately, but we can make you the gunner. That's fine. So just to let you know, Donnie, to teach you. So the U.S. Army's familiarization training with the optical sights and range and laser rangefinders is 2 hours. So we can get that done really quick. It's really easy to shoot. Just point and shoot. You're going to have a few buttons. You need to select between 2 different types of ammo. We're going to need to teach you how to do the fire calls. So if the tank commander says, tank, PC, tank, then you're going to need to be able to say identified, and then the tank commander is going to say fire, and you're going to say on the way. That's the phrase in the tweet there. On the way was once you start firing, say on the way. Then the tank commander tell you cease fire and move on to the next target. But yeah, it's a really simple thing. And just to let you know, so one thing we did learn is, Anda, for example, is how to lead a target with your 25mm gun, depending on whether you're moving, depending on whether you're stationary, and so on. But we can work that out.
Awesome.
And my years playing Counter-Strike will count to my training. I take it by leading the target and what have you.
Yeah, they will. They will. Just remember. Okay, so just remember, if we're driving in a parallel direction of a BMP, we're going in run direction.
and the BMP is going the other direction. Because remember, we have a stabilized gun. It's not like the Martyr. The Martyr doesn't have a stabilized gun, but we've got a stabilized gun in our Bradley, so we can shoot on the move. So we're going to be driving along. Anna's going to be, Anna, we're going to need you to slow down just a little bit when we're shooting, okay? But after Donnie's done engaging, then you can smash the pedal again. But you're going to need to lead the target just a little bit more when we're moving. Okay, Donnie?
Copy that. Is it 30 mil?
We have a 25 millimeter. You're going to have two different types of ammo. So if we hit something that's heavily armored, we're going to use the Sabo. Okay, so but typically we're going to have, yeah, these are these are fin stabilized, the Sabo ones. But we also have armor piercing rounds and we have high explosive rounds. So if we're going up against like a bunker or something like that, we're going to use the high explosive. If we meet an APC or self-propelled artillery, then we're going to use the armor piercing. But you've also got the TOW missile, Donnie. So if we hit an enemy main battle tank or a bunker, we'll call out TOW, and then your targeting is going to be a little different. In your screen there, you're going to see a little TOW.
It'll be like a lobbing arc, right?
No, it's going to be a missile. You're going to see a little in your sights. It's going to say TOW, and the reticle is going to change. The crosshairs are going to change a little bit when you select it, and that missile is going to fly out. Yeah, what's the range on a TOW? I think it's about 4,000 meters, but essentially we're going to engage things out to about 3,000 meters with that TOW, and that missile is going to fly out about 25 feet off the ground. And then it's going to hit that target, but you have to stay locked on the target while that TOW is flying out there. And don't try to guide the missile. This is clear in the manual. Don't try to guide the missile. Even if it looks like it's out of your sight, it's still on the way. Just give it some time. It'll get there. And
so TOW is that like long tubey thing that I see, like that pops up and explodes the whole. That's not the same thing. Like
yeah, that's the anti-tank missile.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
But we can get you trained up, no problem. Anna can drive. I see Yehuda's here. He's obviously the tank commander. I'll take the dismounts in the
back. John, what do you think about our short training on Bradleys?
I was going to ask Charles, doesn't using the TOW, since it's wire guided, or I guess they have an RF linked one now, but since that's operator in the loop guidance, isn't hitting moving targets with it, doesn't that require a bit of skill?
I think so. I've never fired one, so I'm just going off the book here. I still need to go through my gunnery tables as well. But yeah, it's apparently it does. You kind of also what I'm learning is you have to kind of plan out not only what you engage with the TOW, but when you engage, because you need to calculate in the fact that if this target is moving, it's not going to disappear behind some trees or something like that before the missile gets there.
Can you tell me? So there must be like a limited amount of TOWs compared to the other types of rounds.
Yeah, there are two. There are two, but we can reload them. So it just takes us a bit, but we can reload them.
So we learned to try to drive and shoot. We are a team, Donnie, now. So we have to team up on this one. And
well, we got something cool for you too, Anda.
So
we got something cool for you.
All right. So I'm listening.
Yeah, so Colby went out and found out some nice research, because these are the A3 ODS. Did I get that right, Colby? Versions of the Bradley.
Alpha 2 ODS.
Alpha 2 ODS. And one of the things that they have is they have a passive thermal vision for you, Anda. So So you don't just have to look through your periscope blocks with your night vision goggles or just through your eyeball. You can actually, you have your own thermal vision, which would be nice.
It would. It actually would during the night, especially. But yeah, thank you. I will.
I was looking up. Bulgaria has none of these Bradleys, so I think I'm just going to have to steal something else, like a Sandcat or something that Bulgaria has. And I'll just drive it up, pick you up, we'll head north.
All right, it's a deal.
Done.
Carlo, welcome up.
Hi. I want to come back to the air defense system, actually. What was the air defense system from Israel be talking about? The Patriot of the dome system?
Are you talking? We were talking earlier about. I think John will add on this. We were talking about Spider system. John.
Oh, I was just going to say, do what now about ATACMS?
Carlo, maybe you could be more precise. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering actually what air defense system we were talking about from Israel, because officially they were on request back a couple of months, I think. Kiev actually wanted the Patriot system, but actually were refused because that system actually has a small capability to actually hit ballistic missiles. So I was actually wondering about which system we were talking. I lost it a little bit because I was distracted as well.
John?
So we were discussing just now Spider, which is an Israeli mobile surface-to-air missile system that currently does not have the capability to intercept ballistic missiles, but Rafael has announced that they will be upgrading the Derby interceptor, which is used by Spider, to have an anti-ballistic missile capability. As to Patriot, Patriot absolutely has the capacity to intercept ballistic missiles. That's its primary purpose. As to the system that you are referring to being denied by Germany earlier on, I presume that was Patriot because Germany doesn't have any Spiders, and Israel would not grant the re-export authorization for that period. So
yes, indeed, Israel refused the system to deliver. Indeed. That's why I was wondering which system we were talking about, because I just were catching attention on that point where we're talking about ballistic missiles, and I was thinking, hey, Israel have a system that actually can catch ballistic missiles. So, but I couldn't come into play. That yeah, I was distracted as well a little bit. So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I seem to remember the system was too, like, Israel thought it was too short range and it was too expensive. Well, I mean, as for Patriot as well, it was they $250,000 a piece for the missiles and $200 million for the systems. I forget what the exact numbers, but long story short, all these weapons were designed for Israel, which is smaller than Crimea, and basically defends like 50 to 100 kilometers outside of their borders. So at the time, it was thought that that it wasn't cost effective, and now with Bibi back in power, I don't think it's going to be viable, to be honest with you, and it makes me sad. But yeah.
We also, you got to remember that it's about square footage. People keep talking about Israel as if it has stockpiles of stuff. It literally has enough to cover its territory. It's about 25,000 square kilometers. Forget Crimea. It's a third. It's about the size of Kiev Oblast in general. Kiev Oblast is a little bigger. So if Israel was to give every air defense system it had, it wouldn't cover all of the national capital region of Ukraine, and Israel would have zero. So I know it seems to be a punching bag for people, but if Israelis said, "Yeah, here, take everything we have, and you could cover Kiev," it doesn't make sense, does it? Right? So
No, it makes also no sense in point of the risk for Israel itself. But we had a discussion going on because Iran and the support for the Russians, and that could also play into hand against Israel. That is a discussion that were going on, I think, in a month of 2 months ago. So then that were actually the time when I were following this
there's nothing
quite actively.
Iran is doing with Russia and Ukraine that's any different than Israel's already seen. So, in fact, it's only a drop in the bucket of what the Iranians do. So, it's one of those things that, I think I heard a very strange statement someone made. Israel wants to help now. Israel wants to help now so they can practice on Iranian weapons. It's a ridiculous statement because they don't need practice. They're the ones with the experience with Iranian rocketry and missiles attacking it, right? So I think besides I'm not going to get into it all the time. There are political reasons as to why the Israelis try to not make it obvious they're helping. They are helping. Are they helping as much as they could? I don't think anyone is helping. They have their own strategic concerns with Russia and Iran. Blast, 28,000 square feet. How much of Israel is covered by its air? Say again?
Maybe a bus from Herzliya on the beach to Renana. It probably take you.
I can walk 20 kilometers much quicker. So it's like the shortest distance, about 18, I think 12 miles, I think is the narrowest gap in Israel. So there you go.
That's where I live.
What I'm saying is that, it's a little easier to defend your territory when it's so small. Anyway, but yeah, no, good points. Look, the air defense is a big deal. The anti-drone technology that they gave that was very effective against the Shaheeds, and it still is really effective. That's worth its weight in gold. So I'm sure people are happy about that. But as for the other systems, look, if the Americans said, "Hey, we'll develop, we'll pay for it. I want you to make 1,000 of them right now," sure, they would do it. But they don't have 1,000 extra units of something to give away. That's the bad part, right? The Americans, on the other hand, have things in surplus. They have 1,000 Bradleys they can just give away and not notice, right? So there's a scale factor we have to
True.
look at, right?
But it was my question, so you
Thank
can
you.
go
Yeah.
ahead. Because I'm not a Bradley driver.
There's Iron Charles and
I prefer the Leopard tank, to be honest.
Yehuda, so the Shaheeds, do you feel like they manufacture them in bunkers, Iran? Do you feel like there must be intelligence on this?
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. No, no. I think it's a very low. It doesn't matter where they're built, because the ones that were made in Syria, the Israelis destroyed that factory because obviously closer. People are like, why doesn't Israel bomb Iran? Well, I don't know. Starting a regional war right now might not be the best thing. It takes away from what's going on in Ukraine. I'm sure the Russians would love for Israel to kick off with Iran, but these are the Shaheeds are lawnmowers in the air, right? So it's not some special secret sauce that you need to do somewhere in the night, right? So they could literally turn, any old warehouse into a Shaheed factory. So I don't think they're being built underground. I don't think it's that big of a secret, and they could replicate it again anywhere. They took out the one in Syria because it's harder for them, the Iranians, to rebuild that. Just bringing in parts, bringing in the machines. But yeah, nothing too crazy. And sorry, I think John wanted to chime in on that.
Yeah, just a question for Donnie. You said 250,000 per interceptor. Was that for Iron Dome or Spider?
Iron Dome.
Okay, I was about to say if it's for Spider, that's incredibly just beyond cheap.
No,
But that makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. All I know is that I looked this up months ago. I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but it's so expensive to use Iron Dome that they spent billions of dollars developing a freaking laser. So I don't want to talk about the numbers of it, but I do know that, having a laser spend $2 worth of energy blasting something out of the air is a lot cheaper than, Lockheed or Raytheon or what have you selling them, or aid, quote unquote. So yeah.
Thank you, Danny. I would like to welcome Sarah up. Good evening or good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How are you? I wasn't expecting to speak, but since I'm here, yeah, good morning.
It was my lovely voice that did it.
Yes, Yehuda. Well, speaking of missile defense systems, I think the Prime Minister Maloney is coming next week, and hopefully she'll have exciting news that she's bringing with her.
John, you want to give us what you know about Italy's capabilities?
Right. So the system that I believe is under consideration, according to the reports I've seen, is SAMP-T, which is a ground-based launcher system for the Aster 15 and 30 series of surface-to-air missiles that were originally developed for deployment on board French and Italian naval vessels. The whole project, it's a joint Franco-Italian development and manufacturing program. There is discussion that one will potentially be provided to Ukraine. At the moment, unfortunately, I don't anticipate more than one being sent because there aren't that many of them. France and Italy have not procured very many of them, either of them. So unless we see some new orders from Italy or potentially France, then for the moment, I would expect only a single system to be sent. In terms of its capabilities, the best way to describe it is SAMP-T can be broadly thought of as analogous to Patriot. It has a solid ballistic missile interception capability, so it'll be very helpful in that regard.
I have a question. So, how do you integrate all these systems in the space in Ukraine? So, at this point, you have I don't know, 3. There should be a 4th IRIS-T coming. This SAM-T and others. How do you integrate them?
It's the
It's
the alligator and the dentist joke. How does a dentist clean an alligator's teeth, Sarah?
What's that? I'm sorry, Yehuda?
How does a dentist clean an alligator's teeth?
Tell me, Yehuda.
Very carefully.
Enlighten me.
So that's how you integrate.
There you
How
have
you
it.
integrate the air defense very carefully. It's a big question, and it's how to organize and prioritize targets and how to get them to obviously utilize the different benefits of different systems. Certain ones have different ranges, have different capabilities, and it's probably a trade secret in Ukraine. But a lot of different platforms. Interoperability is a big issue, so it's a really good question. But while you're here, Sarah, maybe you could give our audience a little rundown. We're so obviously a good friend of the show, part of the team even. Got some updates for you. I'll tell you later. But Sarah, you were just in the States. You're back in Ukraine. You were teasing us on the Twitter there, saying I got something to tell you. I don't know if you told yet because I've been busy. But can you share?
Apparently, I haven't really. I guess so. I mean, I haven't seen it. Apparently, I've been transferred. The reason I'm saying apparently, I signed documents on Friday, but it was Christmas Eve. So apparently, I'm with a new unit that will be focused on hybrid warfare. I'm now based out of Kyiv, so I could be in closer proximity to folks I'm working with. And I will be traveling a lot more around the country in the coming days and weeks and months. So the reason I didn't announce it is because I was, stamps are everything in Ukraine. And on Friday night, when I signed my transfer paperwork, the commander had gone home for Christmas Eve. And I got word yesterday that everything was stamped. So,
Congratulations, sir.
It's funny, Yehuda. I'll never forget when I signed with the Crimeans and was assigned to the Crimeans, and you were like, "Come on, Sarah. I mean, really? Are you really doing this, or are you more doing comms?" And then after DC, I guess you manifesting your idea came into my world because I was moved into to comms and hybrid warfare to the point that, as I said, I'm now living in Kyiv. I moved to Kyiv a few days ago, and all my paperwork is now
I think
completed.
you're exactly where you're the most effective. And you shouldn't be saying things like that because we're going to get all sorts of comments about space lasers and mass control and how
No, hybrid
No,
warfare. I can tell you what comes across. So those who are listening, they can know Ukraine's hybrid warfare entire premise is the MriyaReport, which has been broadcasting 24/7 since the beginning of the war, and therefore they've uncovered us. So now they know. I've just told them everything. This is the entirety of our hybrid warfare program. Is
you
your
realize,
space, Yehuda.
it's your space too. It's all of ours. Listen, there will be people that will buy that. This will show up on Russian Telegram. We know it. We know it's the Hebrews controlling Zelensky, their space laser program. And they've admitted it. It's in plain sight. Pizzagate. It's going. We're losing it here. We're gonna get in trouble.
Well, it's easy because when you're only walking 12 kilometers from point A to point B, that goes to show you how little we aim for. You know, we're able to we're able to cover such an area regarding our hybrid warfare because the space lasers are based in that 12
That's right.
kilometer area. I'm telling
We have so
everything.
much time because there's very little walking distance, so we can plan and conspire to take over Ruski Mir. We want mediocre vodka for everyone. Anyway,
First, you know, I've said too much. I don't even want to begin to talk about Langley.
you know, there are literally legions of strange ones online who think that like literally every NAFO person with a dog thing is a CIA. It's just crazy. Just you know, we shouldn't complain. That's the enemy the Ukrainians should prefer, right? Not a more sophisticated one.
You know, they had said things about the trans folks creating alliances, and you know, basically it's the global agenda. We've been outed. It's the trans globalist agenda, which is really one and the same, according to Zakharova.
Oh, yeah, it's not just that. What else have they said? They said, you know,
Jews and trans together.
Yeah,
it's
Jews and
like their
trans.
worst nightmare.
Yeah.
It's a hurt.
It's a Jew trans combination, 1-2 punch, and will make you feel guilty about it. No, the LGBTQ army. I mean, there was a meme. I'm not a big meme person, but I'm not gonna lie. It was probably the funniest thing I saw, and it showed a tank with a rainbow flag and then a destroyed tank, and on the rainbow flag it said they them, and then on the destroyed Russian tank it said was or something like that. You know, it goes our preferred pronouns. It said they, them, and was were. Sorry.
You mean that message from this morning out of one of the shit channels regarding to Stoltenberg?
I don't know. It was pretty clever though, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty clever. Yeah, the Russians are really upset. The Russian propaganda machine's pretty upset about other people in minorities that they usually crap on having some agency. So I guess that's not working out for them so well, is it there, Sarah?
It's interesting because I never had pronouns in my, I've never had pronouns. Never have put pronouns in my profile ever in my life or anywhere else. But I never had trans in my profile until the Russians pointed it out in April, at which point I put it in there. And that was fun for about like 8 months. And then I pulled it back out because I'm like, you know, I'm not going to let the Russians dictate exactly what's going on, no matter how funny an inside joke might be. And ultimately, I don't know if you all saw, but I published some reports showing that the Russian dictator Putin has been covered 5 times more than President Zelensky has been in hundreds of thousands of news outlets since February 24th. And it got me thinking that whether it was a pro or con or positive negative media, they're still controlling the narrative, right? And that's what they do. They obfuscate, they confuse, they're opaque in their in their actions. And ultimately, we have to take control back of the narrative, which is based on the idea that Putin doesn't deserve the oxygen, and his underlings, his gangsters, don't deserve the oxygen to be able to control the press narrative. And I think one of the things we have to do as supporters of liberty is to stop responding to their and reacting to their moves, and just being more proactive in what we do and ignoring what they're doing.
Yeah, that's so important. I mean, you know, I used to think of very clever responses to make to the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They put these ridiculous statements. We are clearly at the verge of a multipolar world. Putin is leading the way, or yada yada blah blah blah. And it's like, you know what? Sometimes I just respond, lol. And you go, LOL, not worth the time to respond. Just you guys are ridiculous.
But Yehuda, even that propagates because of your reach, propagates their narrative. Right?
Yeah.
So Well,
I
if
didn't
you
do
do
all the
that,
time. Just maybe once in a blue moon. I'm just saying because I just feel compelled, but
yeah.
I don't do it often. It's often.
But if you do, don't respond to them. Literally, just take a screen capture and then post something about it.
Yeah, I
because
see what you mean.
that way they don't get the reach. They don't get your reach, which is now 15, 20,000. I stopped counting.
I don't know.
So yeah. So if you do that, just take a screen capture, post
All
it,
right.
and let your fan base laugh, and they don't get the reach. I have a question for Sarah. What's the Ukrainian word for stamp?
I'm not sure because everything that I looked at, Donnie, which was so the French announced the French announced the release of it on November 9th because it's going. I don't know if it's going to be one system from Italy and one system from France, multiple systems, or if they're combining to give us one system. But France had put out in November, but everything that I read was from the French translations. So I'm not certain what we're calling it.
No, I think you misunderstood my question.
Oh.
I've been in a post-Soviet bureaucratic hell, and they wanted the postille. I had a birth certificate, and they needed to see my birth certificate, and it literally has holograms and barcodes, and it's made of plastic, and has braille on it, but it didn't have a stamp.
Oh, you said stamp. I thought you were talking about as the stamp
No,
missile defense system. Sorry.
So in Bulgaria, it's apostille. It's like and they look at my like little digital identity, and you'd be like, no, doesn't have apostille. No.
Donnie, it's Austro-Hungarian. Stampiglie, therefore stamp.
Stamp?
All right.
Stamp.
Well, that's a very niche discussion. Let's get Sarah.
Hey,
Sarah
you
doesn't
woke me
have
up.
all
Come
day
on.
here.
Don't complain.
Let's go to Charles.
You talk about
Trying to
Hold
bring
on.
levity.
Sarah, by the way, Tere homiku starinast, from the country which has no sex in its language.
Excellent.
All right, Charles, I want to hear what you have to say. I know it's a good one.
Yeah, I need a little explainer or media lesson from Sarah, if that's okay. We've talked about in this space a couple times how Russian talking points often flow through like TASS, and TASS will be picked up by Reuters, and then that'll go. We've seen it with Zaporizhzhia power plant; they were going to blow up the dam at Novokhovka, et cetera, and it often when we trace it back, it goes through a Reuters to TASS and so on. Like this morning, I'm sitting here in Germany. I'm looking at Der Spiegel, probably the biggest online news source here in Germany, and they have a live ticker, like a live blog, as most sites do. Every couple hours they post something, and the main headline right now is Russia calls the German tanks or the German armored vehicles a further step toward escalation. How does this keep happening? Like you're talking about the oxygen. Is this? Why is this?
Yeah.
Can you help me understand?
Yes, Sarah. I just wonder, what's the next escalation after raping 8-year-old girls and killing their family? Geez, I'm just really wondering what the next step is. Trying to figure that one out.
Well, to answer your statement first, Yehuda, and then I'll jump over to Charles as best I can. One of the things we talked about in Washington was to implore the policymakers not to care what the concerns are being propagated over the idea of escalation, simply because we can't have a further issue. I mean, they literally dug up Chernobyl. We've already had a nuclear catastrophe due to what they have done, right? So their words are empty. They're already raping 8-year-olds. They're engaging in the most barbaric behavior. What escalation are we worried about from a country that has been losing a war for 10 months to begin with? And my latest column addressed Kissinger's statements over having to give credibility and credence to Russia's geopolitical history. And what we've noticed now is that, and what we understand now, is that it was all based on illusions, and it was all based on myth making. And so we can't worry about what they may do because they're incapable of doing it. And I think that's one of the things that you guys were very good about doing, Yehuda, was trying to stamp down this idea of a maybe apocalyptic ending to whatever may take place. And so for a long time, there was no conversation about the different potential outcomes of escalation. And I think what we're seeing now is that any of their threats are truly hollow. So we just have to look at what they've escalated to, which is, as you said, is raping 8-year-olds. Charles, regarding the propaganda machine, there was we found now with certainty that Russia and China, and you may have seen this report, are engaged in mutual amplification of their news stories. We know that they're not just using tasks to Reuters, but they have significant numbers of people on their payrolls that they have actually filed as foreign agents in plain sight, including Americans that had been working for RT at some points. And then after the embargo, they just hired them as foreign agents. So we have the understanding of how they're doing it. It's making certain that mainstream outlets don't give oxygen to it. And I think that's the bigger concern, not to stymie free speech. But I was in a meeting with one of the teams from the Wall Street Journal, and I said to the team, I said, you're doing reporting from Belgorod, and you're up there giving oxygen to these stories. And they said, well, it's we have to give both sides. And I compared it to the idea that if you're in media, you're using a source, and the source has lied to you constantly, burnt you, and shown you to be inauthentic in what they're saying and lying about the documents they're giving you to back it up. You would never use them. So why are you therefore utilizing and allowing a side to be heard just because that source happens to be hiding behind the veneer of being a nation state? And Russia's even lost that. Russia's no longer a nation state. Russia is an area made up of mob rule and gangsterism. So that's, I think, the key is to help illuminate this reality that we can't trust anything coming out of Russia. Therefore, Russia should not have any amplification to their stories. And if it's coming from TASS and even to Reuters, it needs to end there. And if it's coming from places of literally paid foreign agents, no one should be giving credence or credibility to their post. And especially what Newsweek, which is just now clickbait, is doing, which is reporting straight off of Russian Telegram. And even with Ukrainian language news, that they're going into Russian Telegram channels and saying, well, this is what's being said. I'm of the belief we should ignore and refuse to acknowledge anything coming from any Russian government officials.
Yeah, thanks. I completely agree. And that I like that analogy, or it's not even really an analogy, but that explanation of how would you treat a disreputable source. That helps me a lot. Thanks a lot, Sarah.
Yeah, it's important, to call it out when we see it. There is doesn't things in the pursuit, the moral lofty pursuit of balance. People keep talking about getting a different perspective. I mean, when one is a perspective that you might say is tainted by a Western bias, but based in fact, you can still delve through things no matter what the source is, or how it's presented rather. But when you have the Russians who literally create stories whole cloth, right? Like the Russians literally thought that they were going to convince the West that Ukraine was run by a Jewish neo-Nazi president and defense minister, and whoever is in the government happens to be Jewish. It's insanity. It was so crazy that you had Putin having to apologize for Lavrov in the summer for going on Italian TV, a show called Zona Bianca, and he said that, oh yeah, Jews are actually, when he was called out on it, he said, yeah, they're the neo-Nazis, they are the Nazis. In no planet would you expect that from a seasoned diplomat. So we need to stop pretending that the Russians are serious. We need to stop pretending that we have to give parity to their point of view. There's a movie called The Death of Stalin, and it's funny. And what's not funny about it is how true it is. It's actually not that far from the truth of how Stalin was represented and the types of, it's not even cognitive dissonance, it's outright lying. It's not true. And people just don't know how to address it because the Russians lie so fantastically and with facility that people assume that where there's smoke, there's fire, that they must be right about something. It can't all be crazy. Guess what? It can, and it is. It's completely made up. And that's what's so egregious about it. Thanks for that, Sarah.
Yehuda, I just want to add something onto that. Their whole plan is actually to be so fantastical with their lies. It's to take the narrative away from the actual news and the real story. And when we're looking at the Fourth Estate, when we're looking at the media that is focused on democracy and liberty and freedom, we have to also accept that free speech doesn't mean publishing everything that's given to you. And free speech also means understanding if we're enshrined with the right to freedom of speech and free press, of which it's separate, free speech and free press, but if we're enshrined with that right, and that's what we're literally fighting for, there comes a responsibility with every right. And part of that responsibility is to wade through the morass of what is fantastical. And I think I just made up that word, but what is definitely fantastic in what's coming from them, and have the moral responsibility and ethical responsibility to clearly state, we are not going to publish this. It would be as if someone is sending a letter to an editor at a local paper saying that we need to exterminate X amount of these people. The editor is not always going to run everything that's being sent to them. And so I can go with analogy after analogy after analogy. I can talk about sourcing. I can talk about local letters to editors.
Probably the usurping language, Sarah.
Oh, so what's that, Donnie?
The usurping of language. They take
Yes.
a phrase and that used to mean something. Even Nazis, like the word Nazis, has now been degraded. It used to mean people that were anti-Semites that led a Holocaust on the Jews
And believed
and
in
destroyed
Aryan
half of Europe.
supremacy. So yeah, but,
Yeah, but
let's finish that.
Yes.
Let's finish that. What you were saying there, please.
Yeah.
No, all I was going to say was, and to finish it, and I agree, it's a usurping of the language. It's a watering down of the value of shock, and ultimately, I'm gonna make a very controversial statement here, but I've said it to several people directly. The news media, as we know it, there's 14,000 credentialed people in Ukraine by the AFU, by the ZSU, credentialed to be media. Now, some of them are local producers, some of them are major outlets, but a few of them, more than I wish to imagine, are nothing but war profiteers. No different than people who are coming over here to make money off the backs of dead Ukrainians from selling weapons or things of that nature, these accusations. But they're war profiteers in the sense that they'll come out, they want to go to the front lines, they want to publish things that are for shock value, even if it's not pictures, and then turn that into advertising. And to truly understand what journalism is and the ethics that go with it, leave the advertising to your ad people and focus on the journalism itself. But now there's been this conflation of people during this war to come over and be responsible for bringing in traffic on their web pages. And that has led to war profiteering in the industry, in the journalism industry. And it's also led to a degradation of editorial standards.
Yeah, I don't think that
And
should
we
be
have to
controversial.
correct that.
I don't think it should be controversial. I think it's a legitimate point,
But well, the media doesn't like to hear it. When I'm talking to my friends in the media, they become, of course, defensive over that argument, but they can't counter it. They just become defensive.
All right, I'm gonna have to pop off, but Sarah, it's a pleasure. It's late here. I have work early in the morning, but a pleasure as always. Let's touch base, and I leave you in the great.
Yes, Yehuda. Yeah, we'll message and we'll catch up.
100%. Have a good one. Take care. Cheers.
Thanks, Yehuda. Thanks, Sarah. Carlo, go ahead.
Yes, what I actually be wondering how people actually can take the Russian serious. I mean, I was today on one of the shitload channels on Telegram reading about a post about Stoltenberg. Actually, it was the only one I read there because I was interested what they are saying there. And if I've been allowed, I quote, and I not want to make propaganda for Russia. Let's be clear in that, but someone maybe can explain how people can fall for this kind of stupidity, because I can't understand this. I mean, I never could understand how Germany back in Second World War could fall for a stupid propaganda, while I maybe can say, okay, they not have the sources to check everything. But if I take this post, then I quote them there. NATO Secretary General does not like the Russia and China do not share Western values. Stoltenberg created a horror story for public, chuckling words like regimes, world order, and our values, therefore fueling hostility towards opposition to NATO, what is already nonsense. But it's not even stopping there. So
I think we get the idea. But I guess the main question is how do things like that? How are they effective? Is that right? Is that the question?
Yeah. How can people actually, at least for people that are grown up in part of the civilized world? I mean, I've been grown up in eastern part of Germany. When the wall were falling, actually, we needed to learn quite a lot about the propaganda, Second World War. I mean, that is the main topic in Germany. Everyone who goes into school there goes through all that shit literally. Since I never could understand it and never would even fall for the propaganda, because even for me at that time it seems very stupid, and today it's even more stupid than back in the day, and we have now the option actually to check it, and we actually should even know about those kind of actions, and should actually not even fall for those kind of things anymore.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, it looks like we lost Sarah. Is that right, Anda, or was it just on my screen?
No, we did lose her, so she's no longer on the panel. You're right.
Okay, but
she had about 20 minutes, so she had to go.
Yeah, no worries.
It's 7:20 in our time zone.
Yep, definitely. Okay. Well, it was great to have her at least stop by to say hello, and great to hear about her new role. In terms of how do people fall for this? I think this is why I asked my question to her, and what she was talking about, how the oxygen and all of this is. I think one thing is that if we have a certain topic that comes out from the Russians, and if it's parroted or talked about in a trusted source, where, for example, like Newsweek, where she mentioned, that obviously doesn't help, right? People need to use certain metrics to determine what they trust and what they don't, right? I mean, taking things directly off of Russian Telegram, I think comes with, for most people, comes with the idea, okay, perhaps I shouldn't trust this source. But if that information is then published in Newsweek, which has a tradition of journalism and at least was at one time a pretty good weekly magazine, people
up until 1987.
But they use the outrage of their ridiculousness to propagate their information. Like that person, I forget his name now, Carlo. His outrage, but how can anyone believe this? But by commenting on it, by sharing it, it propagates, and what that accomplishes, they muddy the water. Terms mean less. Not Nazi. as a Jew, Nazi used to mean the worst part of humanity. Now I don't know if it's trending, if it's just a bunch of Russian bots talking about Ukrainians, which is nonsense. But what the goal is a mess. The goal is to muddy the waters, to take the language that we use to describe the worst things in the world and throw them against us. And that's the goal.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, by evoking emotional response, they evoke action, whether that's a reaction to it, whether that's a positive promotion of it or whatever. And so we just have to be very, very skeptical when we see things that are clearly aimed to evoke an emotional response, tap into fears, concerns, these kinds of things. We just need to be very careful about it. And I don't know, hopefully increased media literacy and information literacy will be a skill that we will somehow learn in this century, but we shall see. Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, the question I had was really directed at Sarah, but I'm going to toss it out there and see if anyone on the panel has any feedback, and if not, then the next time Sarah is up, maybe somebody else can ask it if I'm not around. I know that years ago, nowadays we complain about the journalists and their work, but the thing that has bothered me the most in many cases is the clickbait nature of the headlines and how misleading the headlines can be, even if an article itself attempts to be decent. And I know years ago that journalists didn't get to write their own headlines, that was up to the copy editor. So you'd have a large pool of journalists and a handful of copy editors. And if you had a crappy copy editor who was into, hey, just get the money for the media source, it didn't matter if your journalists were good or not. And I was wondering if that is still a key issue in the journalism field, is the copy editors basically doing a butcher job on the titles to make them more clickbait, and if that's something that we should be basically bitching at publications about as well.
Actually,
that happened to me.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Anda. Sorry.
Sorry, Charles. It is a thing. So there are persons. So there are two different types of copy editors. One of the things that you need to understand is that the nature of the journalism and the way of the activity has changed. So you have two types of right now of news sources. You have the what you call newspapers. So the ones that have a closing deadline at 3 o'clock in the morning, they need to run the press and send everything out so that you will have everything on the stands in the morning for people like Charles and others to actually read physically. And this is one. So for that one, you have one sort of layering, phrasing, one sort of you have to have someone who actually knows how to place them in the page, how to quickly arrange the information and make them catchy visibly, right? You have to attract the person who is actually in the front of the stand for them to reach and say, I want to read that article, I want to read that newspaper, even if they don't regularly buy it. So this is one of the things you aim to keep your your regular readers and to get new one, more of them. So for that one, you have one type. You have the second one, and this is more common in television and in the news outlets that you news integrators that you see online. So you have pieces of news that are updated. So it's not a final article, it's a piece of an article. Someone is getting an information, is checking it, hopefully, and it gives it to you to upload it on the website for it to be visible in the latest news when you enter on that news outlet. So you will have then the click bites. So that is available for you on your um, um, uh, on some of the apps or on the I don't know, website or wherever you enter to check them. And that needs sometimes some of them, not all of them, have this tendency of being very bombastic. So you will actually give a click and you will enter on their page and you will count that you read the article. And sometimes you are perfectly right. There is nothing related with the title, or it's so far-fetched from the title that it's outrageous. That being said, what I advise you and others to do is not be outraged with the editor or the crappy information, but simply to put out of your, so don't enter on that every time you see that type, that source, don't use it, because at some point they will realize the number of clicks goes down and they will change something, either the editor or the the copywriter or the person who is writing the articles, if those articles drop. So it's basically for you to understand, and for everyone, not for you personally, but for everyone to understand in the room, it's about selling. Not only, it's not about the information, and it's not about the click itself, because it doesn't pay the click. It pays that you have advertising on that page, and the people who are advertising on that page pay you money based on the number of visualizations, the number of the visibility you have on the page. So it's sort of like prime time on TV, right? When you have more commercials than on, I don't know, other periods. So this is basically the gist of it. I hope it makes sense. Gani, I have left you with a hand up for a very long time, and I had problems bringing you up, so I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, morning. Oh, yeah, that's no drama, and I'm having an emotional drive on the motorway here. The weather's terrible. Yeah, I mean, just reference the clickbait article headlining. That's quite interesting. Me and Yehuda had a quick chat last night. I think both sides are guilty of it. I quite like calling it out. I think it's important that we call it out for pro-Ukrainian sources as well. There was a naval article out yesterday, day before, and actually it was absolute nonsense. And I think it's important to keep our side articles honest, if you know what I mean, because you need to have a reputation. If you're fighting a good fight, what you don't need is stuff being published and getting traction, which is absolute rubbish. It's it's not a new thing. You know, you'll be able to go through newspaper articles from the Second World War, and you'll see similar types of things. Just reference these Russian state-affiliated sources. I think, and look, I'm the worst for it. I love getting into scraps online with these people, but it did occur to me that rather than do that, because you'll never win with the likes of Mick Wallace, who's that other unwashed crotch goblin, Claire, what's her name? You're not going to get a win on arguing with them. Now, there was something that happened a few weeks ago that was really interesting. Some of you might have seen the pro-Russian Black in the Empire. Absolute whopper, you know. Talk so much crap, it's unbelievable. But someone tracked them down. They tracked down all their social media platforms, and it was another case of all roads lead to Rome, or in this case, the Kremlin. They went through their VPNs, did a brilliant job, but it didn't really get the notice that it should have done. So instead of arguing with these people, is it worth doing a rogues gallery, picking up on these accounts and doing a little kind of thread, a bit of investigative journalism on who they are, what other platforms they're using, what kind of articles that they bang out, and why they are effectively Russian state controlled, getting that out there, getting people to share it, and then encouraging everyone just to block it. So you would, you know, like Black in the Empire, they've written the following articles. They've said Bucha didn't happen. They've said Azov was full of Nazis. They've done this, and this. It's also got a Facebook platform where similar claims have been made. We tracked down VPNs. They went through 6 different stations, and we believe this to be part of a FSB disinformation, misinformation platform run from Russia with the intention of giving false information to the West. And then you bang that out, and then everyone blocks it. I think with a number of listeners that we've got, that, you know, maybe it wouldn't work, but maybe it would be quite impactful. Now, I know there's legal things there as well. So if we went after, I don't know, George Galloway, there's another one. You would have to be fairly careful. But what you could do is just pull up their previous articles, pull up their state media appearances on things like RT, and just show, rather than argue with people who actually don't care what you think. If you come online and you say, look, you're talking bollocks, mate. If you actually fight disinformation with a fair appraisal of who they are and what their geopolitical standpoint is, or the fact that they are simply state controlled, and then block it. Because, you know, as I say, much as I like to scrap, blocking now seems to be a better way of dealing with this than actually getting into scraps. And then you're stopping them from getting traction. And you might actually get people to read up on these threads and go, do you know what? Yeah, I didn't realize that, you know, he's not actually a black man who lives in Brooklyn, who's got genuine issues with the way America treats people of color and throwbacks from empire. He's actually some low-level, probably sergeant in a room in the Kremlin, just tapping out crap that his colonel gives him. And why am I even bothering getting into an argument with this idiot when I could just block him, because he's never going to respond, and I'm actually just giving him, you know, traction on social media platforms.
Yeah, thanks, Gunny. Yeah, I think I've done it in the past and gotten into a scrap or two and then realized that this is completely pointless. And also I realized that was actually generating the emotional response or the reaction that they were hoping for, which was giving it traction. So, for example, Gunny, if you get into a scrap with someone, because I follow you, it shows up on my timeline. So this is, you know, I think that while it's enticing to want to fight about it, online. I think it actually does more damage, and maybe even is part of the purpose. I don't know about investigative stuff. I don't really have an opinion on that. I don't know the best way to go about combating all of this. I tend to think that it's just I just ignore, because there's one of two things, right? Either it's someone trying to gain something from this situation. They're trying to be provocative. They're trying to be they're trying to gain followers simply because they're entertaining by their outlandishness, or they're actually maliciously trying to steer a narrative. And either way, I don't want to be part of their game, because I'm the currency that they're trying to gain. That's just my opinion. But anyway, let's go to Ostra. Anda, do you have anything to add before we go to Ostra?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Let's go to Ostra.
Good evening, everyone. Just to the topic, just a couple of things that I think might be interesting here. Russia's done this for centuries. We know this. And in fact, prior to the annexation of Poland, the German Molotov wrote to his superiors that, rather, Ribbentrop wrote to his superiors that both Molotov and Potemkin had said that they would have no issues turning their country around to like Nazi Germany. This was after the pact was signed, so that they would be able to work with them. And they asked them, well, how can you turn an entire population around? And they said, and this is in cables that are at the University of Indiana, they basically said, well, we put a tiny kernel of what might be the truth, and then we build the story around it. And you need not worry, we're going to turn this around. And they did. He was very surprised, and he wrote to his superiors in Germany that they actually had achieved that. And they were really very good at it. When I lived in Berlin, we lived pretty close to the wall. At the time, the wall was still up, in a blue-collar neighborhood called Wedding. And we would, we were close enough to the wall where you could get TV from East Germany. And we would get this one particular show that we watched because we laughed at it. It was called Der Schwarze Kanal, and it was with this gentleman who used to travel over to the West all the time. That was his privilege for having this show. And he would take snippets of Western journalism, stories that had been on TV, stories that we knew because we'd seen the whole story, were being edited and snipped and so on. And he would show how terrible the West is. So on the night that Honecker inadvertently allowed East Germans to come into West Berlin, they thronged into West Berlin, and we were in the middle of the street watching this happen. And they would go by our stores, and we were in a blue-collar neighborhood. We were not on the Kudamm, which was, very wealthy and quite beautiful. And they would walk by our stores, and you would hear people comment on, they've been lying to us the whole time. In fact, one lady stopped by a baby store, and it's a line I can't forget to this day, and said, look at the baby potties. They have them in color. And I thought, wow, we take that for granted. And she looked at me and she said, they've been lying to us all the time. They went to the Kudamm, people offered them coffee and food, and they saw how people lived. And all these stories that had been told to them, they actually believed because of that tiny kernel that could be true. So if that might be true, maybe the whole story is true. And I think that that's continued all the way through, where these stories that you see on Telegram, they have this one kernel that could maybe possibly be true. Maybe the West is against us or whatever. And then the whole fantabulous story is believed in part. And we have that with our own people. There's a website, I don't know if you know about it, called Zero Hedge. In my industry, I come from finance. This is a very popular website because they do a lot of finance stories.
But
at the
Aurora, would you also agree that zero hedge in recent years has been easily described as something which is constantly infiltrated by a lot of
Correct.
propaganda and
Correct. It is.
therefore cannot be taken seriously anymore, which is why a lot of finance professionals, both in the city as well as even in New York, where people generally don't really listen to all this crap, have
But I
considered
have
it to be completely ludicrous.
yes and no. I've got friends in the industry that still share the stories and still the financial stories.
Yeah,
And
but
then they start
that
talking
is
about
like trash. That's like the trash
correct.
banter we had at Salmon Brothers ages ago.
Well, and the thing is, though, they don't really do the research and they don't find out where it's coming from. And when you actually, 10 years ago, when they started to look at it, I basically said to my colleagues in the industry, this is put out by two Bulgarians, one of whom was a VIP in the USSR. This is mostly propaganda. It's a propaganda vehicle with a tiny little bit of truth about the financial industry. So
This
I
is
think
how you
that's
see disinformation, don't we agree? That this is
correct.
exactly how
Correct.
you do it.
Exactly.
Little snippets, little grains of salt,
Hmm.
lots of nicely displayed data, try to be good on the data, and then you insert your propaganda.
Exactly. And that's how I think that's why I think it's been so insidious and kind of sometimes difficult to fight against because there is that tiny little bit of truth that it may not even be true. It may just seem like it could be true. And they're very good at putting that kind of propaganda out. And so it is very difficult to fight, I think. And it's been that way. They've had a long time to practice.
Yeah, but 7 years ago there was a Bloomberg article on this matter, and then when Linklaters went after them, and they had a little issue in the city, and a lot of our friends simply said, "Okay, fine, no one will tolerate this bullshit anymore." They were literally gone from any screen in Europe. I don't know why Zero Hedge is still being followed in the US even.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I think sometimes that we're a little more gullible as a nation in some ways. I mean, otherwise, I don't think we see.
Come on,
Well,
don't
but
derogate your
okay,
own. On the contrary, I think our friends in the US get it. They all get it.
okay, but then why do we have a fringe that is, the Republican Party used to be the party of Reagan, the anti-Soviet, anti-communist, we don't believe the BS we're being sold party. And now you have a fringe that is so pro-Kremlin and is so pro-Putin that you cannot even discuss with them. I used to get into discussions, try to be logical about what's going on. And this is several years ago. And it just was not possible. And I'm taking currently the advice you're giving. Forget fighting with them. It's not worth it. But how is it that we have that part? And it's not a very small part.
No,
That movement is not
there's a good
small.
argument in this regard to be made. Cultural disenchantment. It's a seesaw, or
Yeah,
and that's how it works. If you manage to disenfranchise and disenchant one side, as a consequence, they withdraw and retract into their shell. So, as a consequence, they're more susceptible to offers which are made to isolationist views. It's completely
that's
normal. By
true.
the way,
But
you have this. You
Also,
have
can
this
I?
with both parties over the past 150 years. And by the way, this is the perfect example. You can take them out from there. And currently, you have a center in both parties, which, for better or worse, in the past, I'd say about 22 months, has really managed to give their
I'm
heads a wobble and
actually
learn it.
particular with Zero Hedge.
Yeah,
They're
they're trash.
I know, of course,
it was just an
but
example I was
but
using.
the rise came of the GameStop AMC uh, short squeeze, and all the people that jumped on the bandwagon that probably made some serious coin, or the people or the people that sold did, and like it wasn't left or right at the time. It was sticking it to the man, and
Hmm.
so both sides got on board, and 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 of course now they've shown the true colors. I mean, they've always you say two Bulgarians, it's literally a KGB agent and his son.
Correct.
It,
He was a VIP in the USSR, in the KGB, and in the military. Yeah.
the alphabet soup is KGB. Um, but yeah, so
Take the name.
there.
Take the
Well,
name. You
Yeah,
zero in on a hedge. Their hedge is a political one. That's the whole point.
correct.
It's a joke.
But how many people actually, I mean, in my industry, most of the people that are in it that are successful have to be very bright. I manage two groups. One is disclosure management, one is data distribution. So I work with a lot of people from Bloomberg and NASDAQ and so on. They're very intelligent people, which is why it surprises me. And that's why I was saying either they're slightly gullible or they're just not doing
But
their
okay,
research.
so you're talking about
Or
data aggregators, data disseminators, and those who pipe through. That's fine. The people who create the data, actually the ones who trade, don't care for the data. Don't care for what happens with the data afterwards. They trade on data and signals and the likes and their algorithms and whatnot. And that's fine. That's okay. They generate data. Then there's the aggregator who takes the data,
right,
and then there's the people who try to then disseminate the data, or
correct.
they try to find ways of having editorial command and interpret the data. And that is the issue. The ones who, by curating what is being aggregated, are pre-editing because they're narrowing the funnel. And then there's those who then, in addition to that, try to make sense for all of those who have not been trading and therefore are belated to the game and who would like to jump onto the bandwagon. I mean, I'm not trying to,
but
differentiate now family offices and likes and
actually, that was the whole
secondary
narrative.
investment. Yeah, but
The,
okay, what
like
I'm
the
trying to get at
narrative
is
was we're going to dethrone
that
these
comes later.
hedges,
But it comes
right?
later. It
And
comes later.
so
That's tertiary.
it got both sides of
Yes.
Republicans, got
But
the Democrats. We were
so
all going to take down Kevin, and his giant firm and BlackRock and yada yada yada.
yeah. Okay. Well, BlackRock is a different
Can I?
issue. That is not even worth doing. So, Osra, you had a great point. I like your point on the disinformation. I love it. Tell us, what do we need to learn from this?
Well, I would like to see people think more critically going forward and not pay attention to these stories. I think that you're right, that they need to be sometimes just ignored because you're just adding clicks to them, to their websites and providing them viral PR that they really shouldn't be getting. I also think that some of it, though, is it does reach some people, and you do have. It's not just the fringe in Congress, is what I'm trying to say. I live in Illinois. It's a blue state. We're very pro-Ukraine. There's a lot of that, but in some neighborhoods, when you go, they're wealthy and yet they are very conservative and they believe the BS. And I, have to stand there and fight with them and discuss with them because I work also for a nonprofit that supports Ukraine to allow that to kind of try to get them to see that what they're reading on RT just because they feel that the FBI has taken over the country is not necessarily the truth, and it's a knee-jerk reaction to
Sorry, do
that.
you still have RT in or each and every state?
People get it on their computers. It's easy. You just pull it up on your computer and you
Okay,
can.
so but they make a deliberate step to get it. Then they're really
Correct.
stupid. No, but then they're really stupid. That's fine. No,
No,
but
but
seriously,
up until
then they're
recently
just
that
really
wasn't the
stupid.
case. Up
But we know,
until
they're stupid. But when you actually, when you talk to these people or when you try to get through to them, they really believe that because they feel that the government has sent the FBI after them and they believe that, Hunter Biden should have been arrested. They also believe that Ukraine is all Nazis and they don't deserve to be
Yeah,
free.
these are not necessarily mutually exclusive points. I can't judge as to whether somebody who's constantly being found in the close proximity of self-procured narcotics necessarily has to be a public figure. But that is not the point here because it's completely irrelevant because the only question is
Well,
as to whether the public is well informed in order to make proper
exactly.
decisions as to what the real risk is in the world, meaning the rivalry with an authoritarian regime in China and the insidious, perfidious, authoritarian, and violent, in this case, hostile and kinetic, therefore warfaring
and in
approach
that
by Russia.
respect, and that's what I was trying to get at. They're so good at the propaganda. that I think less people than we think are not influenced by it.
Well,
I think there are quite a few out there that are influenced by it and do believe some of what is said, and it makes it more difficult for the truth to come out. And
okay.
it is because they're very good at that. And I think that from
but
maybe it's too late now
agreed
for
with you.
Ukraine,
I just
but
want to say one thing.
But they do
What-
nothing. They do nothing else than that. It's nothing new. That's
Okay.
exactly
correct.
the point we were trying to make here since March last year. Actually, since February 23rd, the night before the invasion, we're trying to do exactly that. We're trying to make sure that we shall not fall into the trap of Russian propaganda because it's so easy to decipher for us if we really take an effort in that regard. Charles, I think you had
Okay.
some update. Did you
I would
want
like
to
to say
talk,
one
Charles?
thing, Axel, please.
Sorry, please.
So, up until a year and a half ago, YouTube's algorithm, if you put on history, 3-hour history of the Thracians, let's just say, for instance, by the time you woke up, the video that was playing was aliens, conspiracy theories, and so at the time, what I'm saying is at the time, people obviously figure out algorithms, and if they aren't adjusted fast enough, one thing leads to another, and flat earthers become anti-vaxxers, became when their next conspiracy gets debunked, they go into next and next and next and next. So I feel social media has a lot to answer for. Number one.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but they will never. You say this morally correct, Donny, but they will never do that because they don't care. Social media doesn't care.
As long
these
as
kind of
long
things.
as long as they're
as
publicly
long
traded,
as
and
the individual clicks funnel
Correct.
advertisement to
Absolutely.
them, so it doesn't matter. So
Yeah.
therefore, we shouldn't do that.
Yes.
We shouldn't even focus on this.
But that's
It's
what
just
we're
like
doing here. We are
trying to piss into the wind. I'm sorry, apologies.
no, but I mean,
sorry, it's European time. We can do this now.
Axel, we are pissing into the wind, but our piss is stronger than the wind at this moment. Maria A.
Oh, I
Maria
forgot. No, of
Report
course, you're
is
Canadians.
pissing
You're
strong.
Canadians. You are far south from us here in Estonia, but you are Canadians. I forgot that. Donny,
Yes.
great point. Well done.
Well, even we're south of you in Estonia, and I'm Lithuanian, so
You know what the good thing is, Audra, about the Lithuanians and the Estonians?
that we're friends and partners.
Exactly. And what else? We have 10 fingers and 10 toes as opposed to the Latvians.
How many do the Latvians have? I have to hear this.
6 toes. 6 toes.
Poor Latvians.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I'm joking.
I don't
Sorry.
know this joke.
Yeah, we know you're joking.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
terrible people here. I apologize. Charles, please, I apologize. I hand it back to you.
That's all right. We're gonna wrangle you guys in. No problem. Anda and I are here. Just want to make a couple of announcements. Of course, good morning to people in Europe. We've got Axel here. It's now almost coming up on 8 a.m. in Kiev, and where Axel is located, 7 a.m. Central European time. Still bright and early in the UK, and a late night for our friends in North America. So this is the Maria Report, 24/7 space dedicated to the war in Ukraine and the genocide against the Ukrainian people. We talk about everything, culture, information warfare, as we have been over the last hour or so. Of course, military situation and military technology. We've been discussing the military aid package promised or decided by the United States over the last 24, 48 hours. And of course, then the impact on other countries, such as the Germans providing mortars and one Patriot battery. Please check us out at MriyaReport.org. That's also where you can find a list of the guests that are coming up, bios of some of our common speakers and contributors, and so on. So you can check us out at MriyaReport.org. And we do encourage, if you have the means, to make a donation to MriyaAid.org. They are an organization like Maria Report. Maria Aid is also 100% volunteer run, and they provide non-lethal aid
to Ukraine. So you can check them out at MriyaAid.org. I've got a couple of updates, just kind of going through the ISW report this morning. Honestly, being that it's a public holiday across much of Europe and in Ukraine. Well, it was the old Julian Christmas in Ukraine on Friday. Not a lot of government announcements coming out, but I can run through an update in a few minutes. But maybe let's go to Gunny first, and then we'll come back. Gunny.
Yeah, this is a really interesting discussion. But what I would just say, and I've heard a lot of very intelligent people kind of throw their hands up in the air about disinformation and say, yeah, but you know, I know really bright people and they buy into this stuff, and everyone's confused by it. And I never am confused, because all through my working life, I think one maxim that's always proven to be true is this: he's a really bright bloke and would tell you the number of midget gems in a jar, but he couldn't get the lid off if he tried. And I think that's true in life. I think there are a lot of people. In fact, I think all of us, to one degree or another, can be phenomenally talented. Well, not me. I'm not talented at anything. I just bluff it. But you can be phenomenally talented at something. You can have no academic qualifications at all, and yet you could put someone in a garage and they will take a car apart, diagnose the problem, rebuild the engine without even thinking about it, listening to Radio 1 and bopping away. You can also have rocket scientists who you know, have spent their entire careers building phenomenal bits of equipment, who would not be able to make a lasagna if they tried, and would probably, if they did try, set their kitchen on fire. So when we look at people, really intelligent people buying into stuff, don't be surprised. You can be phenomenally intelligent and naive. You can be incredibly talented and yet still look for really easy solutions and explanations to very complex problems in the world around you. I think that's just people, and a lot of it goes back to the sorry, I forgot your name, mate, but you know, not employing critical.
It's Axel.
Axel. He's just some German who annoys me. You know, if you don't employ critical thinking, if you can be the brightest, you know, light bulb in the shop, but if you don't use critical thinking, and critical thinking isn't part of your day-to-day job, you know, you just do other things, you are gonna fall for stuff. You are gonna buy on things, because people look for easy solutions to complex problems in the world around them. As I said, the workplace is a very different place. In the workplace, you have a modicum of control, let's say. But out here in the big wide world, you have no control over what's happening. And I think that terrifies and worries people, that lack of control. We're all used to having some degree of control. And when something like this last year happens, and suddenly you're reading stuff about impending nuclear war and you know, prices going through the roof, and it really scares people because there's nothing they can do about it. You're on a roller coaster, deal with it. And people don't like that. So yeah, you know, don't be surprised. It's not just stupid people, and God knows there are a lot of them on the planet. It's not just stupid people who buy in to insane narratives. It's very, very, very clever people as well, because we're all fallible to one degree or another, and we've all got weaknesses. And let's face it, we're saturated with disinformation, misinformation every day, and some people just are not equipped to root through it, look for the wheat amongst the chaff, and dismiss what is clearly nonsense. They might have an IQ of 200, but you know, when you get into the social media world, an IQ of 200 might not necessarily help you if you're a bit naive and a bit easily bought.
Thanks, Cuddy. Yeah, so I'm being told to go to bed, Charles. Go to bed. So I'm going to sign off and hand over to Herm, who is out there on the West Coast. Yeah, hi, Herm. And yeah, with that, thanks a lot to everybody. Thanks, Anda. Thanks, Herm, Joseph, Axel, and Slava Ukraini.
Herem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava. Go to bed, Charles. Come on.
Herman the German is coming.
Yeah, I think I actually like the topic is going on right now.
Sorry?
Yeah, I think that I'm entering into an interesting topic. We're talking about gullibility on social media, I believe.
Yes, we did. About information and disinformation and misinformation in various forms. So, Osra brought up a topic earlier. And after that, actually, Charles, I think, had a short update with what happened during the night. And then you came. So here you are. Welcome up. So yeah, I had some points to make on the earlier topic, but it's not relevant anymore. And we better move on other information. So I was wondering, since Osra and you, Herman, are in US, is there any are there any new information that came out or reactions or something about the new package that was announced yesterday, the one with the Bradleys?
And you are asking for follow-up information to the package?
Yes, if people did follow up with details, or if in your in US newspapers there are, if it is advertised. So why am I asking? We were talking. So we had Sarah earlier here. Actually, this is how the entire discussion about the media and accountability and how it is actually distributed and as an information to the public. What are the sources? So I was wondering on this line, if in the media, in your region where you live, or in the national media, because these are two different things. If there is something actually written about this, if it made the headline, or it was something, I don't know, hidden on page 5, something like that.
Well, in my local newspaper, it is either page 3 or 8. It's definitely not the headline. So the media that we have here is a local, like focused on local topics, and the international news are further inside the pile of the paper that you're buying at the gas station. So yeah, there were some commentaries on the Bradleys and the impact that they're having. A little bit on the surface, I guess, compared to what we're talking here on the space. But that one was mentioned that this is new, that is a new capability is going to be delivered, and that's going to make a great impact. In general, it was just a number. It's the 3 billion number worth of equipment is going to be handed over to Ukrainians, and yeah, it's not of the uttermost relevance that the Americans would be now take that to celebrate themselves. That's it was all the news here were basically about the new Congress that's going to be seated for the new session, and the election for the speaker that was kind of like dominating the news here. And Ukraine is more like a page 3 or page 8.
And I second that. Most of the headlines are about the new speaker, what concessions he made to the fringe group of 20, and how it's going to look going forward, the new bills that are coming in, and the House rules that are going to be changed. So that's really, like Herman said, it's front page. But I think also the way our media is handling the story, even if it's on page 3 to 8, the headlines are interesting. So, as you know, we've got left to right wing media, and we've got a few in the center. And when you look at CNN or CBS, they're specific. The headlines are U.S. is sending Bradley vehicle to Ukraine. And then you have the New York Times, which is pretty far left, and their headline is Ukraine gets tank killers. And then you go towards the right, and it's all about the cost. So, for example, Fox News has U.S. to send $3.75 billion in military aid to Ukraine. So, and it falls into play with politicians are saying. So, those that are more pro-Ukraine, their headlines are pretty logical and they discuss what they're getting. And those that are more anti-Ukraine, you see it reflected in the headlines where the first thing they talk about is how much it's going to cost, because that's what bothers people.
I will say that's mostly in the U.S. I mean, of course,
Yes.
left versus right, but you know, the polaristic society of the U.S. Canada,
Correct.
we're not getting that as much. We're our right wing news, Global versus our CTV, which is kind of centrist, and CBC, which is left. They're basically all pro. No one's asking costs. They just want Ukraine to win. I'm sure it's somewhat the same in Europe. We're trying to keep the center together. We're trying to hold the center, as Mr. Axel likes to say, and we do. And
You're in Canada?
I am.
Yes. Very nice neighbor. My son-in-law is Canadian.
He must be a mensch.
He is. He's actually, he's a very terrific person. He is intelligent. He is kind and compassionate, and is able to think critically, which is not always, young people aren't always fully formed in that respect. And he's just one of the nicest people I know without being at all a pushover. He's definitely a man's man, but he's a good person. And I think my daughter did very well.
Perfect statement on Canadians. Very nice, but not a pushover. That's exactly the je ne sais quoi that we're going for. Anyway, sorry. Go on, everybody.
We should say "Ohayo gozaimasu."
Yes, indeed. And your pronunciation is impeccable. You even have the correct accent on the correct syllable.
Working on it. I got punished by my Japanese teacher in 12th class. So
that happens in the beginning. I'm sure you're up to warp speed by now.
Oh no, this is a regressive warp, Thomas. I apologize. I didn't have the opportunity to spend as much time and endear myself to patient Japanese people as you have. But then again, how are things in Japan?
All right, a couple of things here. I thought this was an interesting discussion on the information warfare aspect, and the sort of the fringe thinking, and thank goodness it is fringe. It may constitute no more than 1 or 2% of people online in Japan. There is an active fringe related to QAnon and related to anti-Ukraine position that is active. Again, it's very small. The posts generally are reverberating what RT is saying. The people that post may have 5 to 10 followers, and there's not a lot of people reading their posts. So I think it's minimal at best. I think what I'd like to focus on here a bit, if I can, is the mainstream media in our print media that we have across the board here. We have Mainichi and Asahi Shimbun daily newspapers that are on the political left of the spectrum, ranging over to the Yomiuri Shimbun and the Sankei Shimbun, which is part of Fuji Sankei Group, over on the right. Just taking a look at some reporting today from Sankei, which is probably the furthest on the right. There's nobody particularly in that spectrum that is pro-Russian. It's pretty solidly anti-Russian still at this point, fortunately. But the reporting on the U.S. package that was announced and also what the Europeans are giving was written in quite detail today in today's Sankei. They were giving, figures and facts and amount of weaponry, a type of weaponry, and how this will be used, and potential spring offensives, and so on and so forth. So it was quite impressive, high-level information level article in my assessment for the average Japanese person to get a hold of. And the other thing is, I haven't looked at the other papers. I will a little bit later today. The other thing is Prime Minister Kishida has embarked for Europe. Now, I believe he already left Haneda Airport, and he's heading for several stated European countries. As you know, the invitation was made for him to visit, and the Japanese response to that was the traditional, "We'll consider it." And as everyone knows, the "we will consider it," kento shimasu in Japanese, could be anything from a flat no to actually going there. And the domestic political situation for Kishida is a bit dicey right now. He's lost 4 cabinet ministers in the last 3 weeks over scandals and whatnot. His popularity is at one of the lowest that I've seen for a prime minister post-war. So he's off to Europe. But it wouldn't surprise me if somehow there were a Ukrainian, kind of a quick trip in and out. That could very, very possibly happen. It would be phenomenal from the Japanese perspective to do something that bold. They would just not. They'd never seen of such a courageous move. And of course, it would not be advertised in advance. There's no doubt about that. Kishida's getting ready for the G7 summit, which will be at Hiroshima here in May. He's trying to get his ducks in a line with all of the Western democracies and pull them into the Indo-Pacific defense aspect, which we need to upgrade because of China and North Korea and Russia. And he also will be meeting with President Biden, as I understand. So again, as I've said in the past, primarily the mindset and mind share in most of the media is the domestic political situation. But they're still keeping a fairly good eye on the pulse there in Ukraine and what Russia is up to.
It's very interesting. If I may ask before our both co-hosts join in, Thomas, can you tell us a bit more about what Japanese industrial sources in recent weeks and months have been uttering? Because we've heard various rumors that there's a significant turn towards equipping the Japanese defense forces more comprehensively with drone swarms, more missile capacity. Japan actually investing heavily its own very, very good precision quality and eminent innovation capacity as to anything which flies to exactly that point. At the same time, we hear that there are differences and difficulties in collaborating with Taiwan and Taipei. Is that true, or is that? Can you shed some light on this?
Well, the constitutional prohibition from outright so-called aggressive stance still remains. So everything will be done within that post-war constitution, which, however, though, is under there's efforts to revise Article 9, as you may be aware of. And you are correct. They have been at about 0.9% of annual GDP for defense. And the commitment has been discussed and is now approved officially by the administration to go to 2%, I believe, by 2025. That figure, will be including a lot of nice stuff, and the drones, the drone upgrade will be one of the things. The upgrade of the airports for Japan self-defense forces or the bases that are jointly shared with the U.S. will be a significant part of that. There'll be quite a shift to upgrading the southeast island chains in Okinawa, the south of Okinawa, up near to Taiwan. Yonaguni is, I think, probably the furthest south island next to Taiwan, which is going to be a pretty significant forward base for both the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force and, air self-defense force and ground self-defense force. I've always thought a great proposal would be for a U.S. detachment to also be put up there, but that would really, that would really make them go ballistic in Beijing. To your second point regarding Taiwan, that is correct. It is a dicey situation for the level of cooperation they can have. There's always a certain level of Japanese parliamentarians visiting Taipei and vice versa. The higher those levels of interchange go, the more sensitive the debate within Japan becomes. Japan is really afraid of let's say, a U.S.-China mishap of some sort. Let's say with an Orion somewhere over the Straits of Taiwan, that would necessarily then immediately bring Japan in because of its mutual defense situation. However, because of the aggressiveness of the Chinese Navy over in the Senkaku Islands and the Russian Navy up here north of us through the Tsugaru Straits, and the North Korean missile launches about every other 3 days or so at us. The internal debate is there, but I'd say 20 to 25% would be pacifist, and it's a considerably high level of fairly, we have to go forward for the defense of Japan. We also have to move ourselves out a bit from the American protection that we've enjoyed for 60 years and carry our own share, which of course the U.S. loves to hear. But I'm going to be looking more into the Taiwan aspect as you brought up. I think that's an interesting angle to take a look at.
The reason why I brought it up is that essentially Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and others should be massively geared towards interacting with Japan, because everybody knows that only drone swarms and more missile defense and more integrated combined arms of the respective capacities of the air forces can actually help Japan and Taiwan to defend themselves, as we are now seeing in Ukraine. So the interaction between the allies is absolutely vital.
Yes. Now, there's also an order list for a significant amount of Tomahawks coming into Japan now from the U.S. So it's always an interesting aspect of how much they rely on purchase from the U.S., how much they're legally bound or able to purchase because of the constitutional restraints, and then the domestic development of the industry. But MHI, KHI, all the majors are fully equipped to really come up with some very excellent material that will benefit Japan and its friends around the world. I honestly believe that if there is a visit with Ukraine, that will also be a further step to probably speeding up more of the non-lethal assistance that they've been able to do to this point.
I am so glad that you're one step ahead of me, because I was just about to turn it into that direction. How do you then therefore see Ukraine as a fantastic? I mean, the Japanese never do anything without having thought it through completely. And Ukraine obviously is the best possible testing ground, quite literally, unfortunately. It doesn't, I don't want to be sounding cynical, but that is what it is. It is the only force-on-force conventional war where there is massive innovation happening at a point in time of transition, both in terms of the air war, the involvement of drones, as well as the utilization yet again of rocket artillery and missiles. And that is exceptionally significant for both of these two islands, Taiwan on the one hand and Japan on the other. If you look at this, Japanese industry should see this visit of Kishida-san as a vital, if not, I mean, that is a crucible of industrial interest, isn't it?
You're quite correct there. And in fact, not only, of course, in addition to the provocations by Russia actually in tandem with the Chinese Navy on occasion here now, around around our country here, and of course this incessant North Korean missile launch situation now, including, as of 5 days ago, drones coming in from North Korea and flying over the South Korean presidential palace. That's just scaring the living daylights out of the Japanese. But add to that, in almost all of the debates that you hear in Parliament live on upgrading the military, you hear them turn to Ukraine. You hear them turn to, here is a nation that was, minding its own business, just like Japan, peaceful people, just like Japan, aggressive Russian neighbor, just like Japan, and bam, they've been hit so hard. We cannot allow that to happen to us. It's a very strong selling point for the public mind share, I think.
Thomas, if I may ask you, what is your assessment about the Japanese political landscape and the society as a whole, to see the defense of Ukraine as an opportunity to showcase their commitment for defense of the values of liberty and democracy, and also perhaps as a deployment ground for their own military capabilities in terms of equipment they're producing themselves?
In terms of public opinion, I don't think it's particularly high on the radar screen with sort of the intelligentsia and the powers that be here in the Hakucho. They're very engaged. They're really looking forward. I think that I would not be surprised if you didn't have a considerable amount of Japanese diplomats in the region there who are actually seconded over from not maritime, but the air self-defense and ground self-defense forces, really taking a very close look at what's happening here. So it is an operational test bed, so to speak. It's also a motivational factor when it comes to budgeting and showing the Japanese, the average Japanese citizen, the clear and present danger that could come to Japan. Again, there's a very strong anti-nuclear mindset here because of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the peace constitution, and it is a very, I'd say, fastidious domestic debate between the Liberal Democratic Party, which is the conservative ruling party, along with one of the minor party members, Komeito, in a coalition. On the other side, it's the Democratic, not Democratic, it's actually the Democratic Party of Japan would be.
Mic check.
Thomas, you're breaking. I think Thomas received a call.
That is most unfortunate. I was trying to hope to get the direction of the Japanese interest in European affairs, which I believe hasn't happened ever in history.
I think it is the first trip which after the war, which brought Japanese investments with, by the way, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries back to Germany, and therefore Dusseldorf, which was the outreach, but at that point in time after the war, without any kind of real political support, but it was industrial support. But that's pretty much the last time something of that reach has been done. Well, let's hope that Thomas can come back. If need be, you may have to, your co-host, so you may have to cycle him down and try to get him back up.
Actually, in theory, if he closes the call,
he may not be able to. See, there you go. He dropped off. You may wish to send him another invite.
I did, so it's okay. He's coming back. So let us see if it's working. Hi, we can.
Okay,
we can hear
I'm
you.
sorry for that dropout, my friends. We're back here now. So I was coming in on the tail end of the great question of what is the domestic political Japan situation vis-a-vis defense upgrade or outreach to and assistance to Ukraine. There would be very weak support for any kind of military support, direct in a sense of, let's say, advisors or observers or things of that sort, and that it would be, I think, prohibited from doing that outside of any peacekeeping organization structure. But in terms of humanitarian assistance and these types of things, yeah, definitely they're bringing in clothing and helmets and goggles and things of this sort. I don't know if there's night vision involved in that or not. I think there's quite a considerable level of humanitarian assistance as well.
Let me ask you, did you also catch any discussion in the public space that Japan might be able to help Ukraine with the electrical grid situation they're facing right now?
Yes, there is a consortium of Japanese government and some of the power-related companies here that was established about 9 or 10 days ago, with the expressed intent to get generators out there as quickly as possible. I think we discussed that earlier in the voltage differences between Ukraine and Japan, but that's been one area that they've been trying to move forward on because of the urgency, because of winter.
Great, thank you very much. I'm back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was wondering, so my question was the following. I saw there is a possibility for the Prime Minister to come in Ukraine, and I was wondering if some further, so I know, correct me if I'm wrong, Japanese people are organized and looking forward. So I was thinking this visit is more about what's to be done after the war is over. So in the reconstruction segment of Ukraine, given the fact that Japan has some strong industry and some strong financial capability to invest and adjust. Does it make sense, my line of thinking?
I would hesitate to put a percentage on it, but I mean, I'll do it. And that is, I think their discussions would precisely be maybe 70% what they can do in the post-war phase, and maybe 30% in the current here and now. Their focus really would be, because again of their peace constitution and their international global reach and the level of their infrastructure capabilities through JICA or through the major contractors or whatnot, through the United Nations or whatever, that might actually tend to be the more strong focus of such a potential Kishida visit.
Thank you. Do you have any recollection of him being visiting any of the Eastern European countries in or around Russia?
He has been in for, I think, a little over a year now, and I'm not sure on the Eastern Europe situation. He may well have been to Poland. I'm not sure, but this will include the UK, and I believe France, and there's one other nation that escapes my mind that he's visiting. I don't know. I don't have direct knowledge of any kind of extensive Eastern Europe visit for him at all.
Because it is my impression that Japan is looking forward to tighten the ties with Europe in general, and to take a different stance, that kind of shift their narrative and their approach to foreign affairs, foreign discussion, if that makes sense.
Well, certainly in terms of military cooperation, Japan Navy now has joint joint exercises with the British Navy, with the French Navy, and of course also they're active with the Australian Navy here in the region as well. So yeah, they would be there. There'll be that element of post-war aid. There'll be the element of how can we assist in humanitarian in the here and now, and technical support in a non-lethal aspect. And then also, I think their strategy is to countercheck China here in the region. Yes, they really want a strong European-Japan alliance. So that I think he's going for the triumvirate of that in this particular trip that he makes. I've seen nothing in the press other than that he's considering a visit to Ukraine, and it would surprise me if there was anything in advance. Of course, it would be just a real quick in and quick out, or it could be to somewhere to eastern Poland with the president of Zelensky coming over, maybe meeting him in the border there. I'm not sure at this point. Nothing specific at this point, probably for security reasons.
Yeah, that's correct. In the U.S. press, he's just noted as possibly considering visiting Kiev. He is definitely going to France, Italy, Great Britain, Canada before landing in the U.S. That was as of Friday.
Okay, Thomas, whilst we're waiting for the others, when you're looking at the Japanese public, we've had this question a couple of times before. You always gave us an update on it. What is the current view? How is it portrayed? The Ukrainian fight against the Russian authoritarian invasion, and what do Japanese people feel about it at this moment?
Yeah, here's where it gets tricky. Because of the pacifist constitution, because it's basically what you could call a fairly pacifist country and with a pacifist mindset, the average person, is very anti-war, and so they may not drill down as to who is the perpetrator of the war, and simply focus on the peace, and even maybe attach a moral equivalence between Russia and Ukraine. I get comments online, and I see in Japanese where everyone is praying for peace, praying for the cessation of the war, which I add my words to in Japanese, but I also add the liberation of the Ukrainian people. And so I try to add some. So the coverage of Ukraine since February has gone down. There are roundtable discussions on some evening shows. When there is something major that happens, certainly the incessant Russian attacks that is hitting the power grid has been really a big issue here, both in terms of print media and coverage. There are Japanese journalists based in Ukraine. I think one was injured recently, which always makes a big news here. They're kind of there's a strong peace first, and let's sort it out later type of a mindset, where they just want to see the warring factions stop over and above, let's say, a complete rout by Ukraine of Russian positions. Does that make sense?
No, I understand this and I get it, but in Japanese media, does it happen or is it just simply so out of the spectrum of what should be discussed or could be discussed? Has it happened that people have considered what would happen if we were invaded?
Oh, you mean we, meaning Japan?
Yes, of course.
Yes, yeah, that was not really a topic of discussion before February. What always has been a discussion has been of some kind of Chinese occupation of maybe some islands, like the southernmost of Okinawa or the Senkaku Islands, or more directly North Korean Scud, or short range, intermediate range attacks on Japan here. Nothing about an occupation per se, but because of the imagery of a nation that has some parallels to Japan, I think that did drive it home. And you did hear people say specifically, yes, Russia is of a position that it could invade, could occupy. And I think that is something I'd not seen for many years discussed in that term, in that specific term. Then you had some provocative Russian military exercise and maneuvers up in the Kuril Islands off of Hokkaido, which they have not given back after 79 years, I guess it is, or maybe 80 years, or a little less than that, 77 years. And those would have been page 4 or 5 in most of the press. But because of this invasion of Ukraine by Russia, that sailed right smack to front page. You know, the slightest bit of Russian training or missile activity or frigate activity or whatever was a much more heightened mind share, I think, in the press than before February 24th.
Thomas, you touched earlier on the peacetime constitution of Japan, and they wouldn't be able to do any international mission outside of let's say, the UN mandate, where they would be part of a peacekeeping mission. If we want to distinguish that from the radical neutral position that the Swiss Confederation has laid upon themselves, what would be the ability of Japan to provide military aid and, let's say, passive military aid in terms of supplies of equipment to other friendly nations abroad? Is it also covered by that constitution prohibitively, or
yes,
is there a space for them to act?
No, they're at present they do not have that capability for that kind of lethal military assistance. I mean, if we're talking about the European theater on the front lines and that kind of thing, definitely they would not be allowed to do that. What they're focusing on is a more aggressive defensive strategy. The key word here is counterstrike. And what they're really focusing is on, rather than simply trying to identify missiles, let's say from North Korea, that have been launched and take them out before they hit Japan, they want a preemptive ability to notice at the beginning of the launch phase to immediately hit the sites. And that has now officially been approved by the parliament and is now a policy going forward with the administration. And they've worded the legislation or done it in such a way where it does not transgress the spirit or the wording of Article 9 of the Peace Constitution.
Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome.
All the assumptions we ever had are tumbling down the drain. What do you expect from Kishida-san's visit? What will he bring back to Japan in terms of know-how? Not just, I mean, know-how as to what the other allies say, but also what really the situation is. Because Japan is always extremely careful, as you specifically have highlighted many times, but what the allies do and what their perspective is. Japan will want to find a solution as to how to deal with Russia. What do you expect from Kishida-san's return?
It will the deliverables will be probably in this order. The humanitarian will be at the top. The immediate need, the immediate humanitarian need, and the moral support of, President Zelensky, the Japanese people are behind you, kind of a thing. That will be at the general, that will be at the top of it. And then the second thing, which will play to the domestic audience as well as the international audience, will be that, okay, Japan is now coming of age. It is accepting its larger role in geopolitics. It's not content simply on going along for the ride anymore and having Big Brother, aka the US, do everything for them, but that they have now advanced to the stage of how can I say, accepting and beginning to execute their larger global responsibilities commensurate with their national power. And that he may say something along the line, this is a gap that we have had for many years now, but the new realities of the world with these types of aggressions and our own particular precarious situation mandate that we form a greater alliance with the West and stand up to Russia. So I think that will be the second thing. Some of the more sensitive areas of aid, which people aren't talking a lot about, that will not be, I think, talked about too much publicly. But there may be some humanitarian or post-war projects or ideas or schemes that he may actually put on paper and present that to the Japanese when he returns. If he goes. As I said, the Japanese word was kento shimasu, which means we will consider it. We have it under consideration. So,
what would you think, from your perspective, what would it mean if he were to go?
He would have somewhere in the area of 80% public support for it. He would be criticized by the opposition Democrats, not that they're pro-Russian, as I stated earlier, but simply, why are you leaving Japan at such a time that you've got these domestic issues, you've got the Unification Church problem, which was basically in essence, what kicked off the assassination of the previous prime minister here. Some of these other issues, he'll get some criticism on that, but by and large, I think it will have a positive image for him. And he will be praised for it, I think, by most of the Western nations as well. It could be a temporary feather in his cap for a while. Could, if done well, could bring him out of these low 30% approval rating.
What would that mean for the Kuril Islands?
Not much. They're not going to give those up. They're there. They've garrisoned the place. They've got missiles in there. They do occasionally some exercises. It's a little quiet right now because I think so much of their resources have been diverted from I almost said the Soviet Far East, the post-Soviet Far East out to Ukraine, I think, has depleted them quite a bit. So China will be the one to watch. China's reaction to Kishida going into Ukraine will be very, very interesting. I don't know, quite frankly, how they're going to take that. They won't like it, but it'll be interesting to see what they say publicly.
Do the Chinese have to learn that they have to take it?
Well, if you look at Chinese maps of the world going back hundreds and hundreds of years, they're right smack in the middle, and that mentality is pretty strong here. The arrogance of China of the last 3 or 4 years in both the diplomatic field, they have these diplomats have been sending out called the young tigers that have been causing trouble, in addition to these flights being launched towards Taiwan here in 77 sorties in one day, and the ships coming in, both commercial and military, close to the Senkaku Islands. They're definitely asserting their power and their position, and it would be very interesting to see Japan kind of step up to the plate in an indirect way to say, look, we are not the old Japan, fully under the U.S. umbrella as 100% pacifist. We are emerging into a more powerful global power in this regard, at least diplomatically. Like I said, they have the domestic military constraints at this point.
Yeah, I understand. Exactly at this point. But there is a certain resurgence in terms of the defense of national interest, and that can be felt, correct?
Yeah, that can be felt. Had these discussions occurred 10 years ago, it wouldn't get that far, and you would have a much more louder opposition from the pacifist side of things to go forward. But again, I mean, times have changed. It's not simply solely a function of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but that simply, I think, has tipped it over the edge, I would say.
Thomas, I have
Yes.
a following question. How? So there are actually two questions. If Japan recognizes Taiwan as an independent state, separate from China, or does it see it as part of China? So, what's Japan's stance on?
Yeah, they
on
don't. Their diplomatic, I think theirs is quite similar to the U.S. Situation. Of course, the diplomatic recognition is of Beijing, which was worked out quite a number of years ago. And Prime Minister Tanaka was the real driver of that. And then this sort of sub-relationship with Taiwan, which is growing closer and closer. I wouldn't see any diplomatic recognition or de-recognition of China at this point by Japan. That would be quite a dramatic shockwave throughout all of East Asia, I think.
But I saw some. So the context of my question is that I saw some related statements regarding as replies to China, as opposing China, when China bombarded, tested some missiles and hit international waters and also some waters of Japan. To my knowledge, Japan uses the strait between Taiwan and China to ship very large quantity of their export. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct. Everybody uses that, but particularly Japan. You're correct.
So that's why I was wondering if that was basically the context, because they
These generally escalate to the level of some kind of diplomatic summoning or protest or statements of condemning it by the prime minister whenever China does something like that. Let's say China does it towards Taiwan. Japan may say things like, these current activities we find very unproductive and destabilizing and this kind of thing. Now, when they're done towards the Japan itself, then obviously the foreign ministry ratchets that up right now, and they may send some kind of tit for tat counter force in the area with the Maritime Self-Defense Agency, or get some, they will scramble, of course, they scramble quite a bit on occasion, air scramble against them. So there isn't, it's a strong, I would use the alliance, it's a strong friendship between Japan and Taiwan. It's a strong cultural relationship. It's shared multi-party democracy and whatnot. So, and also business, commerce, commercial exchanges, cultural and whatever. And so that's really forms the bedrock of the support of Japan for Taiwan at present. And then patrolling their own areas around Taiwan, either in the Japanese economic zones, EEZ, or in their own airspace and maritime spaces south of Okinawa.
One more question, and I promise I I will change the topic and go to Helsinki.
Sure.
So during the Second World War, basically Japan and Germany had similar, let's say, aggressive stances. And we see now in Germany, as a general politics, a very, not only at face value, not only at political stance towards peace, but the inner attitude of the German people as not wanting to be again the aggressor, right? Do you perceive this in Japan also, like the common people being oriented towards peace, towards not being again the aggressor?
Yeah, I would say it's a bit, there's a contradiction here. They've always been that way. It runs deep. It's particularly stronger as you go with age group. Okay, so if you're talking to people in their 80s and 70s who remember the war, 60s and 50s, you'll find the most pacifist leanings in those. As you get into the younger generations, it thins out. That might be a function of some of the history textbooks here that had tended to gloss over some of the atrocities in Eastern Asia, and also the realities of the current challenges from North Korea, Russia, and China. But as a whole, I think if you took two nations in the world that have that kind of post-war, we were the aggressors, we want to be careful in the future of ever going down that road again. In that sense, yes, I think there's a strong similarity between post-war Germany, as I understand it, and certainly post-war Japan here. And as typified by Article 9 of the Constitution, and most people being strongly for self-defense, but very, very a little nervous when it goes into any kind of advance. Now, they sent peacekeeping troops to East Timor as well as Cambodia. In Cambodia, in the run-up after the Khmer Rouge, or I should say, after the in the run-up to the free elections in Cambodia after the Civil War and the Khmer Rouge and whatever, Japan sent peacekeeping troops, and they assisted in mine clearing. So there was an element of opposition in Japan, not for the principle of humanitarian aid, but what Japan could be drawn into. Okay, if it could be attacked by the Khmer Rouge or would go down a slippery slope. So they're all for humanitarian and rebuilding infrastructure work after war and whatever. But definitely, it's a touchy subject in terms of any kind of outward projection of that level of power.
Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure to be on today.
A pleasure to have you here. Always, actually. I always enjoy when you come up and speak with us. So thank you for coming up. Helsinki, you have been extremely patient with us today. Thank you very much. Please.
Yeah, thank you, and Thomas, thank you for all this very informative information about Japan, which is very fascinating country and culture. Yeah, patience is not my biggest virtue, so I'm learning it by listening to MriyaReport. So this is a good exercise for me. So yes, it's a personal development goal for me. Yeah, but to be serious, of course, knowing a bit about history myself, of course, Japan is facing the same kind of dilemma like the Germans, that coming to terms with the ghosts of the history. So what has been the kind of like a narrative to help Ukraine, that Germany should not be holden hostage by the ghosts of history. So I think the same goes with Japan also. You can comment about it, but then I wanted to touch upon, because we also were in a losing side in the Second World War. We were under a rock and a hard place, or we had to choose between cholera and plague. So we lost Karelia, and we don't want it back.
Japanese situation is a little bit different. There is these islands and there is not still a peace treaty. So still the Japanese solution is different, and it is all fine. I mean, like, it's Ukraine thing, I'm sure, makes it as a discussion point. But I can tell you in Finland, we don't want the Russian Karelia back. We don't want these people amongst ourselves. No, we lost it. They were bigger. It was power politics. We moved on. So that was our solution. I'm sure Japan has its smart solutions, what they come up with, and you said the Japanese word, consider. I like that thing, that you carefully consider and you discuss and you come into terms. Of course, Japan also is quite authoritarian culture, so that's one of the things. But I really appreciate it. I don't say it in a demeaning way. And just to end up in a positive note, there is this social media movement now called NAFO, North Atlantic Fella Organization. It's a very ingenious social media movement, and it's run by people, normal grassroots people. So taking into consideration Japanese love for the comics and the culture and manga and comics, I'm sure Japanese youngsters and young generation would be fascinated to join NAFO. And I've seen some NAFO, Japanese NAFO, and they are so funny because they have these cartoon figures and all these things. So all Japanese listening, join NAFO now.
You know, Helsinki, if I can add just something quickly, what would really be a hit would have been for President Zelensky when he does visit Tokyo, to bring Patron under his arm and show that dog to the Japanese people, the Japanese children. And I know there are cartoons now on the mind-sniffing dog in Chernihiv, I think it is. Something like that would be, even over and above manga, would be really something, I think.
Sure, he's a rock star, so he will take the Japanese crowd. And if he makes like this kind of Tom Cruise appearance, like Tom Cruise did in a samurai movie, the Japanese will love him forever. He's such a likable guy, for sure.
I think actually that's an awesome idea, and I love the fact that in Japanese culture you have this awareness moment in which you try to recognize what is and how do you say, appreciate small things like a flower or a dog, the braveness of a dog. So yeah, I'm sorry I lost Helsinki. I hope he comes back. I wanted to talk with him a bit about one of our speakers tonight. So we will have a speaker tonight from Finland, and I was hoping for hello, welcome back. I really wanted to ask you, Helsinki, about Jarmo Lindberg. If you can say a couple of words about him. And I know yesterday you were really excited. When we talked yesterday morning, you were really excited that he is going to be here with us in MriyaReport later today. So can you introduce him a bit?
It would be a great pleasure, and thank you for obliging me. So I arranged Jarmo in this program. It was my idea, and I'm very happy to see it materialize, and I'm very happy to see that people are very excited. Indeed, Jarmo Lindberg was key commander of our chief of staff. So he was the what do you say? We don't have stars, but we have a 4 Lion General, full general of Air Force, commander of Finnish forces, when we prepared the F-35 deal, which is a historical deal for Finland. Last time we made a purchase of F-18s in the 90s, and this was a major policy shift security policy-wise for Finland. So he has been there. Since then, he has retired. He is a very active guy, very. He's been, during the Soviet Union times, these dark days, I think he's trained with the MiG-21. So he has a lot of stories. His experience is enormous. So we will benefit from his appearance a lot. He knows everything about everything. He's been chief of Finnish defense staff for, all his life in the military. So he knows everything about Baltic region, about our sub-region. So, what else is there to say? I mean, like, I'm so happy I got him, and I'm so happy personally that I am able to contribute somehow with my Russia experience on this terrible war to make Ukraine win. So Jarmo is now retired for some years, and yeah, it's simply brilliant that we will have such a great panel. I mean, like, and I look at the panel of experts that Axel has gathered. It's a freaking all-star panel, dear.
Yeah, terrible. So I think Helsinki, Simo, this is the least we can do. It's very rare that you get a head, or shall we say, the equivalent of what is General Milley in the United States. Imagine he retires and we have him on the space shortly after. That is what is happening here. So we're very lucky that this wonderful man he was already flying at a point in time when I was still hoping that I get up in the air. So, we've had it at the very beginning of our endeavor in March last year that we had a legendary RAF Air Marshal. I mean, he became the Air Marshal later, but he was a legendary squadron commander already from 1981 onwards, and who joined us right at the beginning of our report. And the guy was once on the same airbase where I served at a point in time when I was young, green, and stupid. Not that I'm less stupid today, but still. And absolute legend. Now, Jarmo has been a legend as a pilot all across Northeastern Europe for a long time. And so in that regard, what is coming up tonight is a special treat. Yes, we have a couple of people who also have served for ages, and some of us have even served longer than Jarmo and I. But hey, this will be great. And it's the perfect setting for the start into the new year for the Doolittle Air Wing, and we're extremely glad to have him. So thank you very much, Simo. Kiitos.
Thank you. My greatest pleasure. I am, honored to be part of Mirja, let's say.
Hyvä. Absolutely.
We are grateful for your help, and every time we can, when we had Pekka Toveri and other great men here on the space, like Gerald Hodges and
Anda, sorry to interrupt. Do you know what Toveri means in English?
In English?
Toveri.
No.
It means comrade.
It's the Finnified version of tovarish.
Tavarish, da. But the guy is great, true. But the last name is comrade. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. I mean,
he is as sincerely Finn as it goes, but he has that name. Yes,
100%.
Actually, yeah, we had this. So the term tovarish was also used in Romania. I think it was used in all the Soviet states as a replacement for Mr. or gentleman, because it kind of reminded you are in a new society. But nonetheless, I really enjoyed the interview with Pekka Toveri, and yeah, it was a great interview. We had I think Domen at that point had a lot of Finnish people here on the panel. It was really great. Helsinki, please.
Yeah, this Tavares thing set me thinking. Do you know, guys, when Putin is addressing his people, do you know when he uses the term comrade? In what occasion? Do you happen to know? I can quiz you.
No, please.
Well, he actually did so to a couple of journalists in a derogating manner at his annual conference a couple of times, and he did so when he was talking to his National Security Council the last time, when he actually shunned his national security advisor.
Yeah, he was this kind of symbolical humiliation, which is typical for Russians. He's the boss is symbolically in front of everybody, humiliating and showing his power. This is where the power plays, and this kind of Russian clown show, which has nothing to do with anything. But he uses the term Tavarish, comrade, when he's addressing in the day of special services, the Chechnik day, he uses Tavares. Otherwise, it's a gentleman or ladies and gentlemen or blah, blah. So that tells us something.
And he's falling back to these. He's using a lot more of those tropes in recent months because he has to fall back into the, how should I put this? I think, Simo, you know this as well. He needs to dig deep into the psyche and the projection capacity of these old memories, which he's trying to conjure up. But there's very little there.
Yes, Axel, absolutely. And he's actually a master manipulator of people, because this is his trade, that if he discusses with you, he will be kind of like the mirror of you. If he discusses with me, he will be mirror of me. So this kind of like a recruitment manipulation tactic, which has been taught for ages in the Chetnik and KGB dog school. That's what it is, to put it bluntly.
Nothing ever changes in Dzerzhinsky Square, even if the name changes.
And nothing, not even the color, right? Actually, this is funny. So thank you for this. It's actually really funny. So at the same time, let us go back a bit on our evening, because we will have a very interesting evening today. Actually, I think it's gonna be in.
It happens in sequence, Anna. It happens directly in sequence. We have 2.5 hours of the Doodle Air Wing, as much time as Jarmo wants to spend with us. Then we have a very short break. Everybody can have a breather. We'll do a few updates. And then right after comes who?
Thomas Tyner. Yeah.
The Tynerton.
Yes, it's actually, I really hope I'm gonna be able to attend, at least to listen this evening until I fall asleep. Last time I was able to listen to the first hour. I think I usually, because I wake up so early in the morning, I at least try to get accustomed to get to bed early. So sometimes I fall asleep. It's not because the subject is not interesting. It's because simply my body gives up. It's like, okay, time's up. Do you so tonight we will have Thomas Tyner, and we will have CJ here with him, and they are a very, very lively duo, right? About everything that is artillery.
Yeah, CJ and I will be there. Yehuda will join us as well, and we'll be having a triplet to conduct the interview. And essentially, the whole thing will get out of hand very quickly, and it'll be funny, I'm quite sure. And rambunctious. The last time round, we had what? John Spencer, Chuck Farrer, Malcolm Nance join in. Who knows? I mean, that's the interesting thing. When Thomas shows up, a lot of other people feel compelled to be there and just discuss with him and throw in some bits and pieces and have a couple of good arguments. And it's very, very nice. And at the same time, highly intelligent, very topical, and very important banter. It gives us a bit of an insight as to the strategic calculus, the moral requirements, and it provides clarity because Thomas is very good at the numbers and he has a very deep insight as to why things work on certain matters when it comes to artillery, rocket artillery, armor, infantry warfare, and the likes. So we're actually quite well suited and booted for that. It's the right time given the fact that we now have Bradleys, these stupid French little hypnotizing AMX, and hopefully some bloody Marders coming in whilst we're still all waiting for the unscholzing of the leopards.
Dan Scholz.
Yeah, and if you ever miss out on Thomas Tyner or any other of our great speakers here on the MriyaReport, there is a quick fix for you. Go to MriyaReport.org and then go for our Spotify link and go to our Spotify page from the link, and you can find previous appearances of Thomas Tyner and other our guests there. So you can always listen to them when you had to miss that interview or that segment because you were unavailable. And I'm sure that tomorrow's segment is going to be uploaded very timely on our Spotify account as well. Sorry, back to you, Anna.
No, you pointed out a really important thing, the Spotify account. Actually, one of the interviews with Thomas Tyner is broken up in 2 segments because it's really, really hard to listen to 4.5 hours in one go. And when it was prepared and
Thank you for saying that. We were there interviewing him.
you were, Axel, it's
yeah, I know. It's like having a chat over dinner with him.
Yes, he's really entertaining, and you get to ask questions. And the greatest thing about the space is that people get to come up and ask their questions, and that gives them a feeling of being involved in everything that's happening in the room. When you listen to it as a podcast, it's kind of a I don't know, listen to radio or TV, and it's more distant for you as a I don't know, connection to what's happening. It's already past, so you cannot influence it in any way. So it's harder to keep attentive for a longer period of time. And also, if you need to, for example, take a break or something, it's harder to resume exactly from the point you left it off. So I thought it's actually a good idea to have it split, and it's nonetheless extremely entertaining. I learned a lot because when Thomas is on the space, he has a way of explaining and giving context to certain topics, and for example, certain technologies. And he has sometimes let's say novel way at looking
of looking at things. And this is why it's so entertaining, because having you and Yehuda here in the space, when John Spencer can come up, or Malcolm Nance, and each and every one of you give a certain facet of the topic, and for the people listening like me,
It's okay. It's okay. You can say it. You can say it. Thomas is more entertaining. Thank you.
well, no, Axel, it's like when you
No Easter bunnies for you.
he is, well, I have to admit, he is really funny. And it's like when you have someone, when you I don't know how to compare this, but when you have some very when you eat something, right, when you go home and eat something that is really good, but at some point you need something else to kind of break the rhythm. I think that
Thank you very much. I am the boring ribeye steak, and he is the dish with the lobster. Thank you very much. So, everybody, you've heard it here first time. So, Anders' preferred surf and turf is Thomas Tyner's entertainment round. There you go.
well, I do enjoy your rants sometimes. When you let me speak, I do enjoy your rants. When you don't let me speak, I get mad at you. So you know.
Has this ever happened?
Yeah. But you're forgiven. So
I am so lucky. Thomas, did you hear this? What is the Japanese word for forgiveness?
It's a verb. The verb is yurusu. Y-U-R-U-S-U. Yurusu.
Yurusu. Okay. I am forgiven. I'm delighted.
There you go.
So I have no idea what time it is. It's 9:20. So I will prepare my departure, because actually today I have to be somewhere, attend a dinner, actually a lunch, and it's outside the city. So I will have to go meet some people and drive. Have I mentioned I like driving? I did. So I want to thank everybody for this morning in advance, and to say how appreciative I am of this space, and everything that's happening here. And I do really think we make a difference, and what we discuss here is it's having an impact. So I encourage everyone to tweet out the space, to retweet our guests for today. I will put them also in the nest, so you will have them, all the cards. And I know Joseph will join Herman. I have two Germans on the panel today. I just realized, and none of them is living in Germany. So I'm sorry.
Herman and I are the German Expeditionary Force. Don't worry about it.
It is a great German tradition to leave your country and find your fortune somewhere else.
You mean leave the country in despair and shuddering of the lack of capacity for them to actually entertain innovation? Absolutely. I'm with you, Herman.
51% of United States citizens claim German ancestry, which is just 2% above English, which is 49%.
I don't know what.
Te-
Sorry, Axel.
Sorry, I was just laughing. It tells you even if it is only half true, it tells you a lot about the fact that people really had to leave in order to, do something with their lives.
That says something about me because I came to Germany to. I spent my New Year in Germany, so I got to see what German celebrations are like, and how actually a riot looks like, and how policemen look like on the streets. So it was entertaining.
Where did you go?
In Berlin. It was.
Yeah, that's not Germany. That is the Brandenburg sandbank with a bit of bureaucrats. No industry, no money, no culture. No, that's not Germany. That's a microcosm of entitlements.
The capital city is always the worst place to learn about the country.
But especially if the capital city has been recently rejuvenated after having been completely, utterly subjugated, first to fucking fascism and then to stupid authoritarianism and entitlements in West Berlin. I mean, Berlin really is a claptrap environment.
It's artificial town. I mean, we can all agree on that. In Nuremberg had 10 times the citizens back then in the 17th century, and Berlin was just artificially made something out of nothing. And if Germany had ever a really capital city, that was Frankfurt am Main. So that was the proper German capital.
Yes, Herman said it. I didn't have to. Exactly. The only free Reichsstadt, the only sensible center, the only sensible Republican center also, and the only hope for a German transition from authoritarianism through a constitutional monarchy to democracy, which was wasted in 1848-49. Yes, die Freie Reichsstadt Frankfurt, which also, coincidentally, I'm sorry, it's 9:25 on Sunday morning, I can say so, is the home of the greatest possible agglomeration of dedicated football players playing for SGE Eintracht Frankfurt, the Europa Cup champion of 2022. Danke, Hermann.
You said it with such. Sorry, Herman.
You had to have an exploit. I mean, yeah, okay, kudos to your team, and please move on.
I will shut up now. Thank you very much. Herman made my weekend.
Well, true fans are there forever, right? When the team is winning and when the team is losing. So you are a true fan, right?
I waited 32 years for something to happen and then sacrificed it to moderate the space.
No, really?
Of course, I had tickets for the final. What did you think?
Oh, wow. Axel, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry and thank you. Both. I don't know how to say this in both ways, but I am sorry because I am a football fan and a baseball fan, so I do understand that.
Anda,
Yes.
I've traveled with Eintracht Frankfurt all across Europe. You have no idea how far and how wide, but that's what we do. That's what Eintracht Frankfurt does. But the key thing is, it doesn't matter. It pales in comparison to genocide. This is a war in Europe. There is absolutely nothing which is which is by any means more important.
You are right.
So
you are.
There you go. Thank you, everybody. I shall retire.
Yeah, me too. Joseph is here. I will. And Herman, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm. Herman, I really enjoy our morning
banters and discussions, be them brief sometimes. But thank you for coming up and for being here in the space with us. And thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Donny. It's been a pleasure for seeing you, Donny, lately on the space in the morning. For a long time we didn't, so thank you for being here. So I will bid my farewells. Thank you again, everyone, Thomas, Joseph, Herman, everyone here on the space. And we will see again tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, Anda, and yeah, enjoy your Sunday and your lunch that you've been invited to. We have Ryan coming up. He is, I believe, still in the United States. Let's see if I can get him up. Hi, Ryan, you're up. Good morning, good night. Where are you?
It's good mid-evening for me, or early morning, I guess you could say, but I haven't slept yet, so it's not technically morning.
What time zone is a good evening right now?
It is 1:29 in the AM, Central Standard. I'm in.
Okay, yes, okay, you're on this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah. I'm back in the States right now, the cultural armpit of America, as we call it.
Yeah, that makes some funny noises already, I hear.
Otherwise known as Oklahoma.
Occupied North Texas, right?
Definitely not North Texas.
Yeah, sorry, that's my. I should speak highly of Oklahoma while you're on this space. I'm sorry.
Ryan, what oil doing?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I kind of let my following of oil developments drop off as of late. I've been a little preoccupied with some other things, Joseph.
Well, I don't know. I just noticed you mentioned that it had dropped pretty significantly to about 38. It looks like now it's back up to about 48, but that's still well below
Yeah, so those,
Brent, and it's still well below the cap. Go ahead, Ryan.
Those are some average prices, and people pay different prices for different API weight of oil, or your standards, which is like Brent crude and WTI and Russian Ural oil and all these other different types. But there was an S&P article that I shared with Ben earlier this afternoon. I was hoping he could read it or had access through some kind of subscription service, so he could explain to me why Russian Ural oil was selling for, at least by what the article said, about $37. I didn't know if they were having to take some huge discount because they were selling to a refinery that didn't want Ural oil, and if that was like a one-off sale or if that was a weighted average. But that's substantially lower than what this price cap plan was proposing, so I couldn't figure out why they were getting such a crappy price for their crappy oil. But I'll find out more about that. I just didn't get a chance this evening.
Yeah, no worries, Ryan. This is what I ask America, Ryan. But yeah, I know I talked to Ben a little bit about it, and of course, Ben demurred and said I know nothing about oil. But one thing he said was that it seems likely that this is probably based on the sanctions or based on, people not wanting to buy Russian oil and the Russian oil having to lower its price to, make up for that fact. Just because if you look at the history of, the price comparison, the divergence in price between, Brent and Ural crude, it's usually only a couple bucks, right? So it seems likely that this is related to that stuff, although it's possible there's some kind of a supply issue that we're not familiar with. As you said, it's Ural crude is more sour and it has more sulfur in it. It's not difficult to process, but you need the right refinery for it. It has to be set up for it, right? So it's possible there's some kind of an issue there, right, Ryan?
Exactly, and that's what it could be a function of, is the refineries that would normally buy Russian Ural oil are somehow getting supply from another place now, or they're not set up for it. That's that price differential, as it's called, is a common issue in areas that have an abundance of one type of oil but not another. One of the companies I used to work for used to get hit with a price differential or a discount off of the market rate anytime they tried to sell oil to US refineries on the Gulf Coast, because those refineries didn't want to process light sweet crude, even though it was a superior type of oil as far as its properties and how many calories you could create by burning a barrel of it. But they didn't want to process it because their refineries weren't set up for that. They were set up for a heavier, more sour oil. So they were expecting to feed that into their big, giant, engineering plumbing system, which is a refinery. And if you don't feed the right thing into the front end of it when it's designed specifically to process that one weight of oil, then it causes them issues, either having to clean things out or, it screws up their system. So if they have to go in and clean sludge out of their refinery more often and they can't be producing oil, then they're not going to give you as much money for that because it's not what they're designed for. So I suspect it's something like that. And one of these refineries that used to process a bunch of Russian Ural oil is now processing Saudi oil or Qatari oil or American oil, who knows? And so now the Russians are having to sell it for smoking discounts just to get it out the door. And it's going to little teapot refineries, probably somewhere in Northern Africa or, off the coast of Timbuktu, who knows? Or maybe they're selling it to the same consumers and those people are just taking it and they finally have some leverage over the Rosneft or whoever it was that sold that tanker of oil at that price. Maybe it had to go halfway around the freaking world to get sold, and it's trading at a steep discount like that because there's exorbitant transportation costs involved.
Thanks, Ryan. Herm, you got any questions about this?
Yeah, so first of all, Timbuktu is landlocked, so there's no port there where you can offload oil. It's quite a hike into the Saharan desert. So for the refinery that you
Sorry,
refinery conditions that you mentioned.
Madagascar, but please go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, right. So for those refinery conditions that you said, so those are fixed. The refineries are fixed in a setup of what kind of oil they can take on, based on the setup of the vessels, of the kettles they're having in there, of the boiling equipment, and the distillery columns. If a refinery is switching from one type of oil to the other, would people know that? Would it be announced? Would it be apparent that somebody's moving away from Euro spec oil to other type of oil?
I don't think it would necessarily be announced overtly in a press release like you're thinking. It might just be something that they do during their annual or biannual safety inspection and retrofitting. They would just, kind of tinker the system, and it might not even be something they need to do a full shutdown and retrofit for. But I do know that they are typically set up for a specific API weight, which is usually what they test it, how they test it before it comes in. Oil companies will go to such great lengths as to blend oil from different areas to get the perfect weight to send to a refinery so they can command the highest price possible. So it's something that factors into business decisions, who you sell to, what price they're going to give you, and it's not any small task to change over your. It's not like you go in and punch in a number on the side of a pressure vessel and change the recipe for what the refinery's set up for. Typically, those big refineries, at least on the Gulf Coast, are owned by oil companies that also do E&P work, which is exploration and production. So the oil they drill for is what their refinery is set up to process. That's one of the reasons that many of these Gulf Coast oil companies didn't transition over to being able to process light sweet crude out of the Bakken in North Dakota, even though that, again, is arguably a superior product and a superior type of oil. It doesn't have as much asphalt or asphaltene in it, and tar and sulfur and heavy crap that you have to refine out. And the US started producing a surplus of it, so to speak. None of the refineries on the Gulf Coast changed over their processing methods to process that specific type of oil. So they would insist on buying it at a discount, and you could ship it somewhere else out of the country and get a better price for it than you could trying to get it processed by a refiner here in the US. So it seems a little counterintuitive, but if you know how complicated and intricate that whole process is, it makes a little more sense once somebody explains all the details of it. It's not something you would realize. I know a lot of people don't intuitively understand that that's such a labor intensive process, and how many different factors go into switching, decomposing ferns from tens of thousands of years ago into stuff that you can power a car with. Or dead dinosaurs, however you want to look at it. And on the right time scale, that technically is a renewable resource. But I don't want to piss off any Green Party folks this evening. I mean, maybe I do, I don't care. I'm feeling a little feisty.
So, I'm not aware of how the oil formation rate on planet Earth is right now. All I can tell you is there will definitely no more new coal. There will never be any more new lump of coal being formed on planet Earth. That time is over. So oil, it's not made of dinosaurs. It's made out of like little plankton type of stuff that falls on the seabed. And I'm not sure of what the geological process here looks like, but coal is over. Never gonna happen again.
So you're telling me it's dinosaur poop or fish poop? It's not dead dinosaurs? I'm so disappointed.
No, it's just it's little algae and zooplankton, phytoplankton, those little tiny marine critters, those single cellular stuff, and they die and they're gonna be deposited on the ground. There's maybe one or two dinosaurs in between, but the bulk of it is just single cellular organisms.
You'll be forgiven for not knowing this, but Ryan, of course, and I both went to school in America, and we learned that it's actually liquid freedom. We make it out of freedom. Ryan, I wanted to mention to you. Do you remember a while ago there was an oil platform? It was like an oil rig that Russia captured from Ukraine, I want to say back in 2014. During this war, they put some electronic warfare equipment or some kind of surveillance equipment on it, and basically made it into a military target. Ukraine shot a missile at it, and it's been on fire. Anyways, like the satellite footage just went over it, Ryan. It's still on fire, Ryan. So I don't know. I mean, obviously it's unfortunate, but of course this was the Russians doing. They made it into a valid military target by firing on it. Anyone who would try to go out there and put out the fire and deal with it probably would be a target for the Russians. So Ryan, I'm just wondering, like, what how does a fire go that long? Like, what could be done to contain it? Would it just involve just a boat going over there and spraying water on it? Like, what do you do in that type of a scenario where an oil rig is just a blaze like that?
First and foremost, is it an oil rig or is it a gas gathering platform?
Ooh,
I don't think it was a rig.
It might be. Yeah, it might be gas, Ryan. You might be right.
I think it was an offshore gas platform. If it's spewing oil after that many days, you have a big ecological problem. If it's the header for a gas gathering system or a gas well, and they're just essentially flaring off the gas in an uncontrolled fashion, it's probably for the best that they're burning that off instead of letting methane or some other blend of natural gases feed off into the atmosphere instead. It's not uncommon to have something on fire out off the side of an offshore drilling platform in the first place. They flare off kicks of gas while they're drilling for new wells or exploring for new wells anyway from time to time. But one going consistently this long on a platform that was abandoned is definitely not the norm. I think from what I recall, that was in the Sea of Azov, and that may have been a more permanent gathering platform where a number of different wells were feeding into before they went back to the shore. But if they don't have anybody willing to go out there and use an ROV or some other system to shut off those wellheads, then it would possibly run, for years to come. I think it's Turkmenistan where they have what's called the gate to hell. It's not really a gate to hell, it's just a hole in the ground in the middle of the desert where an old Russian drilling rig sank into the earth because they set up a really heavy piece of equipment on some really unstable earth, and it caught on fire when it happened, and it's been burning for the last 30 years. So 10 months really isn't that unusual if it's an extremely gas-rich area.
Right, and that's a good point, Ryan, that the fire itself is actually kind of good counterintuitively, because as you said, like if it's leaking out, methane, right? Methane's like a greenhouse gas. If it's burning it, that means it's not going up into the atmosphere. So like burning it is actually good in that sense, which is, I understand for a lot of people that might be like a little bit counterintuitive, but that's the truth. So it's an interesting fact, Ryan. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, methane's has a much stronger greenhouse effect, and it lasts longer than CO2. So it really is better for it to flare off and burn than to just extinguish it if it's still going to leak gas and belch it into the ocean, or the Sea of Azov, I should say, and into the atmosphere after that. Let it burn and then go seal off the wellhead safely and contain the gas instead of just extinguishing the flame and letting methane escape into the environment.
Ryan, we're going to interrogate you about oil stuff until you go back to Ukraine and start helping people again. Are you already hating this?
No, not at all. keep it coming. I got a little more information about when I might be going back. I'm now debating whether I want to go back before or after the meetings we're scheduled to have in February. Because those meetings are going to be here, hopefully in the US. So I guess I could call in remotely from Ukraine.
Up to you, buddy. You have our support 100% of the way, Ryan. You know, that's the terminology we use, 100% of the way. Yeah, of course, you know, everything you did in Ukraine the first time around, I think was really commendable. It was great talking to you while you were over there, and then now you're back home, you know, getting your affairs in order, rejuvenating a bit, and you will be back in Ukraine sooner rather than later. So I don't know, Ryan. I mean, I guess just you've had a lot of time to reflect back on your experience in Ukraine. Is there anything I don't know, anything that has stuck with you that maybe you didn't think about, or you now that you've had time to process it, it hits you a little bit differently, or you've thought about something a little bit differently now that you've been back and thinking about stuff?
Yes and no. I found myself going through pictures to jog my memory of certain events. Some things that I don't know. Let me think about that one some more.
Yeah, no problem, Ryan. I mean, yeah, you visited a lot of really, you know, places that were right at the point of Russian shellings and formerly occupied areas. So it was, I'm sure it's a very surreal experience, right? To just come back to the United States and we're all just kind of back living our normal lives. And I don't know, it's you did a good thing, Ryan, and you're continuing to work on it. As you said, we're doing some stuff here. You've been asked to help represent MriyaAid and sometimes us maybe in the future if needed. And so you did that for us over there in Poland as well. I don't know. It's just like it's been a real ride for you, Ryan. I just hope I hope you're getting enough rest and you're like you know you're doing I don't know what you need to do to make sure that everything is squared away while you're doing this stuff.
I
Yeah.
can guarantee you this is not in a million years what I envisioned I would be doing with my time last January. But
You know, right, man.
no regrets. I know I've done a little bit of good. I'm sure I can do a lot more good, and I'm eager to get back. Right now, what I want to know most is I'm really sitting around waiting for Julia to get up in Poland so I can badger her about whether or not she's received that piece of food processing equipment. And I know some other people are headed into Ukraine in the next 24 to 48 hours, so I'm trying to hook them up with somebody else that needs some medical stuff shuttled in. So if we can nail two birds with one stone, why not do it?
Absolutely. Do you oh, good, Ryan.
I guess one of the things I didn't understand was there were maybe one or two people I think here back home who may have misunderstood the situation and thought that I would be not as interested in this situation after I got back, or that maybe I was going to go over there and somehow not be as involved in this whole ongoing tragedy as I was when I left. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no worries, Ryan. I think I lost my train of thought as well. But yeah, I think it's just maybe people thought, oh, he's going to go over there. He's going to see some stuff. It's gonna, it's gonna be tough, and he's gonna be like, oh, I did my time, and I think it happens a lot with people, right? They figure, it's just a thing.
Just a
It's
fad.
yeah, it's easier to just figure, everything will go back to normal soon. I'll just keep on keeping on. But I think it'll come home. It'll come home for people, and hopefully, obviously, they'll understand like what you're doing is pretty important, right? Like when you were meeting with the former defense minister of Poland, I was like, dang, Ryan is wow, like obviously what you're doing in terms of like human or ethical deeds, bringing people humanitarian aid in formerly occupied areas or the front lines, like that's a very noble thing, right? But then when I realized you were actually involved in these meetings and stuff, I was like, wow, Ryan's doing like really, he's pretty crucial for everyone's efforts over there. So yeah, we commend you, Ryan. I mean, I don't know. It's weird that I don't know why they picked you, but I'm glad they did, buddy. Go ahead.
Well, to be quite honest, if I'd known I was going to have to go meet all these people of high status or accomplishments in the civil and political world, I may have packed a different bag of clothes. But to be totally honest, I'm much happier delivering stuff to families and mothers and children in the newly liberated areas, or even in areas that aren't newly liberated that just need the help. It's nice to go shake somebody's hand and get keys to a car, or explain to politicians how their systems that they think they've set up don't actually work as they're intended to on paper or in theory. But I'd much rather just go deliver food bags and not have to explain these problems to people and not need to go pick up cars in Poland.
Yeah, it's an important job though, Ryan. I've been there, man. Oh, it sucks to be a middleman sometimes, but it's just important. You have to translate stuff. I don't know. Ryan and I have been waxing poetic about the past and the future and all that. I don't know. Do you have any questions for Ryan in terms of his time in Ukraine?
No, not at all. I'm just happy that he's still around and he's happy to come up here and speak to us. And yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing from him in Ukraine again.
Folks, this might be a good time to let you know you are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We try to bring you experts, people who have been on the ground like Ryan. Ryan's been to the Bakhmut area, the front line there. Not exactly Bakhmut, but and close enough where he heard the artillery going. He's been to Kharkiv, of course. Where else, Ryan? On the front lines were you?
Second, let me get a map. Kherson, for sure.
That's right. After Kherson was liberated, what, like maybe a week after you were there?
I think it was about 5 days. Give me a second. I can tell you that too. I have this nifty little app that tells me everywhere I went.
What was Kherson like, Ryan? I don't think I ever asked you that. Like as a city, like when you were walking through, what was it like?
We didn't do much walking once we got there. We were hanging out. I shouldn't say hanging out. We were waiting to meet with a couple of other people who had been there for a couple of days in the central part of the city. We had actually prearranged to meet them there because cell phone service was more or less non-existent in Kherson at the time. So didn't do much walking around. I did walk over to the, I don't know what you'd call it, the big monument in the city center where a bunch of videos you've seen shot, or it's pretty much like a stage, but it's also a monument, probably from the Soviet era. I
Right,
walked
like
over
where
there.
the town square is and the administrative
Exactly.
building and where all the
Yeah.
protests were. Okay, yeah.
Exactly. We walked over there from across the street, but we were pretty much just in that central area the whole time, and we drove in maybe an hour or two before dark. I think we got there about, well, actually, these are time-stamped, I can tell you. We got into town about 3:30, and it gets dark about 5, so we were only in town an hour and a half before the sun went down, and then unfortunately we got tied up there until about 9 o'clock that night, and we had to leave after curfew and get out of the city and headed back towards, I think we went back up towards Dnipro that night. But I also spent a night in Mykolaiv. We did a couple of deliveries of non-lethal military stuff to some volunteer units, and then some humanitarian aid to a small town. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, no worries, right? I can use this
in and
opportunity to
around
let people know if you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Kupiansk and Sinkov, which is further east and south of Kharkiv. It's basically just north and a little bit to the east of Izium.
Gotcha. Sorry, Ryan. Real quick, I just want to let people know if you did have any questions for Ryan, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up. Also, do please retweet the space. So let people know we're just talking about. We're talking with Ryan, I guess, a guy who's been on the ground in Ukraine, delivering humanitarian and non-lethal aid to Ukrainians in recently liberated territories or territories near the front line. And yeah, just talking about his experiences, his time there. Yeah, Herm, unless you have anything, we can go to Chris. Herm.
Chris, welcome up on the panel. What do you have for us?
Good morning, all. Hope you're all well. I just wanted to thank you very much, Joseph, because you just did a summary of how to come up in the space, which was perfect timing. So I brought a friend from another chat room somewhere into the space, and so he was just asking about how he gets to ask a question, and then you answered it. so that's perfect. So he's in the space here, and hopefully when he's ready, he'll come up and ask some questions. For Ryan, he has a logistics background, and was very interested in everything that you've done and the work that you're doing and that. So I don't know if maybe Ryan can just. I know, I just heard him say, look, that he wants to focus on. Whatever it is, the coalface stuff, if you like, rather than all of the politics and stuff like that. But it'd just be sort of interesting if he's willing to do it, just to summarize as he sees it, the situation in terms of bringing stuff in from Poland into Ukraine. If not, no worries. But if he's willing to speak to that, be great.
Happy to talk about it.
Right, without getting too frustrated at Polish customs, please go ahead.
No. I will get on my soapbox and complain about this until they listen and change their process. Depending on what kind of vehicle you're driving and where your aid organization is registered, pretty much dictates how quickly you get across the border out of Poland and into Ukraine. I've timed this on numerous occasions. I've passed through that border at least 10 times, if not 15, probably a dozen, but I've got the stamps to prove it, both directions. 90% of those times I got through within an hour to an hour and a half. I went through a diplomatic lane. I was a registered aid convoy through a Polish nonprofit organization. And when I explained how quickly I got through to the other 10 or so aid organizations that I talked to over my time there, every one of them to a T was drop-jawed that it didn't take me 6 or 5 hours to cross through. The one time that I went through in a small 3,500, I think it's like a 7,000 pound gross weight box truck, single tires in the rear instead of a dually. They insisted that I could not pass through in the diplomatic lane like I normally do, even though I was a registered aid convoy, again through a Polish charity, and had an appointment for when I was supposed to cross through the border, a time. They told me I had to go sit in the trucking lane. And when I tried to explain the situation to the guy at the very first gate, the kid who had the Uzi hung around his neck told me, no, absolutely not. You need to turn around and drive 1.5 kilometers back down the highway, get on the access road with all of the commercial trucks. So I did as he told me, because you don't argue with the kid who has a gun hung around his neck. Pulled into that lane, walked about 1 kilometer up to his checkpoint, showed him again that I was a registered aid convoy with a humanitarian load. He told me, I don't want to see your paperwork. Wait until you're the third person in line, and then I'll talk to you. So I had to spend about 4.5 or 5 hours that night waiting to get up to be the third truck in line. And when I was about the 5th truck in line, I walked up and had no more patience. What I didn't tell that kid that night, and what I really should have done, was pull the business card out of my left shoulder pocket that had the Secretary of State for Poland on it and his cell phone number, and called that gentleman at 1 o'clock in the morning and told him the situation I was dealing with. Because if I'm not mistaken, he thinks they have some sort of green corridor set up where these aid organizations can register their loads in advance and somehow get expedited passage through the border. I've done it all multiple times. Usually it works, but if there's one guy out of 6 people who I have to see at the checkpoints that doesn't want to honor my paperwork, or hasn't gotten the message from the Secretary of State or the Polish Prime Minister or the Minister of Interior or the whoever the hell it is, Deputy Minister of whatever deputy agency they have, hasn't conveyed the message down to the little guy that sits at the very first gate at the border crossing I went through, then it all goes to pot. Normally you pull up, you can get through pretty quickly. The one time you don't get through quickly, or if you're not a Polish aid organization who's set up on this special website so you can pre-register your stuff, then it takes you hours, if not days, to cross the border. It's kind of a cluster, and I can empathize with some of these customs agents who have probably seen their workload go up 4 or 5-fold since the invasion in February, but that's no excuse to tell somebody who's there doing volunteer work and is part of a registered aid convoy that I need to sit in a line with a bunch of other people who are there doing commercial traffic and are being paid to sit in that line. The guy lied to me straight to my face and told me that every other vehicle that was sitting in that line was also aid. I know for a fact that it wasn't, because I saw the truck in front of me as I went through customs. He had to open up his cargo and show the customs agent what he was taking out of Poland, and it was a whole truckload of beer. That might qualify as humanitarian aid in Russia, but I don't think it qualifies as humanitarian aid going into Ukraine. So most of my experiences were overwhelmingly good. Usually I sailed right through, but as I understand it, I'm the exception, not the rule. And for me, having to spend 6 hours to get across the border, almost 7, with 5 of them or more being spent on the Polish side, seems pretty stupid. Considering I'm leaving Poland and going into Ukraine, you would think it would be the Ukrainians that would want to scrutinize me that hard, not the Polish. I'll shut up now.
No, it's important, Ryan. As you said, 9 times out of 10 it went fine for you, but this one time there was an issue, and more importantly, as you said, a lot of organizations that don't necessarily have the same level of influence maybe aren't necessarily able to, when this does happen, influence any level of change. So yeah, I think the politics is important, right? I mean, it's not always the most fun thing. It's not necessarily what we want to do, or what I assume what Ryan wants to do, but it's important, right? The goal here is to get green corridors, as Ryan said, to get into a situation where a lot of the some of the laws that were set up to get non-lethal aid, for example, from the United States and Canada to Poland, are maybe a bit outdated and outmoded and should be reconsidered in light of what's going on. And then in addition to that, as Ryan said, we want to make sure there's green corridors. If there's humanitarian organizations that are getting or organizations getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine, there should be a way for them to register, obviously beforehand, and make sure that everything is apparent and transparent. And then they should be able to go into Ukraine and have that pre-registered load not subject to the same level of scrutiny or waiting. And on paper, that is the system. It does work for a lot of stuff, but as Ryan said, there's some trouble in terms of like any new thing, implementing any new thing on the ground. It can become a problem when the officer on the ground enforcing it isn't really paying attention to all this change, right? So, or isn't having it for whatever reason. And so yeah, that's a situation where you need to have the people on the top making absolutely sure that the new way of doing things sticks, and also that we continue pressuring the governments to make sure that the laws that are currently in place that might be restricting various things in certain ways aren't doing so. And that this is just we want to make this the easiest process possible to get all this stuff into Ukraine, right, Ryan?
Exactly, and that's exactly the message we were trying to convey to the Poles when we met with them over the 3 days, was that we're not trying to circumvent any laws. We're not asking for any special exemptions from anything. We want to conform with the laws. If there are conflicts between EU regulation, or if there's some ambiguity about conforming to EU regulation and the types of items that are being brought through Poland and into Ukraine, we're happy to get clarification from whomever if needed. We're happy to submit ourselves and drivers for all of our organizations to additional scrutiny, whether that be background checks or fingerprinting or, photographs in advance. We just want to open up better channels of communication with them so we can know what they expect from us, and we can receive consistent treatment every time we cross the border. But a big problem is that massive amounts of commercial transportation, which would normally go across the water or through rail, is now being bottlenecked in huge trucking lines that back up at the border. And I don't know how things were before this invasion last February, but I can only assume that they've gotten exponentially more busy. It creates a bottleneck, and if we're having to sit in those lines for hours or days on end trying to move things in, it slows down and complicates the whole logistics process we're doing. And sometimes we're moving things that can be perishable, or we've got people operating on short timelines. If we know what to plan for, that's always better than assuming I'm going to get through in an hour and a half and then I spend 7 hours sitting at the border. So instead of arriving in northern Kyiv at 4 a.m, I'm not scheduled to get there until noon the next day, and then I never make it because I get shanghaied in Lviv for 2 days and have to go to a police station. But
Ryan, Right. Can you speak towards the situation in Slovakia for the border crossings? Is this a similar situation for the humanitarian help organizations like yours, or is it not such an issue because most of the humanitarian aid goes to Poland?
Well, I think a lot of it goes through Poland. I can't speak to how much comes through Romania or anywhere else for that matter, because I haven't crossed any of those borders or seen any of those borders myself. I suspect there's quite a bit coming through some other channels aside from Poland, but I don't really want to elaborate on that any more than I already have. When you learn a little bit about license plates in Ukraine, you make some very interesting observations. That's all I'll say. You can kind of tell where vehicles are coming from, and when you see where those vehicles are going, you can put two and two together and you can figure out, why are there so many trucks coming from this area that end up in this other area on the other side of the country? And then you realize they're probably not moving diapers. But
I'll
I've
also
already
say
talked too
Ryan
much.
Ryan saw some interesting things in Ukraine that we can't share.
Yeah, I saw a few interesting things in Ukraine I can't share. I saw a few interesting things in Ukraine I couldn't take a picture of, and I wish I had had an opportunity, but I didn't really want to get cavity searched somewhere outside of Kherson because I was rolling around taking pictures with a mobile phone and nobody knew who I was, and I didn't have any press credentials.
Hey, who's that guy?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. I know we have a couple hands up. Of course, we are joined by the indomitable Doman. Doman, good morning to you, sir.
Top of the morning, Doman.
Good morning, Anna. Good morning, Joseph. Good morning, Ryan. Good morning, Herm. And very good morning, Chris, who has his hand up. And I hope that in the background they will hear the sound of a friendly Malamute.
Good morning, Doman. Not quite yet. I can do that for you in a minute, because as soon as I go downstairs, it'll all kick off. But at the minute, they're quiet still. So, Ryan, I just wanted to say that was a perfect overview, I think, from my friend. So hopefully he heard that. He's very keen to use his logistics skills to help help Ukraine in terms of all the transportation and logistics stuff that's going on. So I shall leave him come up when he can, and he's worked out how to do that. You touched on some interesting things there that I was thinking about, and you kept saying let's not assume, and that's what I was thinking as well. Let's not assume, because I was like thinking, okay, actually, what has happened to the traffic across the border? So we assume that it's risen. You said something maybe 4 or 5 times or something. I don't know, what the thing. But what has happened to the traffic across? And then you said the borders as well. So has it increased? Has it decreased? I mean, we assume increased. Where is it increased if we're not, breaching OPSEC to say that? What is the makeup of the stuff that's going across the border? Just sort of, now an interesting area for me.
A lot of it's commercial truck traffic, so without seeing on the inside of the truck, you can't really tell what load they're carrying. A lot of times in the US, with the way DOT works, if they're carrying hazardous materials, and I guess in Europe too, you can look up what they're carrying on hazardous loads, because they have to mark the truck. So you can look up and see if they're carrying diesel or, some other type of gas or acid or something like that, if it's some kind of industrial quantity of a chemical. But if they're carrying commercial products or pallets of diapers or pallets of beer, you're not going to know. If they're humanitarian aid or a humanitarian convoy that's clearly marked, you might know. There's a lot of grain that's moving across the border in trucks. I've seen grain being transloaded from a Ukrainian truck to a Polish truck just on the Polish side of the border with some kind of it looked like some kind of farm implement that you would see them transloading grain out of a combine and into a truck to take it out of a field after they'd harvested it. Just like a small conveyor belt and an auger. But there's the volume of truck traffic is just so large. What normally is a 2-lane road has been converted into a 3-lane road because the road, usually for miles leading out of all of the Polish Ukrainian borders, is backed up at the shortest line I probably ever saw leading up to one of those border crossings was half a kilometer long. The longest I ever saw a line on one of the borders I crossed, and I crossed at least 4 different border crossings, unique border crossings, was probably 20 kilometers long. So it fluctuates dramatically by time and by which border. That's why I crossed so many different places. There were better places to try and leave the country and better places to try to enter, just to try and shorten the length of time that you spend at the border. But God forbid you show up in a box truck instead of Renault Master van, because it will turn your 1.5 hour transit time into a 7-hour border crossing. And had I known that, I probably would have just elected to cross the border in a van 3 times instead of a truck once, because I would have saved a few hours.
Now, Ryan, I know you're not usually up this late, but my friend, that means that you're now part of the promo. So I don't know, Ryan, do you have any idea who's joining us tomorrow? It's pretty crazy, buddy.
Today.
I know there's the Nearathon.
I'm sorry, today. I'm so sorry, Doman. I always do this, Ryan. It's because I'm about to go to sleep, and I always say tomorrow, because for me it's tomorrow. But as Doman's always points out, it's today for like everyone listening.
No, Joseph, it's
I'm
today
sorry.
for you too. If you observe a clock, you will see that where you are, it's already past midnight.
Yeah, but I mean in the colloquial sense that I'm about to literally lose consciousness and then wake up, like that. To me, that's tomorrow, Doman. But you're right. I should be saying today. I'm sorry, Ryan. And also Ryan's also said he hasn't gone to sleep, Doman. So that's something that I should point out to establish context here. So Ryan also will be going to sleep and waking up. Ryan, when we both go to sleep and wake up today, do you have any idea who's coming?
Well, I need to know if I should set my alarm, and I need to get up for something.
You
So
should.
who's coming?
You
and
should
when?
set your alarm for 9:55 a.m. Central. That because at 10 a.m. Central, that's 11 a.m. Eastern, 1600 UTC, we'll be joined by General Jarmo Lindberg, who used to be the commander-in-chief of the Finnish Defense Force. Now, Finnish Defense Force is what Finland calls its armed forces. So he was the highest ranking officer in Finland for a number of years. Before that, he was also I believe, the head of the Finnish Air Force, and he's a fighter pilot. But more importantly, he's a general who used to run the Finnish Armed Forces, and he'll be joining us at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 1800 Kiev and Helsinki, and he'll be joined not by just in conversation with just 1 or 2 of our people here at the MriyaReport, but the entire Doolittle Air Wing, including Carlos, the multi-type-rated fighter pilot, Colonel Jeff Fisher, the former U.S. Air Force colonel and U.S. diplomat, Latin military aviation, the multi-type-rated 1 in 72 model fighter pilot. No, just kidding. He's he knows a lot about planes, as well as many others. It's his joke. I'm literally describing him the way that he describes himself once. I'm just piling on a little bit. No, I love Latin. So he will be, so General Lindbergh and the entire Julita Air Wing will be here in, what is this now? Let's call it 7.5 hours.
7.5 hours?
Well done, Joseph. Perfect. Perfect timing. It's a nice little duet here.
I can math.
That's how it is today. So yeah, Ryan, set your alarm for like 9:55 Central, and
I'll do that. My sleep schedule's trash now anyway, but
and then
no
Ryan,
problem.
3 hours after that, you're going to have a Maria report kind of day, because 3 hours after that, at 2 p.m. Eastern, that's 9 p.m. in Kiev, we will be joined once again by Thomas C. Tyner, also known as at Noklador. A former Italian artillerist, now a filmmaker and documentarian, who's been resident in Kiev for almost a decade now, except the war somewhat interrupted his living in Kiev. And he's going to be joining for another segment of Between Two Heimars with Thomas and CJ. And that is going to go on for probably many hours. So expect, 6, 7, 8 hours in total, very high level military discussion about all that is going in Ukraine, first in the air, then on the ground. I don't know, Joseph, is that good enough a promo? The cards are in the nest. The first 3 cards up there in the nest. So please go ahead and thank you, Anda, and share and retweet and get even more people in. But I, for one, am very excited. Just like the golden retriever that somebody posted in a reply to Thomas's card.
The first
Ryan,
time
Dillman and I are both very excited, so you have to be excited. We're very excited because we know it's going to be a lot of work, so we're like stoked. We're psyching ourselves up a little bit, but also, of course, we are very excited. So you have to be excited too, Ryan. Go ahead.
No, I'm excited as well, because the first time I listened to Thomas Denier, I was driving into Dnipro at about 1 a.m, and he was talking about how, given the temperature drops in Ukraine at the time, that any Russian casualties who were left in the field, and it appeared to be a lot of them from some recent video at the time, weren't going to survive the night. And I was pretty much entranced by the way he was explaining it. And then I blew a tire on the metro rail that runs through the middle of the city that's so poorly marked in Dnipro.
Tram rail, I presume.
Yeah, the tram rail, whatever the hell it is, the tire blower, the big chunk of metal that's sticking up in the middle of the road that should have some paint on it, that thing. But I've missed his other appearance, so I'm looking forward to waking up on time and hearing from him later today.
Yeah, Thomas certainly has a way. He has a way with words. He says a lot of things that I haven't been able to articulate before in a very concise way, a very direct way. He's also, as Doman said, an artillery officer, and understands the nuances of procurement and logistics and how to run everything. So a very keen military mind. Of course, reigning Spotify champion. I would say more or less like him and CJ talking it's basically me and Doman's favorite. We love it. If we let them do it all the time, if they would do it, but they said no.
Well, and I think the other thing I remember from that interview, and I was listening, I made somebody else who was riding with me that night listen in as well, but he mentioned just casually that he was refreshing his memory on ballistic missile technology. So he went to Wikipedia, and then he remembered that he'd written the majority of those articles, and he didn't mean it in an at all braggartly way. It was just kind of off the cuff, and it was so casual. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, a lot of OSINT bros argue with Thomas Steiner with his own Wikipedia articles on Twitter. Must be a bit odd, but there it is. Yeah, but so that's who we got coming up, Ryan. It's going to be an action-packed day. We hope to see you around for some of it, Ryan. Are you looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward to all of it. I'll be here.
Beautiful.
I wouldn't be anywhere else. What am I going to do on a Sunday in Oklahoma?
What a gentleman, and a scholar, Ryan. Thank you so much. Well, Doman, I believe Herm and myself we're on our way out. We need to get some sleep. I want to wake up, of course, for the exciting interview with the former commander of the entire armed forces of Finland and also the Finnish Air Force. And then that will be followed, of course, by Thomas Thyner in 7.5 hours, and then Doman Thyner's in 9.5 hours. Am I mistaken?
10.5.
10.5. Thank you. So sorry. Yeah. So 7.5 hours, then 10.5 hours.
But we,
as Doman said.
I mean, I'm expecting it just to flow one into the other, frankly.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. As Doman said, it'll be, I think, a giant, mega kind of comprehensive overview of what's going on in Ukraine in terms of the military situation from the air to the ground. I think that was a good way of putting it, Doman, for like 6 hours.
Joseph,
maybe 7.
Today we will be living the Mriya.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna.
No,
okay.
you missed my joke.
We're gonna.
Because today we will be living the Mriya.
We're gonna set up like a buzzer, like a shocker for me, Doman. And every time I say tomorrow when I do the promos, you'll have a button and you can shock me. I'm so sorry. So anyways, me and Herman are gonna go to sleep. We're gonna try to get some rest so we can be ready to go for the interviews and all the exciting stuff tomorrow. Of course, I will say Slava Ukraini. I will give Herm an opportunity to sign off. Good night, Doman, and yeah, Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Sleep well, Joseph. And Herm.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. And yeah, I'm gonna sign off too. And yeah, I hope the interviews are gonna be on Spotify soon. I won't be able to come back in the space till the evening tomorrow. But yeah, I wish all of you the best of luck, and Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava. And honestly, Herm, you should just blast them on full loudness wherever you are. Just listen. That's my suggestion anyway. Right, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to jump up, click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen. We'll very gladly bring you right up and have a chat with you about just about anything you'd like to talk about, what's going on in Ukraine. If you have questions or comments or ideas, be they about recent weapons deliveries or promises of weapons deliveries to Ukraine by various Western partners, or the one of the sort of 3 things we're really still looking out for and waiting on, again, feel free to click that request button. Ryan, hello.
There was supposed to be a press conference from the Prime Minister's office in Poland at an airbase yesterday. What came of that?
Yeah, is it still in the nest? Did you guys? Yeah, if you look at the rightmost tweet in the nest, the earliest tweet in the nest, Ryan, you will see what my takeaway was. Basically, the Polish Prime Minister and Defense Minister said, "We are just the best. And we've done just the best, and it's all because of us. That's why the Patriots are going. That's why the heavy equipment is going, because of us." Also, the Polish opposition sucks. They made that very clear about 3 times over. It was much more of a domestic political press conference than anything else. They didn't look particularly happy, to be honest. I don't know why. They were standing outside. It was winter. It was grey. It was dismal. They didn't seem to be enjoying themselves. And they didn't say anything of the things that we're really looking out for, which would be any thoughts on the Leopards or comments on the Polish Warsaw Pact era helicopters or fighter jets. No mention of any of those. They basically said, "Look, we've done really well. Oh yeah, as the tanks, we are, we want to work with a broader coalition, etc." So it wasn't anything groundbreaking exactly. Do you know, Ryan, what the collective noun for leopards is?
Leopards?
Yeah, the collective noun, like a pack of wolves or a flock of birds. What's the collective noun? Here I am teaching Americans English. That's just wonderful, isn't it?
Teach an American some English. What is a pack of leopards?
It's a leap of leopards.
A leap of leopards. We need a few leaps of leopards.
Yes, and see, Ryan, I think nobody picked up on that in my in my. I was very disappointed. No, I say certainly not in terms of moving a leap of leopards into Ukraine. No, no comments on that at all. I'm disappointed in the readership, I have to say.
Do you know what the terminology is for those? What are they called? The AMX 10s?
Yes, dam busters.
What's the plural noun for those?
Collective noun, Ryan.
Collective noun, yeah, whatever. English isn't my forte.
It's
Sorry.
a damming of dam busters. It's a damming of AMXs, I think, Ryan. Why? Because
it's a mullet of AMXs.
No, Ryan. So I figured out. We've had this whole discussion. Is it a tank? Is it not a tank? Nonsense. What it is a dam buster, because the introduction of AMX 10s was what opened the doors, so to say, burst the dam and flooded Ukraine with a whole lot of equipment that's a little bit clearer to what its identity is, including Bradleys and Madas and extra set of Patriots. It cracked the dam. That's what I think happened. That's why I'm going to call them dam
That's
busters.
how it will be remembered historically.
Yes.
But since we get to name it its own collective noun, because it's not a real animal, we're going to call it a mullet.
You can call it a mullet. I prefer red mullets, Ryan. But I will say that I think a damming of AMXs is good. Because why? Because people swear so much when they discuss them.
Because those damned Russians. They actually don't say damned Russians in Ukraine. When there's a problem, they say effing Russians, and I think it's very apropos. It's not vulgar when you say it deservedly, and it's used kind of as a way to blow off some steam by some of the most unexpected people at the unexpected times, but it's always the right time in Ukraine to say effing Russians.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more, Ryan. I think there's even some juicier language than that can be used. Chris.
Oh, always.
Doman, that's very interesting. I have to admit I didn't pick up on the leaping of the leopards and that, but it's now stored away in the brain. But of course, I also need to know now what the collective name for panthers and Abrams and all the rest of them are as well. So it's very interesting.
Okay, the AMXs are dam busters. It's a mullet of Abrams. That's the most American thing I've ever heard.
Okay, so is a mullet of Abrams? Is that what?
No, of AMXs. You know the weird French thing that has a tank gun.
Oh yeah.
No, so Chris, Abrams. I have no idea what the collective noun is because there was a General Abrams back in the day after whom it's named. So I have no idea what the collective noun there is. But for panthers, I can inform you that it's a claw of panthers.
A what?
A claw. CLAW. One of those things that your dog has on its paw. Many of.
A claw of panthers.
A claw of panthers. A leap of leopards and a claw of panthers.
Wow. Wow. I think you've made my day now. You've made my day. That's fantastic. Just moving on swiftly, I think Axel scared the Polish people with everything he said yesterday, don't you? Because I think the Poles were going to say, we're sending leopards. But then they heard Axel. And they didn't listen to Gunny, because Gunny was also, I think, saying basically send leopards. Is that right?
I don't think that it was whatever it was that Axel said that scared the Poles into not doing it. If anything, maybe the day before they've gotten the call. That Wall Street Journal article the night before. I strongly suspect that the Wall Street Journal article was a little bit of a feeler, right? You know, Chris, how politicians do this, right? They launch a story into the papers a day or two before they actually do a policy announcement to be able to gauge the response. And I suspect that after the Wall Street Journal story, which was there to gauge the response came back and was, no, don't do this yet, not like this. And I think that's why the press conference rang out a little bit emptier than it could have, right? If the response from Washington to Poland would have been, yes, go ahead, do it, push him, you know. Look at Berlin from Okecie and say hic rodus hic salta in whatever Polish is for hic rodus hic salta, and you know that would have maybe have helped things move along. But I think they got no, don't do it yet. Look, we just got mothers from them. We'll do leopards after Ramstein, right after next Ramstein format meeting.
Yeah, okay, I get that. But, you know, in some ways, Doman, you know, the lesson of all of this, you know, I mean, particularly for the Poles, I would have said, you know, not that I know about this deeply, right? But, you know, if I was them, I'd be sat there going, okay, so in the Second World War, we got screwed because, you know, all you lot did was talk amongst one another and didn't actually do anything. And now the Ukrainians are getting screwed because you lot are all talking about amongst one another and not actually doing anything. So the lesson of that is arm yourself to the teeth so that you can do your own thing whenever you need to, correct?
There's a little bit of that. It is definitely underlining the need and use for domestic manufacturing, right? For having a strong manufacturing base for heavy, high-tech industrial equipment, such as, for example, tanks, howitzers, etc. You also needed simply to be able to maintain things, right? Maintenance of these things is not trivial. You need a good base to be able to do it. So there's several factors here. I mean, Chris, this is a part of the reason why the UK so consistently produces heavy weaponry itself, right? Why UK defense procurement is often focused on UK produced things. Because of the same reasons, because at some level you do want to be able to rely on yourself or on your own country in a time of need, were there a time of need necessary.
Yeah, well, don't go there, Doman, because I was listening to Gunny talking about the overalls and that, you know, that
No, I know
that we
the
were
polyester
issued.
ones, yeah, and that was obviously a mistake.
Yeah.
Absolutely, no question about it. I'm just saying, as a
Yeah.
more general principle, you can say,
No,
why does it cost
but
more? Well, because at some point, you know, you're also paying to keep the capacity to build something else at a later point, if necessary, higher.
Yeah, he struck a chord there, because I was trying to get the timing right in my head, right? But I think when I joined up, they, you know, issued us those overalls, and then I went to sea, and my first ship was the old Ark Royal, and I saw all of these sailors with like very cool cotton ones, if I remember correctly. I don't know, they were somehow much cooler than the polyester ones. And it was only later that I learned about the you know, the danger and that. Fortunately for me, instead of sending me to the Falklands, they sent me to university. So you know, but a lot of my mates got cooked in them overalls. So yeah, that was a bit of a reminder. Thanks, Gunny. Yeah.
And Chris, it's the one, the Ark Royal that just got decommissioned a little bit ago, right? That's the one.
No, the one before that, David. What I call the Rod Stewart Ark Royal.
The one before, the one that got decommissioned in '79.
Correct.
Oh my, Chris, goodness. Okay, I see. So yes, right, that makes sense, because then that's why they had them still around, the polyester ones before. Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
What flew?
Yeah.
What flew off of that at the time?
Phantoms, Buccaneers, Wessex. I think that's about it.
And Harriers never flew off of it?
Not the old Ark Royal, no. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Bear in mind, I was just a weapons engineer guy, so like I was stuck in a radar shack somewhere. But
Got it. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I mean, you still see the planes occasionally, right?
Well, there's actually there's an airfield, a private airfield near me, and there's a Buccaneer up there, and I just happened to be chatting in the bar up there one day, and I said, "Oh, I wonder if that Buccaneer was on the Ark Royal," and then somebody chipped up and said, "Yeah, it was." I went, "Oh, okay." I think I can't, Buccaneer XXX or something. I can't remember now off the top of my head, but yeah. So I obviously I didn't. I don't know. You back then, you're aware of some things, you're not aware of others, and that. As I think my dad was in the RAF. We were in Germany and that, touring around all the RAF stations and that. So planes were always a big thing for me and that. But yeah, I was like I say, I was focused on fixing radar systems. So.
Chris, you might know this. Were the Buccaneers ever used in the Falklands? They weren't, right? Or were they?
Ooh, I'm going. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say no, Doman. Right, but I'm not 100% sure about that,
because
I'm
would be amusing, right? Because the Argentines kept calling the Brits pirates for having taken the Falklands in the first place. Well, Buccaneer's kind of a pirate, isn't it? It'd just be amusing. Yeah. That's all. I'm not digging deeper on that one. Just that's where I'm leaving.
So I'm just trying to think, and I need Gunny's brain, don't I? But obviously Harriers, because they were, I think, if you like, the main fixed wing plane, I think, weren't they, in the Falklands?
Yeah, where's Gunny when you need them? Come on, Gunny.
Yeah, because they were, I remember. Obviously, I wasn't there, as I just said to you. I was in university, but I, there were all these stories of them. I think they called it viffing. The way that they could beat the French. What was it? Super étendards or something like that was using their vertical liftoff capability to do some very weird things in the air.
Very good. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, Axel would know about that, or Carlos or somebody, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Gunny would know. Gunny knows all of these Royal Navy things.
Yeah, Gunny would know. Well, Gunny knows everything, doesn't he? I mean, that's a definite compliment.
No. Gunny would be great for mastermind, right? Specialist subjects, whiskey.
Yeah, definitely.
And Royal Navy.
Definitely.
I think you have to pick a third as well. I don't know what the third one would be. I dare not even think of what the third would be.
So did you cover whiskey?
Yeah, I said whiskey and Royal Navy. I don't know what the third would be. But I'm saying I don't want to even think of what the third would be.
No, okay. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but yeah, I think you're right. There will be another one.
Yeah, I think you have to pick 3. Right, Chris, what do you reckon about those odd French things going to Ukraine? The AMX-10 RC. Apparently, it's called Heavy Armament Combat Vehicle, is the official designation, not a tank. But it would fit a tank, except they wrote it out. They explicitly said, they added a category especially for it, and they said, nope, this is going to be called something else. Well, what do you reckon about those?
Well, do you know what, Doman? I'm like glass half full guy, right? I'm actually pretty positive about those things, right? And also, listening to all of the discussion, well, not all of the discussion, but a lot of the discussion on the space, right? I'm also very positive about infantry fighting vehicles, Bradleys and Mardas and stuff like that as well. I particularly like the fact that, if I've understood correctly, that Bradleys took out more Russian-made Iraqi tanks than Abrams did. Now, I did hear something else on the space last night, where it was a lot of Bradleys were destroyed, but I was going, okay, so pros and cons and that, but sounds like the Bradleys are going to be very, very capable against the Russian tanks and that. And I'm like, so at the minute I've got visualized, that the Ukrainians have got a whole load still of Russian tanks, and then they have some very capable infantry fighting vehicles. So I'm expecting a good result. So I'm actually, I'm happy when the French do anything, to be honest with you, Damon. So
I am likewise happy when the French do anything, especially if that thing is done in a cellar or a kitchen.
Precisely. That's where they really excel.
In some other places as well, but I just those are the bits I particularly care about. Ryan?
Okay, I found a picture from this press conference they did at the airport, and I don't know who's advising these people, politically speaking, but this is the biggest wasted opportunity and piss poor setup for a nothing burger of a press conference.
I agree, exactly, right? It's not what you say, but come on, just set it up better. You're conveying a celebratory message. Look celebratory.
They've got one Polish plane in the background. There are other Polish planes sitting around, but they could have just as easily lined up a bunch of secondhand helicopters that they could announce they were sending across the border into Ukraine to be used for medevac purposes. The guy on the right looks constipated. The guy on the left is wearing, a wannabe the Zelensky outfit with brand new combat boots that you can tell he just wore for the first time that day. And the look on his face looks like he got coal in his stocking for Christmas. But nobody appears to be happy to be there, and they have a huge tarmac behind them that could have just, like I said before, just as easily been filled up with aid to put on that plane and sent to Ukraine. But I know they're not doing that these days.